Hi, welcome back Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Maybe he shouldn't be doing this on his bedroom floor. Izuku Midoriya glanced up at the digital clock on his computer screen. The bright green letters shone in the darkness of the room. 2:02 a.m. The only other light in the room was the 4 shrine candles he'd bought 3 weeks ago. God, he couldn't believe he was actually trying this, but at this point, he was desperate. The UA entrance exam was in 10 months, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get into shape. The gyms near his apartment had turned him away because of his quirklessness. He wanted to be angry at that, but things like that had just become so normal at this point in his life. He knew it shouldn't be. He shouldn't be used to being treated the way he was, but after so long, he'd just almost stopped caring. This was the way his life had always been. He honestly couldn't remember a time when people didn't look at him with pity or disgust. But if he didn't care, then why was he trying this? He looked down at the drying paint and candles. He was trying this because he'd exhausted every other choice. He'd even tried cleaning up that polluted beach. His mom wasn't too happy with the torn rotator cuff he'd gotten from that and had promptly forbidden him from continuing. Not that he could if he wanted to. He hadn't been able to lift his arm above his head since he'd injured it. So yeah, this was his last option. Not that he actually expected it to work. He sat back on his heels and grabbed his phone. The instructions on the shady website were surprisingly precise, and the materials were pretty cheap. Paint, twine, candles, and a worthy sacrifice. Whatever that was. The site just said it'd depend on who answered him. He hoped the Katsuden was enough. He didn't really have anything else. Well, aside from his soul, that is. Alright, enough dilly-dallying. He grabbed the lighter with a faintly trembling hand. Not from fear or anything. He didn't actually believe in any of this stuff. The trembling had just become an instinct around fire. One by one, he lit the candles, a different color representing different elements. He had a 5th candle by his side that remained unlit, just like the instructions told him. First red, then yellow, then blue, and finally green. He took a steadying breath before moving the last candle in front of his kneeling form. Purple. He placed the lighter down quickly and grabbed his knife. All right, here was the difficult part. He slowly, painstakingly carved the kanji into the wax. Power, strength, confidence, hope. He hesitated before adding the last one. It was a spur of the moment, impulsive, the complete antithesis of what he was. He gripped the knife's handle tightly before placing the blade back against the wax. It wouldn't change anything, right? It was just one more character. Sure, the instructions only said 4, one for each element, but it wouldn't change the effect, right? Okay, he swallowed down his anxiety to the next part. Compared to the carving and painting, this part was the hardest. He wiped the blade off with a rag damp with alcohol. The flames of the burning candles reflected off the steel. He forced his hand to still as he rolled up his sleeve and pressed the knife against the flesh of his forearm. Slowly, he dug the blade into his skin and began to carve the first character. Growling groans of pain left his lips as he continued. He hoped his mom didn't come home early. He couldn't gag himself or silence his pain. It was all part of the ritual. Finally, after 5 long minutes, the first character was done. He dropped the knife and dizzily sat back on his heels. He didn't know when he'd hunched over. He gave himself a minute before reaching for the red candle. The flame flickered merrily and he let his sleep-deprived, pain-fogged mind admire the dancing shadows. He shook his head and immediately regretted it as a wave of dizziness caused him to tilt to the side. Shakily, he raised his bleeding arm above the candle and let the blood drip into the flame. It flickered wildly but miraculously stayed lit. He sighed in relief when the little divot he'd carved into the candle was filled and placed the candle back in its spot. He whimpered as he grabbed the knife again and began with much less hesitance to carve the next character into his skin. This time he filled the yellow candle. Over and over, he did this, carving the characters into his arm like tattoos before bleeding into the candles. By the 4th candle, his skin had turned an ashy gray, and the blue of his veins stuck out against his skin. He hadn't known a person could bleed so much. Drops of blood had stained the wood of his floor. Oh well, he'd just have to cover those with his rug too. Finally, he turned to the last candle. God, he was regretting adding the last character. But steady hands, how were his hands so steady? He began to carve the last character into his arm. Everything seemed to come into startling clarity as he finished the last symbol. He stared at the broken and bleeding skin for a moment before dropping the knife and reaching out beside him for his bowl. The mortar bowl already had the pine oil in it. Now he just had to add the blood and mix it. So that was what he did. He let the blood drip into the bowl in an almost detached sort of way. Then he grabbed his bandages and carefully wrapped the cuts. He took a moment just sitting there. He outright groaned when he realized he'd forgotten to wrap the purple candle in twine. With a sigh, he snatched up the bowl of brown twine and grabbed the candle. He coiled the twine around the wax painstakingly, hoping his mistake wouldn't mess up the ritual. Small, bloody fingerprints stained the wax and twine before he finished. He was almost to the good part now. He picked his bowl of blood and oil back up and slowly poured the mixture onto the candle. The bloody mixture pooled in the divot around the wick before overflowing, following along the twine. It dripped and flowed down the candle, seeping into the characters one by one. Power, strength, confidence, hope, defiance. He set the blood-soaked candle in its place in the painted circle. God, he hoped this worked. He didn't really know what he'd do if it didn't. He doubted he could pass the entrance exam like he was. He took a long breath and stared at his handiwork. A large circle was painted on his floor where his All Might rug had been. This was such a stupid idea. How'd he even come up with this? Well, he knew how he'd come up with it, but really, he'd always thought he was at least somewhat intelligent. The last hour had proven him thoroughly wrong. Yesterday, one of Kaken's friends had been heckling him, like usual, and bringing up what Kaken had said the day before when the other delinquent spoke up. A swan dive off a roof. He'd be better off making a deal with the devil. And Izuku had paused for a minute, well, that was an idea he hadn't thought of. If there were quirks that could show the user someone's soul or manifest someone's soul, then what else could there be in the world? He guessed he was about to find out. He picked up his lighter again for the final time and lit the purple candle. The wick instantly caught fire, igniting the oil-blood mixture. A burst of heat came from the candle as the entire top was engulfed by fire. For a second, he panicked, thinking he'd added too much oil to the mix before the fire died down. The flame seemed to pulse, but he couldn't be sure that wasn't just the blood loss getting to him. Then the flame started spreading, slowly creeping down the spiraling twine. It slowly engulfed the twine and spread to the first character. The kanji for power lit up bright in the flame of the red candle climbed. Izuku watched the flame flicker higher and higher. Sweltering heat suffused the room and sweat trailed down his spine. He definitely hadn't imagined that. This was working. It was actually working. He leaned forward in excitement. The flame moved from the burning kanji of power, slowly spiraling to the next one. Strength lit up with the same fiery display that power had, and the yellow candle surged upward. It felt like the air was drawn from his lungs. The heat mixed with a surge of airflow that churned the stagnant air in the room. Izuku leaned his head back and breathed. It was like he'd never been able to breathe in his life. Like he'd always been on the edge of drowning, and finally, he was getting a real breath of air. It filled his lungs and made him sit up taller. The fog from the blood loss faded, replaced by startling clarity. The flame crawled along and engulfed confidence. The blue candle flame rose alongside the others, and the heat in the room vanished under a swell of cooling energy. It felt like he was standing on a cliff, sea spray fanning his face, the smell of salt in his lungs. He could feel his heart beating in his chest, feel the blood in his veins. Every doubt he'd had about the ritual faded. His anxiety drowned. The flame moved on to the next kanji, and this one rushed into him like a surge of everything he'd ever wanted in life. It felt like a blanket was being laid over his shoulders. He swore he could feel hands brushing over his skin, warm and soft. It felt like nothing would ever be able to hurt him. Tears dripped from his nose as he hunched over, head touching the floor as he suffocated in a feeling he'd never truly experienced. Then the powerful presence backed off and he wanted to chase after it. Where was it going? He didn't want it to leave. He needed it. Please don't. The flame engulfed defiance, and every ounce of air in his lungs was sucked out. The gravity in the room came crashing down on him. His body was pressed into the unforgiving hardwood floor, and the only thing he was able to see was the burning purple candle. Fire traced the kanji. The kanji for defiance burned gold, and the fire continued to spread down the twine to the flammable paint he'd mixed with pine oil. The paint ignited, and a glowing pentagram filled with unerringly accurate symbols was traced in flame across the floor, before abruptly surging upward and instantly dying. Each candle was snuffed out at once, leaving the room in almost total darkness. The pressure left the room, and Izuku pulled himself back onto his knees with a whimper. His entire body throbbed. Had it worked? It had to have. With all that had happened, there was no way it hadn't. He pulled his head up to look at the circle and promptly let out a shriek. He scuttled back, chest heaving. Smoke curled within the circle, and within it stood a person. They only barely fit in the circle. Shadow dripped from them like water, pooling at the edge of the pentagram. Their skin was blacker than anything he'd ever seen before. It was like looking into a black hole. All light was sucked into their body and nothing came out. Molten gold eyes stared down at him imperiously. And who would you be? Their voice was a purr that sent a shiver down his spine. He'd never felt this kind of presence before. It was oppressive and dominating. It felt like every atom in his body was shaking in fear. This was worse than anything Kaken could ever do to him. Well, its golden eyes narrowed, and he felt the pressure in the room skyrocket. He ducked his head, hunching his shoulders, and stuttered out a reply. I am Izuku Midoriya, and I want to make a deal with you. There was silence in the room, but the pressure finally let up. He rose his head slightly, grimacing all the while. A litany of please don't hurt me ran through his head on repeat. The demon creature god thing stared down at him with bored eyes. Yes, well, that's rather obvious. Not really much other reason to summon a demon. The creature demon. sighed deeply, its whole being radiating both annoyance and longing. Izuku rose from his hunched position slowly. Maybe this wasn't such a bad idea. The demon hadn't made any move to hurt him, and it hadn't really said anything hurtful to him yet. It was kind of pathetic that those were his standards for a good conversation. The demon continued to stare at him for a long quiet moment before, with a put-upon sigh, it plopped down to sit cross-legged on the floor. It sent the wood floor a disgusted look but gave the impeccable circle an approving nod. Izuku watched it just as silently as it had watched him, though with more fear. So, what do you want? Or should I say? The creature paused and leaned forward to the edge of the circle. Its lips stretched into a fanged grin. What does your heart desire? Izuku didn't think his heart could beat any faster. It was beating a harsh rhythm against his ribcage. It worked. It worked. He hadn't expected it to work. There was a demon or some kind of eldritch being in his bedroom that he had summoned, and he didn't know what to do now. He'd gotten the damn ritual off a shady Wiccan website. It wasn't supposed to actually work. An old American saying came to mind as he stared into the golden eyes of the creature. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. He felt like that saying was pretty apt for this situation. The creature was still waiting for his answer patiently. That in itself was new. People usually snapped for him to answer them if he took too long. But the demon just sat there looking at him like it had all the time in the world. Hell, it probably did. Demons were immortal, right? It wasn't like there was any sort of time limit on these things. At least the website hadn't said so. Izuku took a deep, shuddering breath and thought about the question. He'd come into this thinking the ritual would be a bust. It was just a last-ditch effort to keep his dream alive. But it had worked. This was his chance, but he had to be careful. He didn't know much about Western beliefs, and the creature didn't look like any depiction of yokai he'd ever seen. And it had also referred to itself as a demon. All the stories of yokai depicted them as mischievous and tricky, even the good ones, and he had a feeling Western demons would be the same, if not worse. His hands clenched in his lap. What does his heart desire? Man, that was a loaded question. To be treated like an actual human being. To be able to look at himself in a mirror and not think about all the things his classmates called him. A will to live. Well, maybe not that last one. If he didn't have a will to live, he'd have given up a long time ago. He thought back to the kanji he'd carved into himself and the candles. Power, strength, confidence, hope, defiance. He thought about why he'd chosen those words. But it all just kept coming back to one thing. What did his heart desire? He picked his head up and stared deep into the demon's eyes. He forced his trembling body to still. His eyes grew steely and he set his mouth into a determined frown. He thought about all the things that had been said to him over the years. You gotta be realistic, kid. Take a swan dive off the roof. It's never going to happen. He still can't face reality. Just give up. Over the years, his will had been broken down, eroded by his peers and teachers. His mom had been the only one to ever believe in him, even if it was hesitant and fearful. He knew his mother didn't want him to go down this path. He knew his determination scared her, but he couldn't stop. It was all he'd ever wanted. He couldn't stand by and watch as others got hurt. He'd been putting himself in the line of fire since before he could remember. Every time Kaken hurt another kid, every time he saw someone needing help in any way, he couldn't stop himself. Self-sacrifice was written in his very DNA. He would never be able to stand by and watch. Last week had proven that. When Kaken had been captured by that slime villain, he'd found himself running and without a plan before he'd even noticed he was moving. This wasn't a choice for him. There had never been any other path for him. It wasn't a matter of want or need. It was a foregone conclusion. He glared at the demon with every ounce of defiance he'd stored up over the years. It didn't matter how many people told him otherwise. It didn't matter that nobody believed in him. He'd gone 10 years of being told he couldn't, and he hadn't given up. He would never give up. It didn't matter how many heroes told him off. It didn't matter how many teachers sneered at him. It didn't matter how many times Kaken burned him. His heart calmed in his chest, but he could still feel it beating hard and steady like a war drum. His lungs drew in a steady breath as every bit of nervousness and fear drained from him, replaced by defiance and determination. It didn't matter if this demon made a deal with him. It didn't matter if he didn't have an ounce of power to his name. He would bend and bruise and bleed, but he would never break. He would keep on going until his heart gave out. Yue could turn him away at the gate. So what if they did? He'd just become a vigilante. It was never about the fame or money for him. He didn't care how many scars he gained or how many times his bones broke. His pain was nothing compared to the lives he could and would save. There was only one thing in his life that was certain. Only one thing that kept him going no matter how much society had tried to crush him. I will be a hero. Well then, wasn't that something? The demon leaned back to observe this trembling little mouse in front of them. It had been a very long time since they'd been summoned, and this little meeting was making up for that lost time in spades. They took a deep breath in, scenting the raw, unadulterated determination that leaked from the small human child like a broken faucet. It was absolutely intoxicating. Or well, it would be if it wasn't tainted by a nearly shattered sense of self-worth. With as much determination the kid had, the lack of self-esteem was off-putting. But the kid had called them of all beings, so that was to be expected. The fates did so love saddling him with the broken ones. Not that they minded all too much. Fixing the broken, beaten, and the damned was one of their favorite things to do. Sadly, they hadn't gotten to do their favorite hobby in a long while. They weren't all too clear on why demons and other celestials had stopped being summoned. They didn't even really know how long it had been. Judging by the technology in the child's room, it had been at least a couple thousand years. But apparently, the time passed didn't matter all too much. I will be a hero. Hello nostalgia, thy name is Izuku Midoriya. They huffed a soft laugh. The child's face faltered, bright eyes dimming, and they could taste the heartbreak that wafted off him. They tilted their head at the abominably adorable creature before speaking. It's been quite some time since someone's requested that from me. The child's eyes sparked in confusion. Heroes must have made quite the lasting impression on the human race to have survived so long. I believe the last to make such a deal with me was. They tilted their head back in thought. What was that man's name? Leon? Leo? They jolted upright, snapping their fingers in remembrance. Leonidas. Yes, that was his name. Smart fellow. A Spartan. His wife had him very well trained. Lovely woman, truly. The boy's face had screwed up in confusion. His eyebrows lowered over his eyes and an oddly concerned tilt graced his lips. The demon chuffed. Really, it wasn't their fault the kid was ungodlily adorable. They were utterly smitten. They were fairly certain little Midoriya was the youngest summoner they'd had, and all demons had soft spots for kids. I don't really have much to give you, but I have Katsuden. Was it possible for a demon to adopt a human? And well, if that's not enough, the child took a deep breath. You can have my soul. Whoa now, back it up. What? They froze in place, eyes latching onto the squirming boy. Is he what the absolute fuck was society teaching kids these days? The kid went from offering them what they assumed was human food to cutting straight to bargaining his soul. Yup, this kid was theirs. Something else was going to crawl out of the woodwork and devour this kid if they didn't take him. It was best to disabuse the kid of whatever ideas were floating around in that peanut brain of his. Your soul has no value to me. They rolled their head in contemplation. They'd already decided to honor the deal, but what did they want? What could this tiny, weak, mewling child offer them? The boy wanted to be a hero. Okay. A fanged smile grew across their face. Their wings twitched and their tail whipped behind them. Their neck cracked as they stood and leaned forward, just to the edge of the circle. Magic, raw and untamed, flowed through the air the closer they got to the boundary line. Truly extraordinary work for a novice. You want to be a hero, boy? All right then, I'll make you a deal. I'll grant you power in an exchange. You'll act as my host on the earthly plane. The kid wanted to be the next Perseus. They could do that, but they wanted to see the chaos unfold. They wanted to see the world tremble at the might of this tiny, adorably breakable child. They wanted a front row seat to the absolute anarchy this kid was going to cause. The boy's soul pulsed with resentment and defiance, and a thirst for justice through any means necessary threaded its way through the kid's very being. The fates knew they favored the forgotten or cast-offs of society. It was ever so satisfying to watch the sheep-like humans cower from the very people their pathetic society had sought to destroy. They'd never stuck around to actually participate with the growth of their dealers, preferring to watch from afar until the deal was done. But they'd never had a summoner so very young and not broken. But nearly there. For this deal, they wanted to see the inevitable chaos this child would herald. So, with a sharp-toothed smile, they extended their hand and waited. Tension built in the room, raising like heat in a furnace. The boy stalled, but quickly steeled himself and reached forward. His tiny fingers hesitated at the edge of the barrier. Teary but hopeful green eyes met theirs. Will it hurt? The child's voice was so very innocent, it made the demon's empty chest ache. Everyone always assumed demons were cruel and emotionless, and to a degree they were right, but something people always forgot was that demons saw the worst of humanity. They saw true depravity and evil. Those rare instances they got the absolute pleasure of witnessing innocence were treasured. A demon would never harm an innocent. It was why a sigil for hope had called a demon. Demons were the hidden protectors of the innocent. They were the gatekeepers, the punishers. So when the demon next spoke, its words were soft and sincere. No, you won't feel a thing. Just like going to sleep. The child hesitated for just a second longer before reaching through the barrier. The demon gently grasped Izuku's small hand. Their massive hand enveloped the other and the shadows surged. All light in the room was drowned by their darkness. The barrier fizzled out and unleashed the flood of shadows. Their non-corporal form washed over the boy's body, settling over his skin and vanishing beneath it. The boy squeaked in fright. His eyes squeezed shut before he reluctantly opened them. He rose his hand in front of his face, fascinated by the shadowy tendrils disappearing into his skin. A hurricane of shadows whipped around him and then the room went black. Izuku woke up on his bed in his perfectly normal bedroom. There was no pentagram painted on the floor. There were no bowls of blood or candles. He stared up at his ceiling in a daze. Last night had to have been a dream. There was no other explanation. But if last night had been a dream, then why the ever-loving fuck were his hands black? His eyes stared in stunned disbelief at the inky black skin that had replaced his normally pale hand. He shot out of his bed, stumbling to the mirror mounted on his door. There was a weight on his back, one that was throwing his balance off, but he refused to look. If he looked, then that meant last night was real, and if last night was real, then... He froze in front of the mirror, hands gripping the door frame. Last night was real. He made a deal with a demon. At least his face looked the same, kinda. His pupils were gold. Why were his pupils gold? A small hysterical chuckle leaked from him before black dots started appearing across his vision. A high-pitched ringing began in his ears. Breath. His lungs expanded, drawing in precious oxygen. He flinched away from the door and buried his hands in his hair. There was a voice in his head. Why was there a voice in his head? Breath, child. He whimpered instead. Oh God, he was going crazy. He made a deal with a demon and now he was hearing voices and his hands were black and there were fucking wings on his back. What have I gotten myself into? Izuku squeaked again. All right, recap. He did the ritual and a demon appeared. He made a deal with a demon. Everything got fuzzy after carving in that last character. But he knew he made a deal with the demon. Okay. So the voice in his head was the demon. All right, he could deal with that. He looked back at the mirror and really took a look at himself. He was as skinny as ever, but his hands were black. He brought his hands up to his face. The skin was a deep abyssal black so dark they looked flat. It looked like someone had taken two hand-shaped chunks out of reality. He let out a long breath and lifted his pant legs up. Yup, his feet were the same. They were the same deep black, but they looked bigger than they should. Not by much, but it was definitely noticeable. His nails had become talons on both his hands and feet. What did you do to me? He asked as he stretched the leather-like membranes of the almost bat-like wings on his back. They were that same black as his hands and feet, but despite being thin they were tough. He couldn't stretch the wing out all the way. The room was too small. He looked back at his reflection. A twinge went through his head and heart before abruptly disappearing. I gave you what you wanted. Something caressed his legs and he jerked in place, head snapping down. Tendrils rose from his shadow, twining up his calves. He took another steadying breath and clenched his hands. A small laugh bubbled from him. The talons on his hands clicked as they scraped his palms. I can be a hero, he whispered, gazing at his changed skin, and holy shit, is that a tail? The demon in his head laughed. There was a thin tail lazily floating behind him. He could feel it vaguely if he concentrated. It'll be a while before you can feel your wings and tail. Your mind is struggling to comprehend the changes. I'm dealing with it, but you may experience some discomfort occasionally. Okay. He gave another soft laugh. His tail curled around his leg. How was he going to explain this to his mom? How was he going to explain this to anyone? So what all did you do, or give me? The demon took a minute, shifting in his mind. It was so weird that he could feel it moving. He stood there waiting, continuously looking over his new changes. He avoided looking at his reflection again. He didn't like the twinges that went through his head whenever he caught sight of it. He figured that was the discomfort the demon was talking about. I was unable to give you very much. Your body was unable to take what I wanted to give you, so I had to make some adjustments. I gave you the most beneficial changes first. The only actual power I was able to give you were the shadows. You'll have to wait until your body can handle the rest. Izuku looked down at the tendrils still curled around his legs, and now that he was actually looking for something, he became startlingly aware of where the shadows were in his room. They will obey you. Just ensure you praise them. They live to please. He gave another small laugh and reached down to touch the squirming shadows. He could feel them in his mind, whispering to him in a language he couldn't understand. Soft voices rose up around him, all coming from different shadows. Izuku, you're going to be late. The door jiggled before opening, and all he could do was watch in stupefied horror as his mother walked into his bedroom. She froze as she caught sight of him. His tail twitched in an instinctual display of discomfort. I think I got my quirk. And you say you woke up like this? The doctor asked as she walked around him. Izuku shifted uncomfortably. It was a bit awkward to have someone looking at him like he was a science experiment. Was this how people felt when he nerded out over their quirks? If so, he had a lot of people to apologize to. Yes, ma'am. He was tired, both physically and mentally. He'd only gotten roughly 3 hours of sleep, and his time awake had been filled with frantic questions from his mother, followed by the seemingly unending curiosity of the demon. The entire ride to the hospital had been filled with nothing but questions and comments, and the demon just wouldn't shut up. They went on and on and on about the car they drove in, the buildings, the people. Izuku had to admit, though, the demon's reaction to the different kinds of clothing was highly entertaining. Now, he was in a hospital room after going through x-rays of his feet, hands, and tail. His wings didn't fit in the machine, so they had to get a doctor with an x-ray vision quirk, the same doctor in front of him. His condition was an utter mystery for the medical staff, and given they were medical professionals, that meant tests. Different doctors had been in and out of the room, reading over his chart and records with mystified expressions. "I've managed to get a hold of your initial quirk test," she said as she clipped a copy of his original X-ray up on the wall. "Your last doctor performed the vestigial test, and usually this is enough. However, if you look here," she pointed to the image of his 4-year-old foot, "you had the extra toe joint linked to quirk development. This would usually be enough to pronounce you quirkless, but you obviously aren't. So we took another picture." She pointed to the next image. The foot in the picture was significantly larger and different. There are far more bones than he thought there should be. As you can see, there's been quite the change. You've spontaneously grown 2 extra joints in all of your toes and another joint where your metatarsals should be. So you'll be able to grab things mid-flight. He adamantly ignored the demon. He hadn't told either the doctor or his mom about the whole hearing voices thing, and he didn't really know if he wanted to. It's uncommon for kids to develop a quirk despite having the toe joint. It happens, but never like this. Mutant quirks always show themselves in the X-rays, even before they fully manifest. I'd have to say you're the first of your kind. The oldest quirk manifestation on file. And the strangest. The doctor placed her hands in the pockets of her lab coat. Her eyes roamed over his wings curiously. "How do your new additions feel?" "Sometimes there can be issues with manifested mutant quirks that need to be addressed." His mother perked up, eyes turning sharp. Her gaze flitted to him. He shifted again and gave her a smile. She was always so hyper-attentive when it came to him. When he was younger, he'd thought it was because of his quirklessness. But after he'd snapped on her when he was 10, they'd had a long conversation on why she was the way she was. He was the only thing she had, and she was the only thing he had. They were equally protective of each other. His mom didn't have very many friends or family, and she latched onto those she had with an iron grip. Izuku was the same way. "I can't really feel them, like at all." His tail flicked and his wings shifted. "It's not like they're numb. I just can't feel them. It's like they're not there." The doctor nodded, turning to type on her computer. His mother worried her lip but stayed silent. "All right, as you're aware, my quirk is X-ray. Using my quirk, I'd like to check the bones and joints in your wings. I have a specialist degree in avian and wing flight quirks. Do I have permission to use my quirk on you?" Izuku's eyes widened and leaned forward, deeply wishing he had one of his notebooks. How did it work? Did she project rays of light only she could see? Was it like echolocation that only worked on bones? Or maybe she emitted X-radiation through her eyes? "Izuku." His head snapped to his mother. A soft, exasperated smile sat on her face. She rose an eyebrow and tilted her head at the doctor. The doctor was waiting for him to respond. He jolted in his seat, smiling sheepishly. "Sorry, you can use your quirk on me." The doctor smiled, amusement shining in her eyes. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Nothing happened for a moment before her indigo hair began glowing white. Her eyes opened to show the same white. "Can you stretch your wings out as much as you can?" He did so as much as he could, but his wing shuddered, dropping halfway to the ground. He gritted his teeth and tried to raise the wing only for it to flop around. He could vaguely tell how to open them, likely an instinct the demon gave him, but actually doing it was like trying to move a limb that was asleep. "Can I touch you?" He nodded his head before answering a tad awkwardly. "Oh, yeah, sure." The doctor didn't waste time grabbing his outstretched wing. She lifted it gently, deceptively strong. Her lips twisted into a frown before her eyes dimmed. "There's nothing wrong in the wing itself. I'd like to check the other one as well if that's all right." She waited again for his response before activating her quirk again. She repeated the same procedure on his other wing. "Okay, Mr. Midoriya, would you mind turning around for me?" He did so with only a bit of hesitance. An instinct in the back of his head shrieked in protest. And the demon growled. He didn't even realize he'd done the same until he noticed how silent the room was. His body was only halfway turned and wouldn't turn any further. He looked at the doctor. She'd stepped back slightly, though her expression hadn't changed. In fact, she almost seemed like she'd expected the reaction. His mother, on the other hand, looked absolutely appalled. The doctor powered down her quirk and stepped back again with a smile. Izuku's face heated, eyes widening in embarrassment. His eyes widened and darted around the room as anxiety joined his embarrassment. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry." The doctor only laughed. "It's perfectly fine, Mr. Midoriya. Most mutant quirks come with their own set of instincts, predatory mutations even more so. I'm going to refer you to a mutation quirk specialist for counseling. They can handle figuring out what other instincts you have and how to handle them." Izuku sat up a bit straighter at the mention of a quirk specialist. Excitement roared through him. He'd only ever been to one quirk specialist, back when he was getting tested at 4. He couldn't remember that appointment, so this would be his first time actually meeting with a specialist that he could remember. "Now, due to the physiological changes caused by your quirk, we're going to have to do some tests to determine what allergies or nutritional requirements you have." His mom smiled blankly before standing. "I'm going to call in the rest of the day at work. I do not understand why we must do this." Izuku rolled his eyes at his companion and continued pulling on his uniform. It had been a week since he'd made the deal. A long week of questions and tests. And anxiety. There was a massive adjustment period, both for the Midoriyas and the demon. The demon didn't understand anything about the society Izuku lived in, and Izuku didn't understand the demon's rather brutal views or the changes to his body. School is important. The demon huffed in annoyance. 8 hours a day wasted doing nothing when we could be training or working. Does nobody have anything urgent to do in this society? This was his first day back to school after taking the last week to get used to his new powers, and he was spending the morning struggling with his new uniform and arguing with his partner. Izuku sighed, turning to and fro in front of the mirror. His uniform had been tailored for his wings and tail, but anxiety had him second-guessing himself. Maybe it was too early to go back to school. What would Kaken say? What would anyone say? You would look better in a robe. Robes aren't worn anymore, he said as he adjusted the flaps in his gakurin around his wing membranes. All right, he could do this. How hard could it be? All he had to do was go to school. Same thing he'd been doing for 10 years. He didn't even have to talk to the teachers. They already knew. His mom had called the school the day after he went to his quirk specialist. All he had to deal with were his classmates. Oh God, he was going to die. Kaken was going to kill him. He was going to get laughed at and everyone would stare at him. What if they found out? His hands buried themselves in his hair and a high-pitched whine left him. His wings wrapped themselves around him like a hug. The shadows murmured vaguely comforting things in their eldritch language. You'll be fine, and if you aren't, then I'll be there. I gave you power. Nothing will harm you. Easy enough for the demon to say, but they didn't know Kaken. Despite his doubt, his heart calmed. Yeah, he had a demon on his side. He'd be fine. He took a deep, slow breath. He'd be fine. He looked at the mirror, staring into his golden pupils. He could feel the demon staring back at him. They were right. He had power now and he wasn't alone. Izuku took another breath, straightened his back, and marched out of the apartment after grabbing his bag. He walked, head held high, almost halfway to school before his anxiety came back. So, this might be a bit late, but what's your name? He was so glad nobody was out so early. It would be so embarrassing if someone heard him talking to himself. I have no name. Not one you could pronounce anyway. His tail curled behind him as a small smile crawled up his face. His hands clenched around his book bag straps. Okay, would you mind if I gave you one? He could feel the demon rolling the thought around before agreeing. Very well. There was a bit of some emotion in the demon's voice that made Izuku think this was more important than he thought. All right, so let's see. We could use a regular name, or maybe we could make one. Like, you're a demon, so maybe something with Ma in it. 'Cause Ma means demon. What about Maku? It's like Izuku and demon combined. He continued coming up with names as he walked, his tail wagging behind him in his excitement. The demon made the occasional comment on the names but didn't agree to any. Izuku suddenly perked up. What about Goran? Go means guardian and Rin means companion. The demon went still in his head, contemplating the name. Izuku smiled wider. This was the best reaction he'd gotten from the demon. I like it. Guardian companion. Goran, yes, I like that very much. Izuku practically skipped the rest of the way to Aldera. He froze just down the street from the gates, anxiety making his heart clench and his stomach roll. He wasn't alone. He'd be fine. He continued walking, slower and with fear slowly building in him. The closer to the school he got, the more students he could see. His shoulders hunched over before his spine was suddenly forced straight. His wings went slightly lax and his tail waved just above the concrete. Hold your head up high, boy. You are better than these peons and you will not show them fear. Whispers rose up as he began to pass other students, and no matter how much he wanted to curl into a ball and disappear, Goran wouldn't let him. His back stayed straight. Every muscle in his body relaxed as if he wasn't internally panicking. Holy shit, is that Deku? He tried to walk faster but his body disobeyed him. Goran snarled in his mind and it took him a moment to figure out why. What happened to Deku? Just wait for Bakugo to see this. Deku really wants to die, doesn't he? Coming here looking like that. Goran's snarling grew louder in his mind. Deku. They were snarling at the name, and now that he was paying attention, every time he heard that name he felt something. It was like invisible shackles around his wrists and ankles, like he was physically being dragged down by the name. He'd never felt that before. Names of power. To give someone a name is to mark them. It is a claim on them and sometimes a taint. Names can give a being power, but they can also take that power away. It depends on the intent behind the name. Izuku stopped in front of his classroom door, a feeling of anger rising in him. He quickly buried the emotion like he'd done a million times before, but unlike every other time he'd done it, this time the anger came back worse. It bubbled through his veins like magma. His lips twisted into a snarl before he caught himself. He was usually good at controlling his anger, but he'd been losing control since he'd summoned Goran. He opened the door and stepped inside. Instantly, the room went silent. Nabu-sensei looked up and stared at him with wide eyes. The teachers had only been told Izuku had manifested a quirk. not any specifics on what that quirk was. His anxiety tried to make a reappearance only to be ruthlessly crushed by his companion. A small tendril of satisfaction weaved through him. Izuku nodded at the teacher, completely unaware of the look of contempt on his face. The anger was still coursing through him. Deku, piercing green and gold eyes met crimson red, and Goran cackled, a dark sense of amusement radiating from the demon. It's been a while since I've seen a child of Ares. Izuku was trying valiantly not to hyperventilate. What was his life becoming? Kaken, a child of Ares. What was a child of Ares? His mind ran through theory after theory, trying to understand. Had Aunt Mitsuki cheated on Uncle Masaru? Did Kaken know? He desperately wished he could talk to Goran telepathically. The demon couldn't just throw something like that out there and not expect him to start questioning every facet of his life. Nabu-sensei droned on in the background, but it was hard to pay attention when he was occupied going through everything he'd read in the past week, trying to figure out just what Goran had meant. Ares sounded like a name, so maybe it was another demon. If it was, then everything made so much more sense. Kaken had been called a demon child pretty consistently throughout their childhood. His tail swished agitatedly behind him. Luckily, Nabu-sensei had moved his seat to the back of the class so his wings and tail wouldn't bother anyone. The class was suspiciously quiet. Many of the other students were blatantly staring at him, while others were trying their best to ignore his existence. Kaken was one of the ones staring, and, try as he might, Izuku couldn't stop focusing on him. Every time he looked at him, he kept trying to find Uncle Masaru in his features. Kaken really didn't look anything like his step-dad. The only thing they shared was spiky hair, but Kaken's mom had spiky hair too. He didn't realize the lunch bell had rung, a fatal mistake, until a burning hand slammed down on his desk. He jolted, shoulders hunching, and hesitantly looked up. Crimson eyes burning with fury glared down at him. Kaken snarled down at him like usual, but this time real fury tainted his gaze. Kaken was always angry, even as a child, but there was a difference between his usual anger and this boiling fury. He was talking, yelling really, but Izuku tuned him out. He stared blankly at his once friend. Part of him wanted to listen, but the rest was still hyper-focused on the bomb Goran dropped on him. Or, well, he was focused until he was yanked out of his seat. He yelped in surprise, wings flaring out to catch his balance. Kaken's entourage scrambled back out of the way of the flailing membranes. Are you listening now, you piece of shit? I asked you a goddamn question, Deku. Listen when I'm fucking talking to you. His heart stuttered in his chest. He took a deep, slow breath, trying to follow his counselor's advice. His body ached to retaliate, but he couldn't let himself. He wouldn't let himself. Goran snarled and whispered seductive taunts. The demon wanted to fight, wanted to beat Kaken into the ground. His arms tingled as he forced himself not to move. Izuku glared up into Kaken's burning red eyes and saw them light up. Crimson red turned scarlet and the other boy's hands began to burn. Izuku wouldn't fight him, but he most certainly wouldn't submit. A week ago, he wouldn't even think about challenging Kaken in any way. But with a demon calling for violence in his head and unholy instincts raging through him, he couldn't just stand there placidly like he usually would. The room went quiet. Kaken's buddies glanced between the two as the tension rose. Every second that passed felt like an extra 100 pounds were being added to his shoulders, but he didn't back down. Then, finally, Kaken's eyes glanced away and Izuku moved. An instinctual satisfaction ran through him as he slapped Kaken's hand off his shoulder. He turned away and grabbed his things with a small smile, beginning to leave the classroom. Maybe he'd actually eat in the lunchroom today. Kaken shouldn't bother him, he'd won after all. Maybe it was a bit childish to feel so accomplished winning a staring contest. But he'd never won anything against Kaken. His tail bounced cheerily behind him. He frowned suddenly, a soft burst of hot air brushing past his tail. A split second later, a burning hand grasped his tail and his instincts went wild. If Kaken's anger had been a boiling fury, then Izuku's was an outright miasma of rage. His body twisted, claws extended. Every ounce of human rationality was shunted to the very back of his mind, replaced by demonic fury. His wings lashed out, slamming the other boys into the wall. The grip of his tail vanished. But it was all too late. Izuku lunged, tackling Kaken to the floor. The hooked talon on the joint of his wing dug into the floor beside Katsuki's head. His hand wrapped around the other boy's neck in a punishing grip. Claws so very close to puncturing the delicate skin. But his fingers wouldn't move any further. His body was frozen, every limb locked up. Slowly, very, very slowly, Izuku came back to himself. Anger still thrummed through him, but it was joined by something else. Something he had never felt before. He felt violated. He ripped himself away, stumbling as his wings were yanked out of the floor. He stood there for a moment in the stunted silence, just staring at Kaken, not sure what to do or say or feel. Why did he react like that? Why did he feel this way? He didn't know the answer to either of those questions, and he didn't really want to know. He took a step back, watching as Kaken lifted a hand to his neck and his fingers came away red. Izuku's heart stopped and his ears began to ring. A sharp squealing sound like the few times he'd gotten a concussion. He hurt Kaken. He made him bleed. And suddenly he couldn't breathe. He was drawing air in gasping breaths, but his lungs didn't seem to be working. He took another step back, black-edged and around the sides of his vision. Everything suddenly becoming so much darker, except for the blood. The blood shined ruby red. He could smell it. The rich coppery scent he was so familiar with was replaced with an almost candy-sweet smell. What was wrong with him? Unable to stand the sight, the smell, he bolted. His mind went blank. He just needed to get away. Away from the blood and the smell and Kaken. He dodged around students and ignored the yell of teachers. One moment he was in the classroom, the next he was outside. He leaned against the roof access door and slid to the ground. He wheezed as he tried and failed to breathe. He was okay. He was away, and the only thing he could smell was the lingering rain from last night and the trash that had been left on the roof. There wasn't any blood. There weren't any stares or angry shouts. There wasn't anybody else but him. Are you done now? Izuku flinched hard, slamming his head against the metal door. He'd completely forgotten about Goran. Guilt stabbed him, but betrayal chased it away. Why didn't you help me? He could barely feel the demon in his mind. He felt oddly lonely without the presence pressing against his thoughts. If I had, I likely would have encouraged you to kill the whelp. I went through the effort of stopping you only because it would have been a truly pathetic first kill. He sucked in a sharp breath at the reminder. He nearly killed Kaken. He'd tried to kill Kaken. This was bad. He tried killing someone. That wasn't what a hero did. That was what villains did. This was what he got for making a deal with a demon. What was he expecting? Sunshine and fucking rainbows. Child, I can literally feel you overthinking. You were justified. More than justified, really. Though I suggest you prepare to deal with more advances. Putting down a child of Ares will only make them pursue you more. They don't do well with inferiority, or rejection for that matter. What are you even talking about? How could I have been justified in trying to kill him? It doesn't work like that. Killing isn't right. You can't just pick and choose if it's okay to do it or not. Goran snorted derisively. Oh, and were you just to allow him to molest you? Izuku's thoughts screeched to a halt, leaving him staring blankly ahead. And molest? What are you talking about? He didn't molest me. His brows furrowed as he thought over the confrontation. A shudder worked its way up his spine and he gripped his tail protectively. His wings wrapped around him, shielding him from some unseen, imaginary danger. Exactly that. Child. Izuku really didn't like Goran's new softer tone. The tail is one of the most vital and sensitive limbs a demon has. A demon with a damaged tail is a dead one. They are instrumental in flight, basic balance, and combat. To touch one's tail without consent is to violate them. It is like putting a blade against another's throat. It is only done either in battle or in bed. Izuku's face went bright red at the insinuation before paling. He looked at the long whip-like appendage in his hands. His tail was almost 8 feet long and was tipped with a razor-sharp spade-shaped fan. It would have almost looked like a stereotypical devil's tail if the fan weren't nearly as large as his head. What do we do then? That is for you to decide. I know nothing about this era and nothing about this culture. However, I suggest propositioning your mother to unenroll you from this paltry establishment. I cannot guarantee I won't kill that boy if we remain here. Izuku was of the firm opinion that his mother was one of the most terrifying beings in existence. Even Goran was silent and still in his mind, like somehow his mother would know if the demon made so much as a comment. The green-haired woman herself muttered obscenities and threats of bodily harm under her breath as she wrote furiously in her work journal. The journal was what made Izuku grieve for his soon-to-be legally demolished school and Kaken. Izuku knew very well that Midoriya and Co. was not a woman to be trifled with. There was a reason Izuku was as good of a child as he was, and his lack of friends and general fear of people were only partially to blame. He'd left the school halfway through lunch and went home to wait for his mom to get off work. Of course, he'd texted his mom that something had happened at school and that he was fine but didn't feel safe returning. It wasn't his safety he feared for, but his mother didn't need to know that. He'd tried assuring her that no, she didn't need to come home and it could absolutely wait until her shift was over. Inko was home not even 20 minutes after that conversion. Izuku snorted, like something so trivial as work would ever be able to get in his mother's way. Really, he should have known better. The conversation had gone as well as it could. That is to say, absolutely heart-wrenchingly terrible. There were tears on both sides and comforting to be had. He'd come completely clean about his treatment at the school and the things Kaken had done and said, and by the end, his mother was seething. It was only when she pulled out her journal that Izuku remembered his mom's status as a mandated reporter. Please don't put Kaken in jail. It was a desperate plea, he knew, but he still had to try. Kaken would probably be safer in jail than anywhere near Inko. He was genuinely afraid for Katsuki's life at this point. He knew damned well what his mother was capable of and had no desire to see her formidable might come down on Kaken's head. Inko finally looked up from her notes, wide green eyes almost serene. She smiled in that way that never failed to make him feel like he was staring down the barrel of a gun as she pulled out her phone. Zuzu, baby, mommy's going to have some friends come over. I'll transfer some money into your account, so why don't you go have fun? Okay. The smile made it very clear it wasn't a suggestion. Years of conditioning and the lingering scraps of his self-preservation instincts had him up and halfway to his room before she'd even finished. He closed the door quietly and immediately slumped against the door. Your mother is terrifying. Izuku laughed helplessly. Tell me something I don't know. He moved robotically around the room, grabbing his keys, wallet, and notebook. He picked up his earbuds and phone charger just in case. He had a feeling he knew what friends his mom was calling and figured it'd probably be a while for them to handle their business. Mom works at the Musutafu Hero Hospital. Apparently, a lot of the patients never listen to the nurses, so Mom has to get firm with them. Not to mention all the villain attacks on the hospital. Mom can get really scary when she wants to because of all that. And these friends her mother is inviting. Lawyers. A lot of people will try suing doctors, even heroes. Mom's had a couple try and fail. Izuku went quiet as he left his room, peeking into the kitchen where his mom was pacing. I'm leaving now. She looked up momentarily to give him a warm smile that instinctively had him smiling back. Be careful and have fun, Izuku. With a fixed smile and a nod, Izuku set about getting as far away from the impending disaster that was his mother. He closed the door as quickly as possible and immediately bolted down the street. He slowed to a walk and shoved his earbuds in when he was a block away from his apartment. With pegboard nerds blasting in his ears, he boarded the next train to the closest mall. Goran didn't like the subway. Something about being underground put the demon on edge. Izuku hadn't bothered to ask, but he sympathized with his partner. It was cramped despite being the middle of the day, and it felt like everyone was staring at him. His wings rustled uneasily. A woman a couple feet away pulled her daughter to her other side and eyed him with distrust. He ignored it. He knew all about the many forms Quirk discrimination took. He'd been subjected to it for as long as he could remember. Granted, this was an entirely new kind of discrimination. He couldn't say it didn't hurt a bit, but it wasn't like there was anything he could do about it. Not right now, at least. He'd change it when he became a hero, and wasn't that a trip to think about? He was going to be a hero. A slightly manic grin crept up his face and he bobbed his head to his music. He didn't have to worry about what-ifs anymore, and that did wonders for his anxiety. Sure, those worries had been replaced by the possibility of someone figuring out what he'd done to get his powers. Even if someone did figure it out, nobody would ever believe them. His manic grin slowly cooled into a devilish smirk. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see the woman grab her kid in an iron grip before muscling her way to the other side of the train car. He shrugged, wings shifting as he did. Really, it wasn't too much different from when someone figured out he was quirkless. His giddiness lasted until he got to the mall. People cleared out of his way. He tried to ignore the odd sense of satisfaction that gave him as he made his way towards his favorite hero merch store. He curled his tail around his leg as he browsed the shelves, not wanting to knock anything over. Hero figures lined the walls, the more expensive ones encased in glass showcases. Large life-sized figures of the top 10 stood at the front of the store. A girl was at the end of the aisle, staring balefully at the figures higher up on the shelves. Izuku glanced at her before looking back at the Maruko figure he was thinking about buying. The passive whispering of shadows in his mind suddenly picked up in volume. He straightened with a frown and tried to figure out what they were trying to say to him. He still couldn't understand them, but he'd figured out how to guess what they wanted. They usually only brought his attention to things they thought he'd be interested in, so he'd quickly picked up the habit of following their nudges. The only person in the aisle with him was the girl. This time, though, she was on her toes, trying and failing to reach for a figure. Her fingers just barely brushed the edge of the box before she stumbled back. Izuku stared, chest feeling tight with anxiety as he got what the shadows were pointing him towards. He really hoped she wouldn't talk to him if he went over there. He wasn't sure his heart could take it if she did. Regardless of his anxiety, he began walking over. He plucked his earbuds out. Do you want some help? Oh God, what if she thought he was an employee and got all rude like those people on Reddit? He really didn't think he could handle it if that happened. The girl looked at him with impassive eyes. Her eyes trailed along his wings down to his fiddling hands. His face burned. He knew this was a bad idea. Stupid shadows making him socialize. Oh, sorry. The girl's face went a bit red and her eyes widened a bit after a solid minute of silent staring. Sorry, yeah, could you get the Starbeat Hero Con down for me? Look, someone almost as socially awkward as you. He resisted the urge to scowl or snap back at the demon and instead turned his gaze to the wall of figures. He almost unconsciously began listing what he knew of Starbeat. Number 32 in the rankings. Quirk, Songburst, has the ability to amplify the abilities both physical and quirk-wise of those within a certain range when listening to music. Range is approximately a 152 centimeters radius, depending on the song used. Able to increase her own base stats but not to the degree of her partner's. He grabbed the figure in question, quirking a smile at the star-themed hero before turning around. He froze. The girl stood there looking utter gobsmacked. Her impassive eyes had gone wide and a hint of excitement sparked in them. She smiled as she took the figure from him. "Are you a fan?" She glanced up at him, dark purple eyes lighting up. Izuku smiled back at her a bit more shakily but replied nonetheless, "I like all heroes. Well, most heroes." He added the last part with a faint grimace. He still liked All Might but not nearly as much as he had. What had been borderline idealistic worship had cooled down to a much more reasonable hero fanaticism. Then there was Endeavor. The two hero fans shared a commiserating look. A lot of hero fans were eagerly awaiting the day Endeavor lost his license. His property damage rates were the highest in the rankings, not to mention his criminal mortality rate. The commission needed to either shorten his leash or pull him from duty entirely. Izuku's eyes lit up and he sketched a short bow. "Midoriya Izuku, it's a pleasure to meet you." The girl smirked and bowed back. "Kyoka Gyro, nice to meet you too." The two teens walked around the store trash talking their least favorite heroes and gushing about their favorites. Izuku's earbuds remained forgotten around his neck. The shadows bubbled with satisfaction. In the end, Izuku picked out a new All Might Bronze Age figure, a number 13 figure, and a Hawks figure. He absolutely didn't regret spending nearly 30,000 yen on figures, no matter how much his heart shriveled in his chest at the price. "How much money do you have?" Kyoka asked incredulously at the register. Izuku shrugged. "Mom wants me out of the house for a couple hours, probably the rest of the day with how much she gave me." Kyoka looked an odd combination of curious and hesitant. "Why did your mom give you that much money to keep you out?" Izuku smiled brightly. "She's talking to vampires and didn't want me interfering." Kyoka looked even more curious and hesitant if that was possible. The cashier gave him a dead-eyed stare as he swiped his card. "Vampires. I mean lawyers. You're insane," Izuku screamed, clutching the lightning rod with every ounce of strength he had. "Don't be a pussy, Izuku. We're not even that high up." Izuku whimpered as a gust of wind nearly ripped him from the pole. Thousands of feet stood between Izuku and the cold, hard ground. The Tokyo cityscape was lit up in the glow of traffic lights. The rain falling leisurely around him refracted the lights like millions of multicolored diamonds. If he weren't so terrified, the view would be beautiful. As it was, Izuku clung tightly to the only thing stopping him from plummeting to the ground. His teeth clacked together, small whimpers leaving him in between screamed protests. The rain plastered his pajamas to his skin and his hair stuck to his face and neck. "Fuck you, Goran. Take me home. Now." He could feel the demon roll their eyes at his completely reasonable demands. He was far past caring about his partner's opinion, though. He wanted to go home to his mom and his nice, warm, safe bed. "You have wings, dumbass. Use them." "Wings I don't know how to fucking use." Izuku let out a yelp as his foot slipped from the metal rung he was standing on. His tail whipped out to wrap around the structure. He could feel the push and pull of the wind against the sensitive appendage, and it only made him cling harder. His wings were pressed tight against his back. He didn't know how he'd gotten here or really where here was. Between one blink and the next, he'd appeared on the roof of a building. Goran expected him to just let go and fall, and in Izuku's humble opinion, Goran could go fuck himself. There was no way in hell he was letting go. A hero could bring their ass up there and pry him away from the lightning rod. A sigh reverberated through his mind. "Relax, Izuku. You are in no real danger. You need to learn to fly, and the best way to do so is to fall. If you do not catch yourself, the shadows will do it for you. Regardless, you are not going home until you manage to at least glide." Izuku took deep, shuddering breaths before slowly opening his eyes, only to slam them shut again. His head spun and his stomach dropped. He ground his teeth together and fought off his nausea. Goran was right. He needed to learn to fly. The entrance exam was in 6 months. He'd spent the last 4 dealing with online schooling and physical therapy. His counselor had cleared him for flying just last week. "There are other ways to learn, Goran. Safer ways." The demon scoffed in response. There was no reasoning with them. Izuku knew. Goran was the most stubborn being Izuku had ever had the displeasure of knowing. He hissed in a breath as an icy wind blew through him. Okay, he just had to let go and then he could go home, right? He could do this. He could. He just had to. Take a swan dive off the roof. Izuku whimpered again. Tears pricked at the edge of his eyes. He didn't want to. He didn't want to fall. He didn't want to give up. His heart clenched in his chest. Let go, Izuku. Why? After so long, 10 long years, why did he end up here? He'd spent years blocking out the taunts and teases. He'd pushed back every hateful thought. He'd tried so hard not to give in, and yet he still ended up on a rooftop. He gripped the pole tighter. He'd been singled out, pushed to the brink, and still hung on. He'd gripped onto his dream with bloody, beaten hands and refused to give up. It was almost funny. The absolute irony. You need to fall before you can fly. There was something deeper to Goran's voice. It was almost like they knew what Izuku had gone through, how close he'd been to breaking. Izuku was a boy made up of jagged shards of glass desperately holding together. With a deep growl, Izuku pried his eyes open. His eyes locked onto his arms. Bright red hazard lights splashed against his pale skin and dyed the rainwater red like blood. His scars stood out against the gloom of night. Power, strength, confidence, hope, defiance. Oh, he'd almost forgotten, hadn't he, why he'd done all this in the first place. Defiance lit up bright gold against his skin. Izuku huffed a soft laugh that sounded more like a sob. It had only taken 4 months for him to forget. Defiance ran in his blood. But he'd kind of forgotten over the past couple months, hadn't he? His determination had flagged. It was like after so long of fighting for his dream, the moment he got a reprieve, he'd collapsed. There were still shackles holding him down, and he needed to break them. He refused to have anything holding him down. Izuku closed his eyes again and leaned his forehead against the freezing metal. He refused to have anything holding him back. He refused to be shackled to his past, no matter how much it hurt to think about. How his heart felt like it would fall apart if he looked too closely. He couldn't afford to ignore the chains around him. With his heart in his throat, he began to think about his life leading up to this point. It's not gonna happen. Just give up. He felt like he was choking. I'm sorry, Izuku. His head pounded with the rain and lightning flashed overhead. And no, you can kinda read Izuku's name like Deku. Red eyes flashed through his mind, full of malice and greed. A useless person. Fucking worthless. Had that always hurt so much? He didn't remember. When had he forgotten what it felt like to be a person? He wouldn't be that person anymore. He refused to cower away and let people use him. He could feel the chains circling around him, binding his heart and soul. His arms relaxed around the pole. He took a deep breath, maybe his last, before letting go. The wind rushed up against him, colder and yet warmer than before. He fell alongside the rain. His tail streamed above him. For one moment it was like gravity let go of him. The world seemed to fall away beneath him. It was silent. The rain stopped and he could breathe for the first time since he was 4 years old. His eyes snapped open to stare at the horizon. Buildings highlighted in shadows that crawled painted a morbid, ghastly picture, but it was beautiful to him. His body twisted until he was spread out, arms and legs catching the air. A grin stole across his face. Gravity came back hard. His wings warbled, aching to stretch out and catch him, but he held off. He wanted to fall for just a bit longer. There was something exhilarating about the fall. It was almost hard to breathe with the wind rushing against him. Shadows streamed off of him like fog. It was only when he couldn't hold on any longer that he allowed his wings to open. They snapped open and instantly his fall halted. A sharp pain laced through his back, but it didn't stop the bright laughter that spilled from him. His body hung in the air. He angled his wings and tilted his body to the side. He tried to pump his wings only to plummet a few feet. The short fall shocked another laugh out of him. Maybe it was the adrenaline, but he wanted to get higher. He wanted to know what it'd feel like to fall from above the clouds. He tilted his head back, gazing through the rain at the black clouds. His grin was sharp as he tried to pump his wings again and again. He fell another few feet before he finally figured out how to go up. His wings folded around him, tips meeting, and then he was flying in short, awkward bursts upward. Far below, crimson feathers coalesced into brilliant wings. Golden eyes watched as a young boy sporadically flew off into the night. The hero huffed a soft laugh, cutting it a bit close. Huh, kid? Izuku was practically vibrating. It would have been embarrassing if he'd been the same person he'd been a year ago. 10 months had passed quicker than he'd thought it would, and a lot in his life had changed. He took a deep, slow breath and tried to savor the moment. UAS massive main campus stood proud before him. He was excited. There was not an ounce of fear or nervousness inside him, just pure excitement. His tail swished gently behind him and his wings ached to stretch out. Just standing in front of the gates felt euphoric. He desperately wanted to get a bird's eye view of the place, but he'd probably get kicked out if he did that. The path to the building was empty, but given the test didn't start for another hour, it wasn't really surprising. Izuku had been up half the night bouncing off the walls and driving Goran out of their mind with his fanboy rambling. He'd left the house only barely past sunup so he could get the best seating for the test and not have to deal with people staring at him. He was admittedly far more confident than he'd been a year ago, but he still got uncomfortable with people staring at him. Thankfully, Goran had explained that as partially being due to his new physiology. With his new shadowy nature, it was just plain unnatural for people to see him, and he'd taken to only going out at night. With all the different kinds of quirks, almost all stores were open 24/7 for the convenience of the nocturnal population. The diurnal and nocturnal scenes were completely different. Once the sun went down, the city was washed with blue and purple lights and the streets were flooded with all sorts of darker quirks and people. No one stared when he went out at night. There was an unspoken rule among the Nightwalkers. If you were out and you saw someone you didn't like or had a quirk you didn't like, then you kept your eyes forward and your mouth shut. The nocturnal community was far more reactive to discrimination. Izuku had witnessed a store clerk get utterly decimated after trying to kick a woman out for having a zombie quirk. Of course, Izuku himself had taken part in the public lesson on humility and morals. He hadn't seen that clerk again after that night, and he was only minorly shocked to find he didn't really care what happened to them. That said, the people he'd met over the past months were the nicest, most open-minded people he'd ever met. Goran liked the nocturnal scene even more than Izuku did. The demon had mentioned how similar it was to their home and had guided Izuku on how to act and what places to avoid. His confidence had soared under the not-so-careful tutelage. He may have been difficult completely reasonably in his opinion, but the rough teaching had done him more good than any encouragement ever had. Are you going to go in or are you going to stand around like a dumbass? Izuku rolled his eyes with a small smile. Goran had learned a lot about modern society and had grown quite fond of curses. They almost reminded him of Kakin, but better and occasionally formal and old-fashioned. Oh, fuck off. You're so impatient. With an excited smile and his head on a swivel, he walked through the massive gates. His tail twitched and wagged animatedly behind him. He was gonna kill this test. The auditorium filled slowly as applicants filed in after their paper exam. Izuku sat in a section of seats closer to the stage watching and cataloging the other students. His mind scanned through strengths and weaknesses to be exploited. Goran had drilled him relentlessly on the importance of observation and being perceptive. As much as he loved the night scene, it was far more dangerous than the city was during the day. Being careless was for those that could back up their recklessness. Izuku was strong, but he wasn't experienced, and Goran had thoroughly beaten battlefield strategy into his head. Strength didn't mean anything if you didn't have the skill to use it. The people around him were his opponent's enemies, and that meant they needed to be watched. He was one of the few students not wearing a uniform. Most, if not all, of the other applicants were decked out in various middle school uniforms. It made him feel a bit awkward in his worn tracksuit. He sat up straighter when President Mike walked onto the stage. Good evening, listeners. Can I get a yeah? Silence. Izuku cringed in second-hand embarrassment while Goran cackled. Honestly, what did the guy expect? Trying to get a response out of teenagers on a good day was like pulling teeth. Izuku zoned out a bit as the hero explained the exam. He managed to catch something about robots, and from there it was easy enough to guess what he had to do. Destroy as many robots as possible. Aizawa, don't get cocky. Arrogance will get you killed. Right, he whispered, hand covering his mouth so he wouldn't bother the people around him. Don't take the instructions too seriously. Most tests like this have a caveat. Sir, a student a couple rows down from his suddenly stood. The printout states a fourth enemy. If this is a mistake, it is unbefitting of UA to make such a careless error. And you, Izuku jumped slightly as the boy suddenly turned to him. If you are here to play around, leave. The hell is his problem? Izuku muttered, accidentally echoing Goran. I was just getting to that. The fourth robot is just an obstacle. I suggest keeping clear of it. If you all look at your attendance cards, you'll see a letter. This is the exam arena you've been assigned. The buses outside are labeled for each. Before long, Izuku stood before a truly massive wall. Hundreds of people milled about, though most avoided him. Many sent distrustful or disdainful looks his way, but he'd long since learned how to ignore them. He stood directly in front of the gate, well away from the other contestants. His tail trailed the ground behind him as he stretched his wings out to their full size. 20 feet long and extremely well-muscled, they took up a lot of space. He internally grimaced at the thought of having to clean them after the exam. They'd been at the test site only a couple minutes, but he was already getting antsy. He wanted to move. Goran had thoroughly corrupted him. He'd practically lived off adrenaline for the last year because of the demon's training. The closest he'd gotten to actually fighting had been shadow boxing. That is to say, literal shadow boxing. His shadows didn't count though. They didn't get hurt or dispel, and fighting them just got repetitive. This was new though. New opponents and situations and actual combat. Tension built inside him every second that went by. He wanted to fight, hunt, destroy. He should probably be a bit concerned with his desire for carnage, but he couldn't really bring himself to care. Goran had told him he was born to fight. He hadn't really understood what the demon had meant by that until their first combat lesson. He was thoroughly addicted to the thrill of fighting. He'd wondered if that was how Kakin felt all the time and kind of understood why the boy was the way he was. He'd be hyper-aggressive too if he were always craving battle. A sharp buzz of electricity had his head tilting sharply to the side and his wings stilling. His wings rose above him as his muscles coiled tight. The gates rumbled as they slowly opened. His pupils dilated wide, taking in everything. His eyes locked into a robot in slow motion. Move. His wings surged, and within seconds he was upon his target. Predatory glee and anticipation tore through him. His talons sunk into the metal with a satisfying crunch. The robot crashed to the ground and he was airborne. Start. A grin stretched across his face, feral and sharp and hungry. This was so much better than shadow boxing, Izuku decided as he tore into another robot. He didn't bother counting points. The other examinees were far behind him, scavenging from the trail of mayhem he left behind him. The world was silent and slow, almost like everything was moving in slow motion. His tail lashed out suddenly as the vibrations in the air changed. His body twisted, dodging a bright blue beam of light. A robot exploded behind him, and he spared a moment to wonder at the audacity of the blonde-haired twink who'd just stolen his kill. his head tilted in a distinctly cat-like manner as the twink suddenly paled at the sight of him before running off at a dead sprint. Izuku watched, still baffled even as his tail lashed out and impaled an approaching robot through the head. Oh well, there were plenty of robots to go around. He shrugged and turned back around. The feral energy inside him had petered out to be replaced by a cold predatory calculation. He stalked through the exam site taking out any robot that crossed his path, but he found himself growing a bit bored of them. There was very little these robots could do to combat him, and after a while of destroying them, it just got a bit bland. He sent his shadows out for the first time during the exam. They swirled around him, impaling robots for him and shielding reckless examinees. Even through his predatory haze, his mind locked onto the distressed and injured. He was here to be a hero, and no matter how much he loved the thrill of combat, the weak and injured would always take precedence. Surprisingly, his demonic instincts actually helped. It was like a pull towards the more destroyed areas. He could hear them crying out in some weird ethereal way, and his heart just wouldn't let him walk by. His shadows engulfed examinee after examinee in protective bubbles. He had enough villain points to pass the test. Probably 5 minutes remaining. He stiffened suddenly as Goran rose up. He could feel the demon's wariness and felt it bleed through to him. Something was wrong. A tremor rocked the ground and the remaining glass windows shattered. Several teens fell to the ground, staring in horror at the behemoth rising from the center of the city. Screams rang out as those still on their feet took off running. Izuku stood amidst the chaos staring at the zero-pointer, screams echoing in his ears. As human and demonic instincts battled, the human wanted to run. The demon wanted to fight. His feet turned, body swaying. Oh, his heart seized in his chest. He turned, eyes wide. Time seemed to slow as the crowd parted just enough for him to see a girl, half her body trapped underneath a slab of concrete. Human and demonic instincts aligned in one singular moment. Unholy rage unfolded in his chest. His head throbbed in time with his heart. He stalked through the crowd, shadows crawling towards him. His wings and talons wouldn't be enough to down that thing. They crawled along the buildings, the roads, the sidewalks. The robot continued forward toward the terrified girl. The shadows swirled around the base of the zero-pointer like a whirlpool. A twinge ran through his head as he stepped around the girl, wings spreading wide to shield her. He rose his hand, black talons seemingly dripping shadow. The pain in his head grew and fire spread through his veins. Tendrils, small at first, rose from the whirlpool. The tendrils spiraled around each other, creeping up the robot's treads. He twisted his hand, fighting to concentrate around the growing pain behind his eyes. The whirlpool began twisting, black limbs rising. Far larger than the tendrils, the tentacles wrapped around the zero-pointer's legs, then its arms. More and more rose to wrap around the robot's body and head. Metal clanged and creaked as the tentacles began dragging it down into the shadows. Sweat poured into Izuku's eyes as he fought to keep his hold of the shadows. Little tendrils crawled up his legs. His tail whipped behind him. Down, the tentacles dragged the creaking robot. The shadows bubbled and roiled like turbulent tides as the last of the zero-pointer's head disappeared. Slowly, Izuku opened his hand and dropped his control. The shadows dispersed with excited eldritch whispers. The boy turned, green and gold eyes meeting the girl's. "Are you okay?" The silence was loud. The observation room for UAS annual entrance exam was usually filled with comments and boisterous excitement and anticipation. All the teachers liked watching the practical entrance exams for the support and hero courses. It was a chance to get their first look at their potential students. The support exam had been eventful. Aizawa almost pitied Majima, almost being the operative word. Hatsune was going to drive the other man insane, and Shouto was going to enjoy watching. His good mood was quickly soured by the hero course exam. The hero exam had shot the support exam to pieces and buried the remains. What the fuck did I just watch? No, really, what the actual fuck had he just watched? The day had started out so well too. He got to enjoy Majima's suffering during the support exam and took a good 3-hour nap. 3 hours. How had the day come to this? Why him? He shared a glance with Vlad before looking at Nezu. The creature none of the staff knew what he was and were too afraid to ask grinned up at the screen with something lurking in his eyes. Aizawa looked away, focusing instead on the screen. "Ladies, gentlemen, and others, I present our first-place examinee, Midoriya Izuku. Quirk, unnamed. A heteromorphic dual quirk that gives the user immense control over shadows." He scowled at the description. The screen displayed several of the kid's takedowns. Control of shadows was too vague a descriptor. The kid had ripped into the villain bots like they were made of tissue paper instead of solid steel. Strength enhancement. His eyes narrowed as he watched the boy impale a bot with his tail. No, not a strength enhancer. He'd have to look over the kid's file himself to get a good idea of his quirk. "Aizawa, I'll be placing him in your homeroom." Vlad sat up straighter. "Now hold on a minute. Midoriya's quirk would work well with the recommendation students and 1B better than 1A. He's got a versatile quirk, so I'd be more suited to teaching him." Shouta had to admit it was more logical to put Midoriya in 1B if you only took his quirk into consideration. Vlad wasn't one for large observations though. He could think of several reasons Midoriya would be better off in one, but he wanted to know what the rat thought. The mammal, at least they were pretty sure he was a mammal, grinned as he sipped his tea, pulling up another file. Bakugo Katsuki Quirk, Explosion. Bakugo and Midoriya have a history and a legal contract in place. Bakugo is not to be within 10 meters of Midoriya. Due to this, I've decided to put him in 1B. His score hasn't been tallied yet. 13 spoke up from the corner of the room. Shouta was surprised 13 hadn't already left to help on the fields. I didn't see him help a single person. Yeah, he'd noticed that too. The Bakugo kid had been reckless and violent. Not untrainable, but the kid would have to get some semblance of control. He had potential and great battle instincts. He passed the cutoff. I'd wager perhaps second place. Regardless, Bakugo and Midoriya are not to interact without the supervision of a teacher if at all. Nezu took another sip of his tea, eyeing the files with thinly veiled amusement and curiosity. Shouta's eyes narrowed on the files. Why let Bakugo in if he has a restraining order against him? Nezu hummed, and a video of Midoriya taking down the zero-pointer began to play. A chill crawled down Shouta's spine. Those shadows weren't normal, not even by Quirk standards. He'd operated in the underground long enough to tell the difference between a shadow Quirk and whatever the fuck Midoriya had going on. Whatever happened between the boys was handled privately and no charges were officially pressed. From a legal standpoint, Bakugo's record is clean. Although the agreement may seem like a standard restraining order, it's actually just a contractual agreement made between the parents. We'll still be following it, of course. It'd be reckless to disregard it. Bakugo's quirk is already extremely powerful and the listener is good with it. He'd be a good match with Shozaki. His explosions would go well with her vines or Honiki's softening. Offense, defense, and containment. They'd be a good team. Mike spoke up from beside him. Mike's strategic planning and intelligence had long since stopped surprising him. Sometimes he just didn't understand how everyone didn't fear the blonde. Mike was way scarier than him. He was just better at hiding his own sadistic tendencies. Shouta didn't bother hiding his. That'd be way too much work. So I'll have to deal with Midoriya and Vlad gets expelled a boy. Wonder which of us will turn to alcoholism first. Snipe huffed a laugh, but what really caught his attention was the sudden jerk Yagi gave. The man had been unusually quiet since the situation in Arena B. Honestly, Shouta hadn't thought the man was capable of being quiet. That's but it can't be. Something wrong, Yagi? Mike, ever the extrovert, asked. Yagi sat up straighter, suddenly tense and nervous with the attention of the room. How this squirrel of a man was All Might he didn't know. Yagi and All Might were so completely different it was jarring. Midnight had a hero persona too, but this was just ridiculous, or maybe that was Shouta's own bias talking. His dislike of All Might was well known. Most underground heroes had at least a little dislike for the man. All Might was the exact opposite of every underground hero, and being the strongest hero just garnered their suspicion. All heroes were paranoid, but underground heroes took it to another level. They were used to watching their backs and being wary of everything and everyone. All Might's ability to somehow disappear from the radar had caused all of them to watch the man. All Might was dangerous, and if he went rouge, Shouta and just about every other hero with a nullification quirk would be the first line of defense. That boy Midoriya, he's quirkless, or he was a year ago. The man's face was deathly pale, even paler than it usually was. Shouta's eyes narrowed in confusion. Quirk science was one of his interests. He'd always been interested in the activation and genetic aspects of quirks. A quirk activating late in life wasn't unheard of, but at 14, that was weird, more than weird. There'd been cases of quirks having special activations, but if the kid had been labeled quirkless instead of hidden, that meant there was something else going on. Worry not, All Might. Midoriya's activation was thoroughly investigated. That was good, at least. Meant it wasn't a trauma activation. Midoriya reported his quirk immediately and was seen by specialists from all over Japan due to the specifics of his quirk. Specifics. His quirk is evolving almost constantly. There are signs that it may mutate even more drastically. Who knows what his limits may be? What can he do? Shouta asked suddenly. Dread grew in his chest. He'd have to teach a kid who'd constantly be adapting to his own quirk. If a quirk as powerful as Midoriya's suddenly lost control, the school and everyone in it would be in danger. Midoriya's been consistently reporting changes and new abilities over the past year. What we have so far is shadow manipulation, night vision, vibration sensitivity, and awareness, for lack of a better word, through his shadows. He can feel through them. That's not mentioning his physical changes. Truly fascinating. I look forward to meeting him. Shouta felt a wave of sympathy wash through him. Poor kid got Nezu's attention. God help him. Down in the arena, a strong shudder ran up Izuku's spine. A wave of foreboding had him wrapping his wings around himself. What was that? I feel like we've been cursed, but I don't sense anything. Weird. Who are you talking to? Izuku looked back at the girl and laughed nervously. The week passed agonizingly slowly. Izuku had practically run away from the girl he'd saved once Recovery Girl arrived. Trying to explain that he was talking to his Quirk would have been awkward, way more awkward than him running away. He'd spent the week alternating between panicking, texting Gyro, and staring aimlessly at his ceiling. Logically, he knew he wouldn't fail the practical exam. He'd destroyed a lot of robots, but then he'd let his shadows eat the 0-pointer. Was he going to have points taken away for that? He couldn't remember President Mike saying anything against destroying it, but he hadn't really been listening. Then there was the written exam. He'd agonized over the questions he couldn't remember the answers to, frantically searching the answers on his phone after the exam. He was going to fail. He knew it. He could feel it in his bones. Gyro had called him dramatic and spent almost an hour ranting about the hellish study sessions he'd put her through. He knew he shouldn't be so worried about it, but he couldn't help it. This test would decide his entire future. He and his mom had stress cleaned the apartment 3 times in the last 2 days alone and baked 5 batches of cookies. Goran didn't understand his stress either. The demon was completely certain he'd passed the exams and would not allow any negative commentary regarding it. His door suddenly slammed open. Izuku startled like a cat, jumping half a foot into the air with his tail ramrod straight. His mother stood in the doorway, eyes wide and trembling, a letter clutched in her hand. "It's here, Izuku, your letter." She folded against the doorframe and shakily held out the envelope. He took the letter just as shakily. He stared with dread at the UA crest. He wanted to open it, but he also didn't. If he opened it, that meant he failed. But if he just left it closed, then he wouldn't have to face his failure. Schrodinger's letter. "I'm gonna open it alone. Is that okay?" He looked at his mom helplessly, his anxiety clear. Inko gave him a small smile and nodded before closing the door. He let out a deep breath and plopped down heavily in his desk chair. This was it. His future was in his hands. "Just open it already, you wimp." Izuku huffed at his partner before gripping the envelope in his hands. He stared at it for a long moment, trying to battle his nerves back, and with a determined frown, he ripped it open. "What the hell was that?" "I just opened it like you said," Izuku said with clear offense. "You ripped it in half, you heathen." Izuku rolled his eyes at the demon's nitpicking. A metal disc dropped onto his desk, leaving the envelope empty and Izuku extremely confused. He picked the disc up, turning it this way and that as he tried to figure out what it was. His fingers slid over a button and a light flashed from the disc. "Midoriya, Izuku." Izuku shrieked so loudly his ears rang. The disc dropped out of his hands and clanked against the floor. A hologram of All Might stood tall in his room. All Might was in his room. The message being pre-recorded did not stop him from feeling embarrassed for the hero shrine that was his room. "I am here." As a recording, you scored a remarkable 94% on the written exam. Incredible work, young man. But what was truly impressive was your practical exam. You scored a solid 82 villain points, more than enough to qualify for the hero course. But that's not all. What kind of hero school would we be if we overlooked heroic actions? A secondary scoring system is used for the hero exams, rescue points. The very essence of being a hero is saving people, and you, Midoriya Izuku, were awarded 64 rescue points for your brave actions during the exam. Congratulations, this is your hero academia. I swear if you cry. Too late. Big fat tears rolled down his cheeks. He passed. He was going to be an actual hero. He stood in front of the massive door, practically quivering in place. Why was this so hard? Damn anxiety. It was just a door. All he had to do was open it, find his seat, and not talk to anyone. He reached out, hands shaking, and slammed the door open. All conversation stopped. 13 pairs of eyes locked onto him. Shit. Abort mission. You're pathetic. His spine snapped straight and his legs moved almost robotically. He adamantly ignored the other students staring at him and Gyro's amused smile as he took his seat in the back of the room. The moment he sat down on the backless chair, he slammed his face into the desk. Kill him now. Put him out of his misery. Midoriya, what the hell was that? Please leave me to suffer, Gyro. He groaned into the wood, body limp. She laughed unrepentantly at him. He glanced up from his sulking and pouted at her. His misery was not funny. Thank you very much, and his friend's teasing was unappreciated. The girl leaned forward, placing her elbows on the desk, still chuckling. Izuku's eyes swept the room, cataloging the vents, doors, and windows. He studiously ignored the students still staring at him. You excited? It's you. A bright, excited voice had his head jerking up and his face rapidly paling. There, stalking down the aisle, was the girl from the entrance exam. Izuku tilted his head back to stare despondently at the ceiling. Some deity hated him. He just knew it. There was no way his luck was this bad, right? You ran away from me. Oh God, please no. Goran cackled. What did he do to deserve this? Now everyone was staring again. Gyro had a hand over her mouth, eyes crinkled in glee. His face flamed red and his wings came around to hide him. Just as the girl was about to speak up again, another voice cut through the room. Longer than a minute. The voice was strained with a deep exhaustion that came from long nights and even longer days. It was laced with a certain kind of defeatedness that had Izuku looking up on instinct. His eyes locked onto a man hidden in the shadow of the door, and he absently wondered when he'd gotten there. He's been there since the girl came in. Izuku internally groaned. It would have been helpful if his shadows or Goran had said something. But no, his shadows still only spoke in an indistinct eldritch language he couldn't understand, and Goran liked to see him suffer. That's not going to work. I'm Aizawa Shouta, 1A's homeroom teacher. He glared tiredly at them as he threw a box of uniforms on the teacher's podium. Put those on and meet me at Field Beta in 10 minutes. If you're late, you're expelled. Then he walked out. There was a long moment of silent shock before the class burst into movement. Izuku took the opportunity to escape the awkward situation. The boys' locker room was instantly filled with chatter. Izuku watched his classmates, not partaking in any conversations, but not ignoring them either. He watched as a small, bony boy with odd purple balls on his head stealthily hid in a bathroom stall. A surge of something he was unfamiliar with rose in him. It was an electrifying feeling that filled him with the need to move. He kept an eye on the stall as he changed into his own uniform. "What's going on, Goran?" he whispered under his breath. "Keep an eye on him." He could feel the demon's suspicion in his head, but his partner didn't continue. He shrugged but resolved to watch out for the smaller boy. Izuku huffed and turned to head out onto the field, only to find a bird-headed boy staring at him unnervingly with crimson eyes. Another in league with the dark, he heard the boy say just as he walked past him. A shudder ran down his spine. What the hell was up with his new class? His tail twitched agitatedly behind him. The walk to the field only took him a couple minutes. Gyro joined him on the walk there with a couple other girls, luckily not the girl from the exam. Aizawa-sensei stood on the field, looking more like he'd rather be sleeping than anywhere near teenagers. He looked over at the small crowd dismissively. It only took a couple minutes for the rest of the class to arrive, and Izuku found himself searching for the purple boy on instinct. The boy was leering at the girls, and Izuku's lip began to curl in a snarl before he noticed the look in the boy's eyes. There was something desolate in the boy's dark purple eyes, and an air of something sour wafted off of him every time he glanced at one of the girls. Something was wrong there. He could taste it. He listened with half an ear as Aizawa-sensei went through the instructions for the Quirk assessment. He only managed to drag his eyes away from the purple boy when the teacher called his name. His head snapped over to the hero, green gold eyes staring with an unearthly intensity. "You got first in the practical exam. What was your score for the ball throw in middle school?" Izuku blinked, set off center. "I was homeschooled, sensei." Aizawa-sensei's eyebrow twitched and Izuku shuffled his feet awkwardly. He wasn't used to having an adult's attention solely focused on him, and he found himself both reveling in it and dreading it. "All right then, try it with your Quirk. Just stay in the circle." It was said with a tired sort of acceptance. He almost felt sorry for the teacher as he took the ball and made his way to the circle. He tossed the ball from hand to hand, thinking. Goran didn't give him any supernatural strength, so just throwing the ball wouldn't get him a very good score. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. He couldn't use his wings, so he'd have to use his shadows. A cold calm washed over his mind, chasing away his anxiety. The shadows came to him excitedly, writhing at his feet. A thin tendril rose from the crowd at his feet, wrapping around the ball. Izuku let his hand drop from the ball but kept his eyes closed. He'd need his concentration for this. Slowly, the tendril lifted the ball high. It rose into the sky until his control of the tendril wavered. He paused and took another tightly controlled breath. The shadows at his feet rose with every breath. He drew the tendril tight like a rubber band and then snapped it. A high-pitched naim followed as the ball streaked across the sky far into the distance. Izuku let out a shaky breath as he opened his eyes. Sure, it wasn't the flashiest, but he'd just essentially slingshotted the ball from at least a mile high. A beep came from Aizawa-sensei. 932.7 meters. Almost a year had passed since they'd made the contract with the boy. Those long 10 months had been filled with back-to-back surprises, and Goran was living for it. They hadn't had this much fun in millennia. The child's body was admittedly a bit weak, but it was adaptable. It was his mind and soul that were truly fascinating. However, Izuku had such potential. His mind was analytical, deductive, and just all around odd. The child's soul was similarly odd. It was light with a haunting shade of purple lurking at the edges. Instead of tainting the boy's light, the purple only made it brighter. This in itself wasn't too odd. Most individuals with savior complexes tended to have that phenomenon. One didn't simply develop such a mindset without suffering. The oddity with Izuku's soul was how that corruption pulsed in certain situations. It pulsed, spreading into the light, like ink in water, and it only ever did it when the boy's complex started acting up. How curious that a child could foster such hate, even especially when saving others. The child's soul was flavored with a tangy sweetness that washed over their senses up until he saw another in danger. Then spice would flood the usual sweet flavor, a fruity taste tempered by cinnamon and clove. It was like nothing they'd tasted before. It was exotic. Then again, nearly everything was in this new world they'd found themselves in. The human race had progressed so far in the few thousand years they'd been away. With the evolution of humanity, their flavors had changed a degree. It was unfortunate they hadn't been able to try any of the new flavors they'd come across, but that would change soon. For all their dealer was light, the child held a degree of cruelty in his heart. His intelligence made him cunning and wily, though the boy didn't like to acknowledge it. He had the heart of a predator hidden deep beneath layers of social conditioning. Goran snorted in amusement as Izuku used his wings to boost himself in the 50 meters dash. Honestly, that boy, so young and so inexperienced. He'd come a long way in the few months they'd trained together, but he still had years to go before he could use his abilities to their full potential. Their attention roved over the class as the tests progressed. Oh, how they loved this new age. The warriors of Greece had all been jaded and twisted. Those soldiers were brought to the battlefield by a desire for vengeance or duty. They had none of the nobility of the children of this time. Their souls shone brightly with their own desires, though each had their own taint, just as Izuku did. They eyed the child with engines for calves with curiosity. That one's soul had a grayish tint to it. A faint taste of licorice wafted from him. That one had an edge to him, an edge that was hidden desperately behind a veneer of righteousness. Their gaze strayed from the boy to another student. The girl their dealer was trying to avoid caught their attention. Her soul carried far less of a taint than the others in the class. It had a faint taste that fizzled and popped, but it also carried a song. It was a light, fast beat, and they found themselves bobbing their head to the sound. It matched her bubbly personality and her tenacity. She had a similar determination as Izuku. They snickered as the girl tried to talk to Izuku again, only to have the boy bolt to the next test with a squeak. Then there was the purple boy. They winced at the child's soul. It was a cloudy, sickly white, a dark, insidious infection. The boy watched the girls with almost a leer. Well, what would look like a leer to anyone that couldn't sense the child's emotions and see his soul? Every time the boy looked at one of the girls, a film came over his eyes and his emotions became muted. It was concerning, to say the least. He radiated suffering. The boy's soul screamed out into the void, attention grabbing for any demon. And the cries were all too familiar. They'd first heard them in the locker room. It had been what caused them to warn Izuku, though their dealer had already cottoned on to something being wrong. They closed their eyes and turned their head away as they listened to the tortured cries. "Stop it. Let her go. Let her go, you bastard. I'll do anything. Just please stop hurting her. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Mom. What kind of son am I if I can't even protect my own mom?" They were glad Izuku couldn't hear the souls yet. The boy would have done something reckless otherwise. Nevertheless, something would need to be done about the situation. They thoroughly anticipated consuming the soul of the boy's tormentor, and Izuku would be able to help heal the boy. They sighed and felt Izuku's attention turn to them before they waved the boy off. Honestly, that child was too attentive. They forced themselves to turn their attention away from the screaming soul and back to the rest of the class. It was just their luck that the class had another with a similarly screaming soul, though this one screamed with wordless rage and seething hate. It was honestly impressive, but they'd need to deal with that one as well. So much work to do, not that they minded overly much. They'd get 2, potentially more, corrupted souls to eat after the children were safe. The boy with red and white hair had been watching Izuku unnervingly close as the tests progressed and Izuku rose up the ranking. This boy's face was curiously blank despite his raging soul, though his eyes sparked with challenge every time Izuku surpassed his score. Without a doubt, Izuku's chosen carrier would be infinitely interesting. It was already shaping up to be absolutely riveting. They turned to observe the next student only to meet an inhumanly cold gaze. Now, if only the Tengu could mind its own fucking business. Izuku was infinitely glad Aizawa-sensei put the endurance race last. His body absolutely ached. His wings sagged at his sides, and his tail dragged along the ground. A thick layer of sweat dripped off of him. He'd done well in all of the tests, though his abilities weren't always of use. There really wasn't much he could use his shadows for, but his wings picked up the slack. He'd scored in the top 5 of each test, except for the side steps and grip strength, so he was pretty confident he'd pass. The cool confidence in his own abilities helped soothe his raging anxiety. It was a wonder he'd managed to keep his cool throughout the tests. The purple boy, Minoru, kept setting off his instincts. It would have been nice if he could actually understand what those instincts were trying to point out to him, otherwise it just kept distracting him. Goran had been projecting a mix of irritation, curiosity, and amusement the entire time. Thankfully, the year they'd spent together had accustomed Izuku to the random surge of foreign emotion. That didn't stop him from getting curious, though. He stretched beside the track as they waited for the moped girl to finish. He already knew he was going to rank behind her. Honestly, the versatility of her quirk was astounding. She'd managed to find something for every test and had so far gotten in the top 3 of each one. He almost felt jealous. What would it be like to have that kind of power and not have it come attached to an asshole? He couldn't help but sigh for the opportunity lost. Goran grumbled in annoyance. "You okay?" He tilted his head to the side, revealing at the cracking sound it made. Gyro winced from beside him. "Yeah, I'm not used to that kind of flying yet." "I'll get better," he said with the utmost confidence. The tests had washed away the majority of his anxiety, and he knew with absolute certainty that he'd get better. 10 months ago he'd been quirkless and weak, and now, well, he was still quirkless, but he wasn't powerless. Gyro hummed in agreement with a nod, her eyes skirting over his drooping wings. The appendages twitched under her gaze but stayed in their relaxed pose. Gyro was always curious about his quirk, and while part of him was ecstatic, the other was absolutely terrified. The chance of someone figuring out what he'd done was low, practically in the negatives, but there was still a chance. It didn't take much longer for Moped Girl to run out of gas and for the tests to come to an end. The class waited in anxious anticipation as Aizawa-sensei fiddled on his phone. Izuku was pretty sure the man was just fucking with them. A hologram popped up in front of the teacher, names and ranks displayed. Izuku smiled, rolled his shoulders, and leaned back on his heels. His name sat firmly in third place, just behind Todoroki Shoto. Gyro snorted at him as his tail bounced happily. Her own name was placed at 17. Low, but given she couldn't actually use her quirk without support gear, she placed pretty well. His name sat in the last spot. The boy himself stared at the rankings with an unnaturally blank face, his eyes wide and cloudy. Izuku's heart twisted in his chest. A pressure built in his head, right behind his eyes, and he found himself blinking spots out of his vision. "Minta, you're expelled." For a moment it was like the world stopped. Izuku tasted iron. Something was wrong. He didn't know what, but he knew this wasn't normal. The pressure in his head weighed him down as he watched in numb shock as Minta silently walked to the main office. Unconsciously, he took a stumbling step forward. Gyro dragged him back, guiding him into the building and to the changing rooms. He changed in a dissociative haze. Red eyes met his on his way out of the changing room. The bird-headed boy, Takoyami, met his gaze steadily. A sort of understanding lurked in the other boy's eyes. Izuku felt like a puppet as he gave Takoyami a silent nod and stumbled his way out of the building. Gyro met up with him in front of the school entrance. They walked silently side by side until the girl from earlier caught up with them, followed by the tall rule-obsessed boy. He only barely caught their names, the world still so far away. He looked up briefly when a large hand clapped down on his shoulder. Ida was talking and bowing, hands moving as he spoke, but Izuku didn't hear a thing. A harsh, high-pitched ringing pierced through the fog in his mind. Behind Ada was a hunched-over figure, trudging out of the school gates, head bowed. The pressure behind his eyes exploded, and the world went white. A small pedestrian bridge overlooked a highway. It was dark, the sun only just beginning to fall, but Japan never slept. Bright blue and purple lights lit up the streets as the night dwellers began their day. Cars raced down below the bridge, red and white lights standing out sharply against the twilight colors. It was too early or late for there to be anyone on the bridge. This area of Musutafu didn't get much traffic, too poor to afford anything for tourists or heroes. The paint on the bridge was peeled and stained with graffiti that had been there longer than he'd been alive. His hand trailed along the tall railing alongside the bridge. His fingers brushed old pairs of shoes tied to the bars and small locks. The blue lights made the bridge look better than it did during the day, almost romantic in a way. Not a bad place, all things considered. He dropped his bag. The climb to the top wasn't hard. He sat on the railing for a while, he didn't know how long, just absorbing the sight. Japan was beautiful at night, for all that it was more dangerous. The city sparkled with blues and purples, such a stark contrast to the golds and reds of the day. A small, genuine smile grew on his face even as tears silently began falling from his eyes. It was beautiful. Midoriya. Izuku choked on his own breath as his knees hit the ground. His hands grasped at his chest as surges of nostalgia and resignation pulsed through him. The air smelt like brimstone and ash as he forced himself to take in breath after breath. He clawed at the concrete and staggered to his feet, ignoring the gouges he left in the sidewalk. The world snapped into sharp focus. What the hell was that? He listed to the side as he struggled to walk. Hands tried to grab onto him, but he brushed them off easily. He needed to move. His shadows writhed at his feet, lashing out at the hands grasping at him. He started forward with a single-minded focus. This was important. He had to do something. That whatever it was a warning or something. His heart pulled him through the streets into the subway. He shouldered past people with increasing urgency, not caring or noticing the hateful sneers cast his way. He stalked through the crowds and bought a ticket for a train going in the opposite direction of his apartment. There was something he had to do, someone he had to go to. His heart twisted and squeezed in his chest. Sundown wasn't for at least 4 hours. He could find the bridge by then. He scoured the train, looking, searching. The people around him grew tense every time he stalked back down the car, but he couldn't care less. He had things to do, classmates to find. If they wanted to record him pacing the length of a train car for their own peace of mind, then so be it. He practically bolted out the doors the moment they opened. He bulleted his way out of the subway and out into the city. East Musutafu was starkly different from the rest of the city. The streets were crowded with trash, and many of the buildings were crumbling ruins. The air tasted sickly sweet and left his mind misty. Goran was far more alert than Izuku was. The demon took note of every person, ally, or building they passed in Izuku's quest. Instinct drove Izuku deeper and deeper into the underbelly of the city. He locked onto every suffering soul, sending him down alleyways populated by the homeless and addicts. He paused outside of apartment complexes with his heart and mind screaming for him to help. He snarled when a group of men blocked him at the end of an alley, fangs bared and mind-driven feral with the need to find the person calling him. He could smell the suffering, taste it on his tongue. And maybe another time he would have taken the time to savor the sweetness of corruption, but he was busy. There wasn't much time left. The men backed off quickly after he flashed his teeth in an animalistic display of aggression. He wasn't someone to fuck with, least of all by the pathetic waste keeping him from what was his. He prowled through the streets, even as the lights began to turn on. The night dwellers took one look at him and got out of his way. More than a few bowed their heads to him, though he took no notice. There was a tugging in his chest driving him further into the city, leading him to the even more rundown parts. He crossed 3 separate bridges, each one populated. It was only as the night scene was really starting up that he found the one he was searching for. He stalked out of the rundown neighborhood he'd been led to, eyes glued to the tiny figure sitting on top of the railing. He didn't bother being gentle about it, far too consumed by his instinctual worry. His shadows lashed out, whipping forward with vicious ferocity. A tendril wrapped around Minta's waist and flung the boy off the railing and back onto the bridge. The boy bounced off the ground with a yelp. Izuku's hand snapped forward, grasping a hold of the other's uniform, and lifted Minta bodily off the ground. Nose to nose with the boy, Izuku snarled, "Just what the hell do you think you're doing?" Alright, so maybe he took after Kaken a bit when he was worried. At that moment, though, he didn't really care how harsh he was being. Minta was a fucking idiot. And he was going to make sure the other boy knew that. What the hell, Midoriya? How did you follow me? Izuku rolled his eyes, like that was relevant. They had way more important things to talk about, like Minta trying to jump off a fucking bridge. Minta gaped at him in stunned disbelief, his tears still dripping down his face. Don't try to avoid the issue, Minta. What the fuck were you thinking? You get kicked out of UA. Minta flinched at that, and decide your best option is suicide. You don't know shit, Midoriya. You're right, I don't. So why don't you share with the fucking class and explain? He cut Minta off. He pushed the other boy away from him with a glare. His shadows curled around Minta's ankles, making sure the boy couldn't do anything. Izuku didn't like suicide. His mom's family had a long history of depression, and suicide had taken far too many of his relatives for him to have anything other than a hostile relationship with the topic. That was discounting the amount of suicide baiting he'd put up with all his life. The thought of the things that could push someone that far filled him with a wave of hot protective anger. There are other hero schools. Hell, with UA's expulsion rate, others wouldn't bat an eye at letting you in. You're just getting into UA is likely to get you accepted into any other school. You could do so many other things. Hell, you could get an appointment with the principal and see if you can get the expulsion repealed. For all that he wanted to help, he was only 15. He didn't know how to talk someone down or what topics to avoid, or really anything that could help him. He was pretty sure he was doing a terrible job. Now that his adrenaline had died off, the only thing keeping him from panicking was Goran's steady presence in his mind. There's a reason you want to be a hero, right? If you kill yourself, then you'll never be able to help the people you want to. It was a desperate grab at familiar ground. Painfully familiar. He and depression were old friends, and he'd found himself thinking of rooftops and bridges before. He hadn't thought that way since he'd made the contract with Goran, but that didn't stop the sharp twinge of pain that went through his heart. Back then, there'd been very few things keeping him from giving up. And a lot of the time, he'd had to recite those things over and over again to keep himself grounded. He wouldn't let Minta give up. He refused to allow someone to suffer when they were right in front of him. His desperate attempt at least had some effect on the other boy. Minta's eyes were blown wide as he stumbled back. Tears still slipped down his face. How could I save anyone if I can't save myself? There was a tinge of desperation in Minta's voice, like the boy was searching for some sign that he was worthy of being a hero. It was like he was asking if it was okay that he was weak. Izuku shrugged his shoulders with a bit of a smile, a bit of his anger leaching away. What, do you think heroes don't need help sometimes too? He looked away from Minta as his cheeks began to burn. Now that everything had cooled down, he was a bit embarrassed with how he'd handled the whole situation. He really hoped UA would have a class on how to handle this stuff. Listen, Minta, I'm really sorry for yelling at you and throwing you around. It's just there's so much for you to live for and so much for you to do. You can absolutely be a hero. And I think you'd be a great one. A part of him was freaking out at the fact that he, Midoriya Izuku, was telling someone they could be a hero. Minta sputtered, his face bright red and his eyes shiny. But I'm tiny, and my quirk is weak, and I'm just a shitty person in general. I mean, someone could attack me and I probably wouldn't even try to fight back. And my mom's counting on me. And I can't do anything. I'm fucking pathetic. Izuku winced hard as Mineta spoke. It was actually physically painful to listen to. His heart clenched and twisted with every word. He could feel Goran shifting uncomfortably in his head. I'm just going to stop you there. You didn't choose to be small, and besides, we're 15, you'll grow and your quirk is amazing. You could use them like you did with the assessment test. Or you could restrain villains, or you could use them like traps. He shook his head forcibly. He'd end up going on a rant about all the uses, and this really wasn't the time. Anyway, I don't think you're a shitty person. You're a bit creepy at times, like when you stare at girls, but that's easy to fix. And with the fight thing, that's just a whole mood right there. I've gotten beaten up a lot and haven't tried to fight back too, but I've been learning how to stand up for myself, and you could too. That's what UA is for. They're not expecting us to come in ready to fight villains. He tilted his head back to stare at the dark sky in an attempt to not look at his classmate. The sky was a dark blue, lit up by the city lights. How long had they been on this bridge? Where was everyone else? He looked back down at Mineta after a too long silence. The other boy was staring at him with awestruck eyes. He looked away again. This was awkward. Why did he have to be so awkward? He really wanted this whole conversation to end so he could go home and not think about his social ineptitude. You were doing so well too. Izuku ignored the comment. Goran honestly had no room to talk. The demon didn't even have to socialize with people. If they did, they'd probably cause an international incident or something. Well, it's getting pretty late and we have school tomorrow, so do you have somewhere safe to go? He jolted as Goran sent him a wave of disapproval. Wait, don't answer that. He snatched Mineta's hand in his and began walking back into the city proper, diligently not looking at the other boy. You're not supposed to leave someone alone after something like that so you can come home with me. Why, you can talk to my mom. She's probably way better at stuff like this. She's a trauma surgeon at Musutafu Hero Hospital. Our apartment is a while from here. It really sucks that we can't just fly. The next morning was hectic. His mom and Mineta had been up long into the night talking. Izuku himself had set up a futon beside his bed for Mineta and promptly went to sleep afterward. He went to bed exhausted and woke up just as exhausted. His mom was already up, which was odd itself. It was Tuesday, so she was supposed to work the late shift and was usually asleep in the morning. She was dressed in a pantsuit, the same one she'd worn to the various court cases she'd had to deal with, and humming happily as she cooked breakfast. Good morning, Izu. Breakfast will be ready in a moment. Mineta is in the shower. She chirped as she moved the omelet over to a plate. Could you set the table, please? He yawned as he sluggishly set out the chopsticks and napkins, absently humming along with his mom. It had been a while since they'd had breakfast together. Inko was usually either asleep or at work in the mornings and didn't typically get back until late in the evening or early in the morning. She was always on call, so even the weekends weren't completely theirs. Are you going somewhere today? He asked tiredly, grabbing one of the completed plates of omuris. He placed the plates around the table before staring at them almost blankly. He shifted the plates around compulsively until they were perfect. I have a meeting with your principal and homeroom teacher today. I called Mineta's parents, but neither answered, so he might be staying over again. He perked up a bit and nodded. The shower turned off, and a moment later Mineta walked out dressed in his uniform from yesterday. He took in the mother-son duo with a slightly mystified look before hesitantly walking into the room. Inko placed soy sauce and ketchup on the table before taking her seat, Izuku following her. Mineta sat in the empty chair slowly, eyes flickering between them and the plates of food. Breakfast passed with easy conversation between Izuku and Inko, the two of them willfully ignoring how Mineta looked like he was about to cry as he ate. They could deal with that later, one thing at a time. After breakfast, the three took Inko's rarely used car to the school. Izuku, for his part, continued to ignore his mother's subtle power moves and tried not to accidentally hit Mineta with his wing. She was head-hunting again, though much more toned down than usual, likely so she didn't scare Mineta. The other boy stared in barely hidden awe at the expensive car. It was only as Inko was pulling into the guest parking lot that his mom addressed the two boys. Now, Mineta and I will be going to speak with the principal, Izuku. You can come with us if you'd like, or you can go to class like usual, but you might get called to the office to go over the situation from your point of view. He took a moment to mull over his options. Gyro and the others from yesterday were probably worried, but he didn't want to leave Mineta alone, and the teachers were probably going to want him anyway. I'll go with you. Mineta relaxed slightly beside him as they walked to the main building. A green light blinked on the gate as they walked through it, a camera following them. Izuku shuddered at the feeling of being watched. The walk to the main office was spent in a tense silence between Izuku and Mineta. Inko, on the other hand, was perfectly composed. The secretary waved them through the office without a word, and somehow that made Izuku even more uncomfortable, but a quick glance at his mother's unbothered professional smile had him relaxing. They'd be fine as long as she was there. The door opened on its own as they approached. There was a barely there pause in his mother's gait before the trio entered the office. Izuku straightened up as they entered the room, copying the posture Goran liked forcing on him. He met the beady black eyes of the principal with a steady gaze. following just behind his mother and in front of Minta. What the fuck is that thing? It took every ounce of his self-control not to react to Goran's unexpected comment. He covered his slip-up by sitting in one of the 3 chairs available. His uncomfortable feeling coming back at sitting down in the chair made specifically for wing Quirks. Minta sat down hesitantly beside him with a glance at his still-standing mother. Dr. Midoriya, it's a pleasure to meet you. The principal bowed from where he stood on his desk. Inko gave Nezu a bland professional smile but didn't bow back. Instead, she folded her hands in front of her. Izuku caught the barely there twitch in the principal's tail as the creature sat back down. His mother following a second later. I assume you have a problem with Mr. Minta's expulsion, though I find it curious that you are here instead of his parents. Izuku's tail flicked against his leg. The principal's eyes twitched to him. My son found Minoru about to jump off a bridge last night due to his unexplained expulsion. Minta jumped at the bold upfront statement. Izuku hit a wince as he reached over to grab the other boy's hand. He understood what his mother was doing, but it seemed a bit cruel with Minta in the room. She used his first name to give them a sense of familiarity, and thus more of a reason to be concerned. From an outsider's perspective, it would give them a reason to be meeting with the principal in place of Minta's parents and be included in resolving the issue. Izuku holding Minta's hand helped to sell the act, even if unintentionally. Nezu for his part had gone very still before reaching for his intercom with almost robotic movements. The 3 watched as he called his secretary. Machida, I need Eraserhead and Hound Dog brought to my office. Immediately, please. Izuku tilted his head as the shadows whispered excitedly. Eraserhead was an underground hero that specialized in solo takedowns and suppression. Hound Dog was a daylight hero that specialized in one-on-one combat and search and rescue. It made sense for them to be called, at least to a degree. Hound Dog was UAS counselor and more than likely knew how to guide a conversation dealing with sensitive topics. Eraserhead, on the other hand, likely had experience with actively talking people down and could de-escalate a situation. Eraserhead was a bit of an odd choice though, given Minta wasn't actively suicidal at the moment. Despite the social snubbing, his mother had yet to make any overtly hostile moves. He absently rubbed Minta's knuckles, feeling a slight tremble in the cold fingers. The other boy was making an admirable attempt at being unbothered, but Izuku could literally sense his fear and nerves. His shadows twined over the chair, caressing and hugging the boy, drawing a small squeak from him. Izuku smiled at him a bit unsurely before going back to thinking, ignoring the blush on the other boy's face and the way he leaned into the shadowy embrace. Why would Eraserhead be called? The hero had some type of nullification quirk that rendered his opponents powerless for an unspecified amount of time. Izuku theorized the time was based on attention or something similar due to how inconsistent the time periods seemed to be. But that didn't answer why he'd be called. The door opened suddenly, accompanied by heavy footsteps. An absolutely massive man ducked into the room. A muzzle covered his elongated mouth. Izuku's mouth went dry as he looked up at the man, almost missing the man that walked in after him. Aizawa-sensei looked over them before looking back at the principal with a raised eyebrow. Sit down, gentlemen, we have a delicate situation to discuss. 2 chairs rose out of the floor beside the 3 already there. The look in the creature's eyes made it clear that it wasn't a request. The 2 men shared a look and sat. Dr. Midoriya, this is Ryo Inui, otherwise known as Hound Dog, UAS counselor, and Aizawa Shouta, Class 1A's homeroom teacher. Inko nodded to the 2 men, though she treated the latter with a cold stare. Now, Dr. Midoriya has brought it to my attention that young Mr. Minta attempted to take his own life yesterday evening due in part to his temporary expulsion. Hound Dog straightened even further in his seat, leaning forward in attention. Aizawa frowned almost noticeably, sharp eyes running over Minta's form for injuries. Temporary. Izuku surprised himself at the sharpness in his voice. Nezu gave him a close-mouthed smile that didn't match the calculating gleam of his eyes. Indeed, Aizawa often temporarily expels students he feels don't meet his standards. Usually, if he feels the students would benefit from a let's say reality check, then he has authorization to expel them for a time. These students are re-enrolled shortly after and almost always approach their schooling much more seriously afterward. Aizawa-sensei met his gaze steadily when his eyes snapped over to him. Minta's hand gripped Izuku's hard. The other boy stared blank-eyed at the principal. Tears streamed down his cheeks slowly. The shadows clamored and tightened around him. Aizawa sighed and leaned forward to rest his elbows on his knees, leveling both of them with a cool, steady gaze. Heroics is an incredibly dangerous career. 4 out of 5 heroes die in their first 5 years of active duty. 7 out of 10 suffer career-ending injuries. Out of my own graduating class, only 10 of us are still alive. Silence descended on the room. Hound Dog took a deep shuddering breath, pain echoing from him. 6 of us are still active. The other 4 are retired from injuries. That is why I do what I do. That is why I teach. I train my students as well as I can so they survive. I've been teaching for 7 years, and in that time I've lost 3 students. I refuse to let my students go into such a dangerous career without the skills to defend themselves to the best of their ability. Kids enter this career when they're 15 years old. The vast majority don't really internalize just how dangerous what we do is. My expulsion policy is there to ensure they know there are serious consequences to not meeting my standards. He looked at each of them, one by one, his eyes hard. Izuku stared back, eyes just as steely. He knew the risks. He'd known them before he'd even thought of really going into heroics. He would be a hero and nothing, not even death, was going to stop him. If he died in this line of work, then so be it. He had the power to save people, and even if he didn't, he still would have done everything he could to save others. The marks on his arm burned at his thoughts, lighting up gold under his clothes. Goran stirred in his mind, looking through his eyes to stare at the hero. He could feel the demon turn their attention to the hero. All right then, the principal's squeaky voice broke the silence. Now that that's been addressed, I feel it's prudent to re-establish Mr. Mainta's continued enrollment at UA before we proceed to the other topic. There wasn't much paperwork involved with the process, just some forms that needed to be signed. Inko took the opportunity to list herself as an emergency contact with Mainta's consent. And Yui, if you could, I'd like you to take the lead here, Nezu said as he got out a recorder from his desk. The therapist nodded and turned to address Mainta first. If you are uncomfortable at any time, please say so. We can discuss this one-on-one if you'd like. Whatever makes you comfortable. Mainta tensed in his seat. The shadows hugged him tighter. His eyes darted between the adults, before going to Izuku. Izuku squeezed his hand in comfort, careful of his talons. The other boy squeezed back and let out a deep breath. Well, could he? Mainta growled under his breath, frustration bleeding off of him as he stuttered. Could he leave? Please, Aizawa-sensei, I mean. Aizawa nodded and stood, walking out of the room without complaint. The moment the door closed, Mainta sagged in relief. Okay, I think I can talk now. Where should I start? His eyes flicked around, never settling on any one thing. Hound Dog smiled and said in that same deep rolling voice, wherever you're comfortable. You can say as much or as little as you want. Okay, I guess. I don't know, it's just fuck, this is hard. He looked up with wide eyes. Sorry, I cuss when I'm stressed. Okay, so, I want to be a hero, obviously, but my quirk isn't really powerful and my grades have never really been all that good. I've never really been a good person either. I know I make people uncomfortable. I don't mean to. It's just, how do you talk to people or interact with people? I want to be a hero and I want to make people feel safe. I don't want to make people feel bad, but I always do. I don't know what I'm doing wrong or how to fix it. I want to be better. I just want to be good. He took a deep shuddering breath. The tears that had stopped while the adults talked came back. He hiccuped, rubbing at his face roughly, grinding his teeth together. When he expelled me, it was like the world was telling me that I couldn't, like I wasn't meant to be good, that I would never make people feel safe, that I'd always be the person people would watch out for at night. I don't want to be that. So, I guess I just decided it'd be better if I didn't let myself be. It'd be better if I never let myself have the chance to be that kind of person. There's this bridge near my apartment. I always crossed it on my way home from school. Sometimes, I'd sneak out and sit up there until the morning. I like that bridge. It made me feel, I don't know, safe to be there, I guess. It was the first place I thought of. Mainta sunk into the chair, nuzzling into the shadows around him. Hound Dog nodded and, when Mainta didn't continue, turned to Izuku. Thank you, Mr. Mainta. I understand it can be hard to talk about these kinds of things. Suicide is, unfortunately, very common among heroes. Mr. Midoriya, could you explain how you found Mr. Mainta? Izuku took a breath, feeling Mainta squeeze his hand. He smiled back at the boy before looking at Hound Dog. I actually don't really know how to explain it very well. Throughout class, I had a weird feeling. It felt like something was wrong, but I couldn't pinpoint it. It was only after Minoru was expelled that I started to understand. I was walking with some friends when I saw Minoru walking out of the gates, and then something weird happened. He looked at his mom. He hadn't actually explained this part to her. I collapsed. Well, not really. I had something like a vision. I was seeing through Minoru's eyes and I saw him climb the fence on the bridge. I spent hours looking through the city, following this feeling that I needed to be somewhere. I needed to stop him. When I found him, I dragged him off the fence with my shadows and yelled at him. Mainta snorted at him as Izuku sheepishly glanced at him. He wasn't very worried about quirk usage being held against him due to the bystander laws, but he couldn't help but feel guilty for how he reacted. I see. Thank you, Mr. Midoriya. Hound Dog turned to the principal, concluding the impromptu interview. Nezu fiddled with his recorder for a moment before turning back to the group. Right then, given what we now know, we can see what we can do to prevent such an event from happening again. Mr. Midoriya, if you'd like, you can head on to your next class. I believe you'd be having heroics at this time. Of course, you could stay, although I think you'll find it very boring and not very beneficial to you. Izuku turned to Mainta, silently asking if he wanted him to stay. The other boy smiled through his drying tears and let go of his hand. I'm good now, Midoriya. Thanks. Izuku nodded, still hesitant. He paused before leaving. It couldn't hurt to give Minta a bit of a fail-safe. He turned, meeting Minta's eyes, trying to channel his honesty through to his classmate. If you need me, just talk to the shadows. I'll hear you. Izuku let out a long deep breath when he left the office. The tension fell from his shoulders, leaving him slumped over. He hoped to whatever cosmic force existed that he wouldn't have to deal with any more high-stress situations today. Meeting the principal of UA and one of the most intelligent beings in the world was more than enough for him. Good job, kid. Fuck. A high-pitched squeak wheezed out of him as he jumped, tail ramrod straight. Blood drained from his face as he turned to look at his homeroom teacher. The man snorted from where he leaned against the wall next to the door. Sir, I was when did you what? Dark eyes scanned across his body like a cat curiously watching a mouse. He blinked, slow and long, posture loose. I don't like repeating myself, Midoriya. You did good. You stopped Minta, and for that I thank you. Now get to class. Izuku stared for a moment too long before quickly ducking his head and scurrying out of the hall. A soft huff echoed from behind him, almost a laugh. He only relaxed when he got out of the main office and began making his way to his classroom. I like him. You would. He rolled his eyes with a huff. His partner gave a mental shrug. Izuku rolled his shoulders uncomfortably. His ears were almost ringing with the sudden silence that came from his shadows. They'd been silent since they'd hugged Minta, and it made him realize just how used to their senseless chattering he was. They were still there, just quiet, focusing still on comforting and supporting Minta. There was a split moment of a sort of dual vision when he'd left, a lingering sense from the shadows left behind, but he tried to ignore it. Heroics was more important. Minta was safe and taken care of, so he could focus on school. He entered the room as stealthily as he could, and given his demonic nature, that was very easy. Almost everyone was talking. Only Takoyami and Todoroki remained quiet. The two immediately looked up at his arrival before looking away. He slipped from his classmates' awareness with none the wiser and made his way to his seat. He smiled a bit when he saw Gyro talking to an excited blonde boy, an equally excited redhead occasionally interrupting. Who do you think is going to be teaching? It'd be so cool if it were All Might. No way. All Might's probably teaching the third years. You guys saw the sports festival last year, right? Those guys were insane, and they were only second years then. Izuku personally didn't think All Might would be too good of a teacher for the first years. What with it being his first year teaching? Goran was mumbling too quietly for him to understand, but sparks of curiosity and annoyance bled into him. Something prickled at the edges of his awareness. An odd sense of wrongness, not bad but just not right. A warmth, like a miniature sun, was moving towards the classroom. Every person had an odd sense of heat to them, but this was far beyond what he'd felt before. His head twitched to the door, staring at the wood. Goran went quiet. Something was there, something that was beyond human. He growled quietly as the door slammed open. His wings hiked up, tail lashing in agitation. I am here, coming through the door like a normal person. What? His wings went limp in his shock, sagging against the special back of his chair. There at the front of the class was All Might. But it couldn't be All Might. He felt almost nauseated to be near the hero. A sickly sweet scent wafted off the hero like perfume. It choked him in its intensity. His stomach rolled and Goran audibly gagged. Takoyami shifted a couple seats in front of him, drawing back as far as he could in his seat. Fuck, his souls are so pure. It's like concentrated sugar extract. An angel would have a field day with that man. Actually looks like one already did. That is rancid. Izuku couldn't help but agree. Discounting the having multiple souls, and what the fuck was up with that? All Might radiated a sense of light and strength that was so far out of the realm of human it was almost insulting. This was the man he'd idolized and worshipped his entire life, and his power wasn't even really his. Guess divine intervention was real, no matter how much he decided he didn't like it. For your first lesson, battle trails. With a click of a button, cases moved out of the wall, numbers labeling them. In each case, you'll find your hero costume, specified to your designs and needs. Put them on and meet at Training Ground Delta. And then he was gone. Izuku breathed out a sigh of relief and got up, following his much louder classmates. He shared a nod with Takoyami as he grabbed his case and made his way to the changing room. He ignored his classmates with long years of practice, with excitement vibrating in his chest. He popped the case open with a grin. The outfit was surprisingly easy to get on. The black fabric loose and flexible. Goran had been the one to design their outfit, basing it off of the robes they'd worn into battle. The shape and fit were made specifically for his wings and tail and flexible enough for his fighting style. He was one of the last ones out of the changing room. The walk to the training ground was filled with bantering between the other boys, though Izuku walked far behind them with a smile. He rolled his shoulders, feeling free and comfortable for the first time since getting his powers. His wings could move freely and his tail wasn't cramped. His sleeves weren't too long or too short. He should really see if he could get all his clothes made like this. Goran was right all those months ago. Demon clothes were so much better. Oh wow, you look like a ninja, Midoriya. The girl from the exam popped up beside him just as he entered the training facility. He smiled at her, anxiety taking a backseat to his excitement and the adrenaline that was beginning to bleed into his bloodstream. Thanks, I wanted it to be flexible to work with my mutations. He rested his hands on his hips and cocked a leg to the side, feeling confident. The black fabric hung somewhat loose on his frame, reminding him somewhat of a yukata. His sleeves ended in a strip of fabric that was wrapped tightly around his forearms. His hakama pants tightened around his ankles, and an obi-like wrap around his waist kept his shirt closed. The back of the shirt was made of a panel between his wings that let them move without restriction, the obi tying the panel down and letting his tail out without looking indecent. He actually did kind of look like a ninja, even if it wasn't what he'd been going for. You look really good too. Going for an astronaut theme. The girl lit up, a bright smile aimed right at him. Yeah, I didn't think it'd be this tight though. She picked at the fabric covering her thighs with a puzzled frown. You could probably ask for alterations after class. All right, you zygotes. What the fuck is a zygote and is it an insult? I feel insulted. Izuku felt insulted too for that matter. Zygote, really? That was so weird. But he could probably forgive the man for his oddness. Celebrities were supposed to be weird, right? He didn't think All Might would get very much normal social interaction, so the man was probably just out of practice. Yeah, he was going to go with that. The scenario is this. Two villains have set up a nuclear bomb in a building. The heroes are tasked with retrieving the bomb or apprehending the villains. One by one you'll come up here and get a ball. Your partner for the exercise will have the matching set and then you'll be matched up with a team to fight. Any questions? Instantly, the room was filled with excited questions ranging from actually useful to flat-out ridiculous. Izuku snorted in amusement as All Might floundered. Goran radiated their own amusement and just a tad of sadistic glee. The demon seemed almost more excited about the lesson than Izuku was. All right, just come get a ball. An order, please. Izuku was still chuckling when he got his ball, a large black D printed on it. Uraraka bounced happily with her red D ball. He shared a grin with her. Honestly, what were the chances? By now you'll have noticed there are red and black balls. Red will be heroes and black will be the villains. Spoke too soon. He huffed a soft self-deprecating laugh. His luck was terrible, and by the look on Uraraka's face, she was thinking the same. Goran's laughter somehow seemed even more sadistic if that was possible. He gave her a cringing smile. I'm sorry. Her dismayed expression spasmed. Realization seeped into her eyes, followed by determination. An absolutely feral look entered her eyes. Here's the pairings. Izuku scanned the pairings, finding his partner, Ida Tenya, and Uraraka's partner, Zero Hanta. An interesting combination. If Uraraka used her quirk to negate Zero's gravity, well, that'd be a dangerous combo. He was facing off with two hypermobile opponents. Ada could potentially keep up with Zero, but his mobility probably didn't mix well with his speed. I'm not able to make sharp turns, nor am I able to stop suddenly. His head snapped up, face turning bright red. He really needed to work on his situational awareness outside of battle. Ada watched him with an openly curious expression, though his red eyes seemed to be laughing. I assume you have a plan you wish to use. And he was staring again, wasn't he? Sorry, yeah, I've got a bit of one. We've still got a bit until our match, so we can flesh it out more. Keep it brief and flexible. No plan survives first contact with the enemy. You need to be able to work with disruptions. He nodded, ignoring Ida's curiosity. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying to calm the electricity in his veins. The plan needed to be flexible and take into account his opponent's advantages and weaknesses. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Ida's armor gleamed slightly, even in the dark. Izuku eyed his classmate's costume as he stretched. They had 10 minutes. They had a plan and the bomb was secure. Goran was excited. He had a feeling this assignment was going to get a little out of hand. He almost felt a bit bad, honestly. He wasn't going to hurt the other team, but he couldn't help it. They needed to strike hard and fast. The other team had them beat in mobility and potentially speed. The best option was to capture the heroes and end the simulation. A buzzer went off somewhere. He sighed and rolled his wings, rocking on his heels. Almost time. He shared a nod with Ida. Time to get started. He stepped out of the room on silent feet. His shadows squirmed, and with a twitch of his tail, they were off. They surged over the walls, and within moments the building went dark. A sharp smile grew across his face. His wings melded into the shadows on the walls, turning the natural shadows abyssal black. His heartbeat pulsed through his body, and finally the electricity running through his bloodstream quieted. He walked with all the grace of a predator. His leisurely stalk swiftly flowed into a prowl. The building glowed darkly in his vision. He could hear Ida muttering uneasily as the room he was in was consumed by the shadows. He stopped at the end of the hall from the entrance, the only source of light in the building. None of the light pierced the darkness further than he allowed. It was a temptation, a lure for his prey. He stood unnaturally still, covered by the shadows, waiting patiently. Begin. A slow smile cracked his face, inhuman gold seeping from his pupils. Anxious footsteps met his ears as the humans advanced. He could smell their fear overcoming their determination. He held back the purring satisfaction in the back of his mind. Uraraka entered first, Zero sticking close behind her. They huddled together, not venturing into the darkness. Their eyes skittered around, searching the shadows for movement. The shadows condensed, packed so closely the humans couldn't see in any direction. They stayed in the little path of light that entered through the door, not noticing how the shadows moved behind them, slowly swirling towards the only light source. Izuku's tail twitched and the shadows pulsed. It happened in an instant. A wall of darkness slammed over the door, plunging the humans into complete shadow. Izuku moved, practically swimming through the darkness to his prey. The world in his eyes was alight with the ethereal glow of his targets, drawing him closer like heat to a snake. His wing phased out of the shadows, slamming hard into Uraraka. Screams went up, high and loud. He could hear All Might in his ear asking frantic questions. Ada answered for him, the faint sound lost in the war drums of his heart. It took more control than he liked to get the capture tape and wrap Uraraka up. His demon instincts screamed at leaving an opponent alive. They urged him to kill, feast, consume. The overly sweet scent wafting off of his opponents was perhaps the only reason he didn't succumb to the urges. As it was, he turned his attention from his thoroughly wrapped-up query to the remaining enemy. Zero's fear permeated the space, filling the room like smoke. Izuku's eyes rolled and fluttered. His tongue swept across his lips and teeth. He crouched on all fours, tailing whipping in the dark, picking up all the little spastic movements the human made in its panic. His talons dug into the floor as he stalked closer. His grin grew sharp and mischievous. If he couldn't consume his prey, then he could at least have a little bit more fun. He commanded the shadows to let just a tad of light in. The light gave the hall a soft gray hue, highlighting Zero in a hazy glow. The boy relaxed remarkably, his panic calming slightly. And that's when Izuku lunged. Minoru didn't really know what was going on with his life. He'd gotten into UAS Hero Course, expelled from UAS Hero Course, tried to kill himself, somehow ended up at his classmate's house, met what was possibly the sweetest, most terrifying woman in existence, gotten re-enrolled in UAS Hero Course, and now his mom was smiling. His mother, a woman he'd avoided for most of his life, was smiling and humming in the living room. Part of him wanted to go talk to her, ask her what was making her so happy, and tell her about his day. The other, much larger part of him, wanted to tiptoe across the hall into his room before she saw him. He hadn't seen his mom happy in so long it hurt. It hurt even more knowing he'd ruin it if he talked to her. He adored the light in her eyes that made her look a decade younger, the way she swayed to the theme song of the anime she was watching. And he'd rather gut himself than see her curl in on herself like she always did when she saw him. His mom was fragile. So fragile, and he didn't want to risk breaking her even more than his father already had, so he skittered down the hallway as quietly as he could. He closed his bedroom door slowly, cringing at the click of the handle. He leaned his forehead against the door with a warm tightness in his chest that made him want to cry and dance and so many things. He tossed his bag on his bed with a happy grin splitting his face and plopped down next to it, grabbing his sketchbook from under his pillow and his marker bag from under the bed. He'd gotten both from several dumpster diving trips at the local art store and had filled over half of the sketchbook with charcoal drawing. It was his most prized possession. After everything that happened in the last 2 days, he needed to draw. He got twitchy when he didn't have an opportunity to let his thoughts out, and drawing was the best way to do it. He flipped through the pages gently, trying not to smudge the charcoal. Images of naked women and men and others filled the sheets. It wasn't perverted stuff, just bodies. Humans were his favorite subjects to draw. The natural curvature of the human body kept him captivated for hours, dutifully sketching every line and dip, shading every shadow. No picture was the same, no matter how many poses he drew. He drew men, women, androgynous people. It didn't really matter what someone looked like really. He just loved drawing them. Humans were just so interesting to draw. There were a few pictures of his mom smiling, but he wasn't very good at faces, and every time he tried drawing her happy it just looked odd. Maybe he was just bad at faces. Even so, he found his fingers twitching and itching to draw someone. He didn't know how to draw clothes, so he decided just to do a face. He dumped his art bag out across his sheets, sifting through the broken pencils, markers, oil pastels, and charcoal sticks. Most of them were recalled items or stuff that had just been thrown away randomly. He honestly felt a bit insulted that they'd rather throw good stuff away than donate it, but given he'd only been able to get it due to it being thrown away, he shoved his misgivings aside. He licked his lips absently, rolling a stick of charcoal between his fingers. Starting was always the hard part. He always second-guessed himself. He started by smearing the side of the charcoal in wide swipes, blending it in with his fingers. From there he just let his hands move. His head went numb and quiet like it only ever did when he was drawing. He lost himself in the process, occasionally smiling at the sound of his mom singing along to her show. He didn't know how long he sat there drawing. It could have been minutes or hours that he spent lost in his mind. His hands were stained thoroughly by the time the front door slammed shut and his mom's humming stopped. He froze, every inch of his body tense, ears straining to hear. His eyes flicked to his door handle. Locked. Good. His mind reeled from snapping from his almost dissociative haze to hypervigilance. He moved slowly, aware of every squeak his bed made as he dangled his legs off the side. He stared at the door, sketchbook gripped tightly in his hands. His breath came slow and shallow, like the man outside might hear the slightest hint of sound. His mind flicked through every sound, every vibration he could feel through the floor. He tensed as his father walked past his door and down the hallway. He concentrated on his mom, trying to switch his attention to her instead of the man 2 doors down the hall from him. She was quiet, but still in the living room, her breathing just as shallow as his. He wanted to yell at her to go, to run. They both knew where this ended. But if she just ran, Minoru could handle it. If he knew she was safe, he could take it. He just wanted her to be safe. She deserved to be happy and he knew she wouldn't be here. She could run. The door was only a couple feet from the living room. She could slip out. Minoru could stall his father. But he knew she wouldn't. He couldn't remember a time when it wasn't like this. There'd never been a time when his father wasn't the way he was. It had been this way since before he'd been born. There'd never been a time when his mother was happy here. He hadn't always known it was wrong though. He'd been so little back then. He was jealous of how oblivious he was back then. He flinched at the heavy footsteps that went past, an echo of demand in them. His mom gasped and then the sobbing started. He hunched over, biting his hand as the sobbing increased in volume as she was dragged past his door. The pain grounded him, kept his attention in the present. He refused to let his mind cloud over as it did so often when this happened. He didn't want to float above the clouds when he knew his mom was in hell. Maybe it was his own way of punishing himself. Gods knew he deserved it. The door slammed down the hall and his mind swam. He forced himself to take a shuddering breath and shakily rose to his feet. The sobs rose into loud crying as he opened his closet door. He felt like he was underwater as he pushed his hanging clothes aside and sank into the furthest, darkest corner. He huddled into the plaster, hidden behind storage boxes. The crying turned to screams and he sunk deeper. He should do something. He wanted to do something. But the one time he'd tried had ended with more pain for his mom. He didn't want to hurt her. He didn't want to be like his father. He turned into the wall, wrapping his arms around his knees. He'd been 7 back then. He'd entered elementary school not too long ago. He'd slowly come to the realization that his home wasn't normal, that his dad wasn't supposed to hurt his mom. He'd come home from school and heard the screams and for the first time in his life felt anger. True anger, not the anger kids felt on the playground or when they got in trouble. The anger boiled in his veins and the balls on his head went tacky. He stormed his way to his parents' room, teeth grinding and eyes burning. Even that young, his mind was always moving. But now it was silent. The anger cleared away a film that had always covered his mind. He shot through the door, face red and fury in his eyes. The sight he'd seen when he entered that room remained burned in his mind. His mom, pale skin, sweaty, tied down. His father's purple locks were tied around her wrists and ankles. It wasn't the first time he'd seen it. Seeing his parents like this had been a common sight all his life, but now he had more of an idea of what was happening. His father barely turned, just continuing to brutalize her. Minoru was frozen before the anger surged back, fear tainting it. Then he was sprinting across the room and jumping onto his father's naked back. Stop it. Stop hurting her. A hand gripped the back of his shirt and then he was flying. He slammed into the wall hard enough to knock the plaster from it. He barely had time to get his breath back before he was picked up again. A big, sweaty hand tightened around his neck. His eyes bulged, little nails scratching frantically at his father's hand. You want to be a big man, huh, you little shit? You want to be a fucking hero, Daya? You can take your bitch mother's place then. You fucking. Don't you fucking dare, you bastard. Don't you fucking dare. I'll kill you myself. I'll fucking kill you, his mom screamed from the bed. Her eyes bulged, pupils wide and wild. She thrashed, teeth bared fairly. Spit flew from her mouth as she cussed, limbs straining to be free from his father's quirk. Minoru gasped in the dark. His entire body trembled. The screams had petered out into whimpers and sobs. He brought his hand to his mouth and bit down hard. He chewed on his fingers, the metallic taste of blood staining his tongue. Tears rolled down his cheeks. He was pathetic. It had been 7 years and the memories still dragged him under sometimes. He hadn't interfered after that. Every time, every night, he hid in his closet, trying desperately to block out his mom's screams and his father's grunts. He could feel the vibrations through the floors, the walls. He'd tried hiding on the roofs, but it was like the sounds were permanently replaying in his head. He stared into the dark, wishing, hoping, it'd stop soon and his mom could rest. He wished for the quiet of the Midoriya's house, no matter how much it put him on edge. He wanted to go back to that amazing morning. He wanted and wished and longed. Staring into the dark of his closet, he could have sworn something moved. His heartbeat picked up, eyes darting around. Nothing, he couldn't see anything, just shadows. If you need me, just talk to the shadows. I'll hear you. The words echoed in his mind like something had poured them through his ears. So impossibly clear, they couldn't have been from a memory. He choked, tears muddling his words. He didn't know why he believed Midoriya, but he did. Midoriya was safe, and Minoru desperately wanted to be safe. Midoriya, he coughed on a sob, I think I need help. Midoriya, I think I need help. Izuku jolted upright in bed, shadows seeping off of him like fog as Minta's sobbing voice filtered into his head. The eldritch whispers of his shadows were loud and agitated. They writhed in the dark of his room. Izuku rolled off his bed onto his feet, slamming his door open. He didn't know what was happening, and he didn't really care as long as he got to Minta. The other boy's voice echoed in his mind, pushing him forward. Goran was still in his head, attention turned to the frantic shadows. His mom's door slammed open mere seconds after he left his room. Her hair floated around her head, her eyes glowing a faint purple and her hands raised to fight off some perceived threat. Izuku only spared her a quick glance as he shoved his shoes on. Izuku, what's wrong? What's happening? Her eyes scanned his body, no doubt looking for injuries, and when she didn't find any, she turned her gaze on him. He froze, but only for a second. Something's wrong with Minta. He called me and he's crying. He needs help. Mom, I need to go. He turned to her to say something, but she was already moving, shoving open the hallway closet and grabbing her first aid kit. She shoved her own shoes on, green eyes still glowing faintly even as her hair settled onto her shoulders. Now, Izuku, take your phone. I'll follow behind you. He shook his head vigorously and nodded, shoving his phone into the pocket of his pajamas before taking off into the street. He needed to be quick. Whatever was happening was on the other side of the city. He didn't have time to deal with riding the trains. He didn't bother to run down the stairs. He jumped onto the balcony guardrail and took a swan dive right off the edge. His wings snapped open with a crack, sending him high. He soared into the sky, pumping his wings harder than he ever had. Fuck quirk usage laws. Fuck vigilante justice laws. He didn't even think about calling for a hero or the cops. He'd be able to get there faster than anyone else. He banked hard around the side of a building, fighting the wind for height. His reflection raced along the glass, an ocean of shadows riding in its wake. The city passed in a blur below him as he rose higher into the clouds, following the urging of his shadows. Goran flooded his body with strength, but remained silent, their presence numbing his body as they merged themselves into him. They made up for Izuku's inexperience, making the journey much smoother than it otherwise would have been. Minta, can you hear me? He spoke into the shadows, sending his voice across them just the way Goran taught him. He could feel Minta's presence on the other side of the shadows, pain and hope flowing across the distance. Midoriya, yeah, I'll be there in a couple minutes. I need you to tell me what's going on. Izuku listened as Minta stuttered and sobbed. The shadows raged along him, streaming off him like fog. Anger grew in his chest, cold and hungry. It paced like a tiger. A cold, icy wave of calm flowed through him. The story came out in gasps and gags, and it froze him to his core. He wasn't sure if he had a soul anymore, but if he did, then it was a block of ice in his chest. His blood felt like acid, a cold, heavy burn inside of him, like an infection metastasizing. Goran guided their flight from there. Izuku stewed in his mounting anger. When they touched down, it was with a blast of air and a tidal wave of shadow that settled around Izuku's shoulders like a cape. The entire street was silent as the grave, every shadow stretching back to him. The scent of desolation and greed met his nose as he prowled to the apartment complex Minta's aura radiated from. He stopped outside the door of the apartment, demonic senses picking up the miasma of lust, greed, and depravity from within. Stay in the closet. He spoke in tandem with Goran, the demon's voice mixing with his as he commanded his classmate before he brought his foot up and kicked the door in. The wooden door exploded inward, splinters flying. A faint yelp sounded from one of the rooms, but he ignored it. A door further in the apartment slammed open, and a large naked man stormed out. Long purple locks whipped around his head, dark purple eyes met his. Izuku took a step into the apartment, face completely blank except for the cold rage in his eyes. He stared at the man with derision. The man stormed on heavy feet towards him, steps stomping against the hardwood floor. Izuku watched as the man angrily stormed towards him with a blank animal stare. Who the fuck are you? He didn't get to say anything more before Izuku's hand snapped out almost leisurely and grabbed a hold of his neck. The human choked and stumbled. His eyes bulged as the half-demon boy stole the air from his lungs. Izuku gazed almost curiously at the human filth, eyes impassive and thoughts silent beneath the cold hatred in his veins. The human's face went red, then purple, then blue. It was fascinating to watch the anger leave its eyes and fear take hold as it fell to its knees. Its pupils dilated wide, drool seeped from the corners of its mouth, frothing as it fought to breathe. It was only as its eyes began to flutter that Izuku leaned in, mouth opening, following some primal instinct. Hunger ate at him, begging him to sate it. The demon in his mind roiled, shivering in anticipation. For 1 second, the human's eyes cleared and Izuku reveled at the hopelessness in them. Then he began to consume. He breathed in a long breath that didn't stop, sucking in the air with an obscene shrieking sound. It was inhuman. It was unnatural. The shrieking amplified, rising high. The man shook in his hand, eyes rolling back, mouth falling open. Brown smoke rose from his parted lips, flowing into the demon's black maw. The taste of cinnamon exploded across Izuku's tongue, followed by the taste of anise and chocolate. Hunger ignited hot flames in his stomach, and he willed more of the delicious substance from his prey. Slowly, the life drained from the human, leaving it slumped, skin white and petrified. The corpse dropped from his hand, instantly falling into the waiting shadows. It sunk through the eldritch beings like a stone through water, leaving ripples along the surface of the living darkness. Izuku stood still, soaking in the feeling of addictive power surging through him as his stomach settled. The shadows hummed with satisfaction. Well done, Kara Finger. Izuku was trying desperately not to hyperventilate. A dull buzz made him feel like he was floating just slightly above reality, and he couldn't tell if that was him dissociating or if it was from the fucking soul he ate. He hunched over, hands clawing at his stomach as nausea rolled through him. The taste of cinnamon stuck to his tongue, tainting every breath he took. He felt nauseatingly full and yet desperately empty. Something inside of him screamed for more. He sucked in a gasping, ragged breath. He didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do. He just killed a man. He'd killed a human being, slowly and painfully. He dragged it out, hadn't even given the man a chance to fight back. And the worst thing about it all, he liked it. He didn't regret it. Even as he lurched over and vomited his dinner up, he didn't regret it. The taste of the soul stuck at the back of his throat, leaving a tantalizing temptation. He sobbed, tears pouring down his face, stumbling back against the broken door frame. He killed a man and he enjoyed it. His head felt achingly light. Every step he took felt like gravity was going to give up on him at any moment. He felt amazing, despite his roiling emotions. Aches that had been present for so long he'd forgotten about them had vanished. He felt strong, invincible, like nothing could touch him. If this was what drugs felt like, then Izuku could understand why addicts would do anything for their next high. He shook his head hard, roughly wiping his tears. He needed something to distract him from what he'd just done. He needed something to distract him from the craving hunger growing in him. He walked around the puddle of stomach acid and half-digested food. Minta, it's all right to come out now, he called out in a breathy, faraway voice. Down the hall, a door opened hesitantly. Minta peeked his head out, cheeks bright red and eyes bloodshot. The tiny boy took small, near-silent steps out of the bedroom, eyes darting around frantically. You don't have to worry about him. He laughed a bit unhingedly, a bubbling burst of quiet sound. I got rid of him. So you don't have to worry now. He must have looked as wrecked as he felt. Minta gave him a long, worried look. He relaxed though, just slightly. The boy's head twitched towards the other door, still cracked open but unnervingly silent. There was no creaking of footsteps or movement within the other room. Izuku's mind cleared just the slightest bit, locking onto the feeling of suffering in the master bedroom and the fear that still lingered in the air, joined by the coppery scent of blood. His eyes sharpened, the dull haze that had come over them clearing. He flicked his tail towards the couch in the tiny living room and pushed Minta towards it gently. Stay here. I'll check on her. My mom should be coming in a bit, but I left her behind in the rush. His tone offered no room for disobedience. Minta followed him with his eyes as Izuku hesitantly made his way further into the apartment. He didn't know what he was expecting. Truth be told, he'd never actually thought about a situation like this. When he imagined saving people, it was always from villains, not their families. He stared at the crack in the door, frozen in place by the overwhelming smell coming from the room. Somehow it was more nauseating than killing a person. The scent of sweat and naked bodies, blood, greed and lust. He didn't want to open the door. He didn't want to see what was on the other side, but he had to. Minta was having a panic attack in the living room, and the boy's mother was in that room, in some condition if she was even alive. He hoped she was alive. He didn't really know much about the situation or how brutal Minta's sperm donor was, so it was completely possible for her to be highly injured or dead. He couldn't just leave her in there, no matter how much he wanted to turn around and walk away. Taking a deep breath and instantly regretting it as the taste of volatile emotions stung his tongue, he pushed the door open. For once he actually wished Goran would say something. But his partner was silent. The room was small and dirty, clothes and sheets tossed carelessly on the floor. Two small dressers flanked the bed, cheap beer bottles stacked on one and pill bottles on the other. He was avoiding looking at the bed. He didn't want to see, but the image burned itself into his skull anyway. She was sprawled out, light blue bubbles floating from her hair. She was pale, every inch of skin covered in vivid purple bruises shaped like fingerprints. Izuku gagged, folding almost in half as he pressed a hand to his mouth. A puddle of blood soaked into the mattress beneath her legs, bruised thighs painted red. He didn't want to be in this room. The corners of the room darkened as shadows crept along the walls. Goran stirred in his mind slightly, sending a small wave of comfort to him before vanishing again. He needed to make sure she was alive. He couldn't see her breathing, and that wasn't good. People were supposed to breathe. At least humans were. They weren't supposed to be so still and quiet. Humans were movement and chaos and color, not this eerie stillness. Izuku was self-aware enough to say he was probably in shock. Not that he let that stop him from at least trying to think straight. He took a shaky step forward, then another, until he reached the bedside. He couldn't remember when he pressed his fingers to her neck or how long he stayed there, feeling the slow thump-thump of her pulse. He could only remember the heart-stopping joy he felt at the tiny beats beneath his fingers and the faint disgust at the slimy feel of her skin. The next thing he knew, he was outside the room, his phone in his hand. His finger hovered over the brand new contact he'd gotten earlier that day. He couldn't handle this alone. Not even his mom could help in this kind of situation, though she'd probably already called an ambulance and the cops. But he couldn't wait for them to get here. He needed help now. He pressed the button. Eraserhead was not having a good night. Correction, none of the underground heroes were having a good night. The streets were empty. That didn't just happen. The criminal underbelly doesn't just disappear. Something was going on somewhere, and whatever it was big. This kind of thing only happened when a mass amount of people were going to die. The stores had all shut their doors, thick metal shutters pulled hastily over windows. The streets were eerily silent. The Nightwalkers had all retreated to their homes to wait out whatever was going to happen. That included the criminals. You'd think he'd be happy about that, if it weren't for the fact that that meant something had driven them away, like rats running from a cat. The question now was, where was the cat? Eraserhead stopped suddenly atop a high rise, scanning the cityscape as he reached into one of his pouches and retrieved his vibrating phone. He stared at the screen. His night was about to get worse, apparently. Speak, Midoriya. He kept his head on a swivel, lingering on the way to dark shadows. Of course, it'd be Midoriya. He'd known the kid for less than a week, and he was already knee-deep in problems. Sir, I can't do this, sir. Please don't be a suicide note. He was not in the correct emotional state to deal with that right now, or ever, especially from one of his students. I need a choke gag echoed over the speaker. 262 PC, Block 41, apartment number 162. He was already moving the moment the code registered. He jumped across rooftops, listening to Midoriya give the address, running through worst-case scenarios. His teeth ground together as he pushed himself faster. Midoriya, I need you to tell me the situation. Can you do that for me? ETA 10 minutes. He listened with a trained cold mentality as his student forced down sobs, gagging and choking quietly. Assailant has fled. Victim is unresponsive. Internal injuries are likely. Pulse is weak. He ruthlessly crushed the small amount of relief that Midoriya wasn't the one attacked as he sped his way across the city. He pinged Midnight his location with the code and then sent a call to the dispatcher through his Bluetooth. Midnight was better with saw victims than he was. She'd handle the Vic if they woke up, and he'd handle the kid in tracking the assailant. You're doing good, Midoriya. I'll be there soon. Midnight's on her way. She might get there before me, so be aware. Are you injured? Is there anyone else there? Minta's in the living room having a panic attack, and no, I'm good. I'm probably in shock though, so that's not good. I don't think Minta's hurt, but I can't tell. There's a lot of blood. Didn't think people could bleed that much. The kid was definitely in shock. That was for damn sure. He relayed the relevant information over the hero network and vaulted over a fence. He was only a couple streets away. He could see the apartment complex. Just a little bit longer. I'm just outside the building, Midoriya. Just hold it together a little longer. I need you to keep talking. He took the stairs 2 at a time before he got to the floor. He didn't even need the apartment number. It was pretty easy to tell which one his kids were in. What with the decimated door and all. He stepped over the wooden shards, lips pressed into a flat line hidden by his capture weapon. He saw Minta first. The kid was huddled on a ratty couch, knees pressed to his chest as he stared silently down at a smeared sketchbook. Midoriya was sat in the hallway just across from the living room. Messy green hair looking stark black and his shadows curling around him. Here came the hard part. He had 3 victims, and as much as he wanted to prioritize his students, neither of them seemed to have life-threatening injuries, aside from Midoriya's shock. He needed to check the assault victim before he checked the kids. Midoriya's head lazily swayed to look up at him. He damn near hissed at the bright gold that had nearly replaced the kid's usual green. He still hadn't had a chance to look at his Quirk breakdown, but he was certain that wasn't a good sign. Hopefully, Midoriya didn't lose control right now. He wasn't sure Eraser would work on him, and he'd rather not test it out here. Sensei Midoriya's speech slurred incomprehensibly. He needed to handle this quickly. Both kids needed treatment. He crouched down in front of the boy, making sure to catalog any injuries. Other than a few gashes on the kid's legs, probably from the door, he didn't seem overly injured. I need to check on the victim first. I want you to stay where you are and try to breathe. All right. His only response was a lolling head nod and a quiet babble, but he had to trust the kid was aware enough to follow instructions. He entered the bedroom with a trained cold mindset and immediately began first aid or what he could do to treat the victim. There wasn't much he could do without risking causing more damage. The woman's pulse was weak, but other than keeping an eye on her breathing and heart rate, there wasn't much he could do other than wait for the EMTs to arrive. It probably didn't take the EMTs very long to arrive. What with the empty streets, but it felt like hours. So when they finally arrived and took the still unconscious victim off his hands, he made a beeline for his students. There was another EMT talking with Midoriya in the hall, bandaging his legs and talking to him quietly. Eraserhead felt a bit of tension in his chest relax at the sight before moving to attend to his other student. Midnight had arrived sometime while he was talking to the EMT dealing with the woman. She was crouched in front of the couch talking to Minta, pointing to the smeared sketchbook, keeping the boy talking and aware. She met his eyes over the back of the couch, tilting her head towards Midoriya. Right, now they actually had to figure out what the hell happened. He heaved a sigh and turned right back around. Midoriya. The EMT gave him a cold glare while Midoriya himself, still pale as a sheet, looked up at him with wide eyes. Eraserhead sighed again and got out a small recorder. As an underground hero, he was legally able to take statements and interrogate those involved in cases. Of course, Midoriya could hold off until they got to the station to give his statement, but Eraserhead would prefer to be the one to take it instead of some asshole officer. Quirk discrimination was an insidious virus, even among law enforcement, and he didn't want the kid to have to deal with that on top of this shit. I need you to tell me what happened in as much detail as you can. For a moment, he could have sworn the shadows darkened. The feeling of being watched, hunted, weighed down on him. The gold of Midoriya's pupils expanded to eclipse the remaining green. I was sleeping like normal. Something was off here. Minta called for me. He narrowed his eyes. How did Minta call for you? Midoriya stared before blinking, slow and languid. There was something in the way Midoriya moved now, in the way he sat against the wall, wings and tail relaxed and natural. There was something almost predatory or curious about it. He called through my shadows. I can hear through them. I left one behind before I left the meeting with the principal. I told Minta I would hear him if he needed me, so he called me. I came as quickly as I could. I followed my connection with my shadow here. I busted the door down to get in and Minta's father came out and rushed me. We fought a bit. I was winning and I think he could tell because he ran off the second he got past me. I went to check on Minta's mom and made sure she was alive. Then I called you. He stared at Midoriya for a long moment before he clicked the recorder off and stood back up. He took in the icy glare of the EMT still treating the boy's legs and Midoriya's golden eyes. His mind worked on overdrive. Something wasn't right here. There was something off, just slightly, just enough that he couldn't figure out what. Aizawa Shouta was a logical man. Being faced with a problem he couldn't solve drove him absolutely insane, ravenous with the need to take the problem apart and figure out how it worked. Right, I'll take this to the station. You might get called in, or you might not. It'll depend. Hopefully, this'll be enough. You did good, Midoriya. He shared a nod with Midnight as she got Minta's statement and walked out of the apartment. He had a lot of work to do, like figuring out who he'd just spoken to because that back there was no way in hell that was Midoriya Izuku. Izuku watched as his mom moved around the room, picking things up and putting them down a second later. She'd been in an almost constant state of worry since he'd gotten out of the hospital. Only one of the gashes in his leg needed stitches, and a minor healing quirk had been used to speed up the process. The stitches would dissolve in a couple days at most. But despite the minor injuries, his mom had apparently decided he was much more injured than he actually was, probably because he hadn't said a word since they'd gotten home. He felt bad for worrying her, but he was a bit preoccupied with the fact that he'd killed a man and the fact that he didn't feel more strongly about killing a man. He was more concerned about not being concerned. Somewhere in his head, he'd decided that Minta's father wasn't human, that he was nothing, not even an animal. He just didn't care about killing him, and that was what worried him. He was technically a villain now, and he honestly couldn't dredge up enough fucks to give. He went through every moment of the situation, from the Minta calling him to telling Aizawa-sensei the address, and still couldn't feel anything beyond shock at what he'd done. That was bad, like serial killer bad. He was well aware of his tendency to be overly clinical with his analysis, but he knew he wasn't to the point of being a sociopath. Then there was the whole Goran possessing him thing to worry about and him not being worried about it. He felt like he should be worried about that. But really, what was Goran going to do? Go on a rampage and kill everyone? Izuku huffed a soft laugh. Yeah, right, the demon was entirely too lazy for that. His partner was perfectly content to chill out in their odd extra-dimensional space in his head. So yeah, he wasn't too worried about that. The demon had probably saved him from prison. He couldn't even say he hadn't noticed his thoughts changing over the past year. He'd grown more distant from others, like he'd unconsciously decided that the rest of society was too different from him. He'd begun thinking of people as humans like he wasn't one of them, and he knew he wasn't like them anymore. Goran hadn't just given him wings and a tail. They'd given him demonic power, and they'd changed his body to fit that power. He wasn't human anymore, not completely, at least. He glanced up at his mom. What would she think of him if she knew? Not just him killing someone, but him making a deal with a demon. Would she be angry at him? Scared of him? He huffed softly. He honestly couldn't imagine her reacting badly to him about anything. He'd never gotten her actually angry at him before. Hey, Mom, what would you do if I became a villain? It was the first time he'd spoken up since they'd gotten home. She paused in her obsessive cleaning. Her eyes seemed darker than usual, but maybe he was just imagining things. She turned around fully, facing him head-on with a familiar stern tilt to her lips. Well, first, I'd ground you, he sputtered incredulously. Then I'd tell you that there is nothing in this life that will ever make me love you any less. His chest felt tight as his eyes and nose burned. Honestly, what did he expect? Of course, his mother would love him. She would never be afraid of him. She was probably the only person in the world who would never hate him. He hugged her tightly, burying his head against her shoulder as he came to the realization that the world would burn before he ever let anyone hurt her. He didn't care how many people had to die as long as she was safe and happy. He would destroy anything and everything for her, including himself. Tokyo was bright when it wasn't raining. Izuku sat on the edge of the same building he'd jumped from all those months ago, legs dangling over the edge. Granted, it was bright even when it was raining, but this was different. The lights below cast an ethereal glow across the city like a halo. He had the next couple days off school if he wanted, but he'd only take tomorrow off. He couldn't afford to fall behind. Minda had texted him, saying he was taking the entire week off to get settled in at Midnight Sensei's house while his mom was still in the hospital. They didn't know what her mind was like yet, but there was a good chance she'd have to stay in the psychiatric ward for a while. He let out a long sigh, staring down at his hands. His mind kept replaying the night over and over again, analyzing every facet of the encounter. Things he'd skipped over stood out to him now in neon colors begging for his attention. Goran, the demon, stirred in attention. They'd only started feeding emotions back to him a few hours ago. You have some things to explain. A groan reverberated through his head before the demon's full attention turned to him. His hands clenched into fists. There were a lot of things Goran had avoided telling him over the past year. Enough was enough. Kakin, you called him something. What does it mean? He stared down at the people passing around the building absently. A child of Ares. Goran's voice sounded slightly slurred. Almost drunk, Bakugo Katsuki is a child of Ares. And who is Ares? Izuku prodded when Goran didn't continue. Goran gave another groan. Reluctance bleeding from the demon. Ares is a god. The Greek god of war, to be exact, and an utter asshole. Only Goran would be able to get away with calling a god an asshole, Izuku huffed. Most of the world's knowledge of various religions seems to have been lost since the last time I was here. Bakugo doesn't have the presence of a full demigod, but he still has the blood. I'd say he's like a second generation or something. So like a grandson, maybe. Kakin was the descendant of a god. Izuku took a moment to try to come to terms with that knowledge. He failed miserably. A sound very reminiscent of a tea kettle came from him. Kakin was the grandson of a god of war. That was so cool. It explained so much. Kakin had always been a very combative person, even when they were kids. His control of his quirk was amazing too, not to mention his battle sense. Oh, he wanted to ask so many questions, but it really wasn't the time to. He had other things to figure out first. You called me something after what happened. I don't even feel bad about it. And I should. It's not right for me not to feel anything. There are all these changes, not the wings or the shadows, but me. I'm thinking things I never would have thought, doing things I never would have done. He buried his head in his hands, hating that he couldn't dig his nails into his scalp like he used to. You didn't just give me wings and powers. What the hell have you done to me, Goran? There was silence for a long moment before an odd feeling of being drained rushed through him. A harsh shudder worked its way down his spine. The shadows darkened, far deeper than they ever had for him, and stretched as the feeling grew. They rose up, coiling around one another before they began to form a cohesive shape. They looked different than they had before, but maybe that was just because they were outside and not in his cramped bedroom. They had wings, larger than his by a lot, and a tail that was almost twice as long as his. Their skin was just as black as it had been before, dripping shadows. A pair of massive horns adorned their head, thick and curling like a goat's. How had he not noticed any of that before? The blood loss must have really gotten to him. The demon rolled their shoulders, wings rising and falling in a motion that was so much more natural than when he did it. Was it weird to be jealous of something like that? Probably, but he couldn't help it. Goran was massive, tall and thin in an almost bird-like way. They stalked towards him before plopping down in an odd mimic of the first time they'd met. They didn't speak for a long moment. Izuku was too absorbed in taking in his partner, and Goran was too concentrated on not making a mistake while explaining. You begged me for power. Izuku flinched, wings flaring to keep him from plummeting over the edge. You were weak and small. You're still weak and small, but you're growing. Goran smiled, sharp pearly white fangs glinting in the dim light. There was something soft about that smile, soft and proud, and just so wrong to see on a demon. You were powerless in a world that would have eaten you alive if you gave it a chance, but you didn't. You refused to lie down and die like so many before you. You looked me in the eye, a mewling whelp, and begged for the strength to make this world bow to you. Izuku wanted to interrupt and say that was not at all what he wanted, but Goran just kept talking. I wanted to give you power, but your body was too weak to take it, so I had to make a few changes. I had to make your body strong enough to take the gifts I wanted to give you. Demons don't have blood, child. We are not physical like you'd think. We are the culmination of an endless amount of things squashed together. We are not physical, so taking a bit of myself and placing it in your soul was easy. Your soul is weird. It consumed what I gave it and integrated it into your very being. I had intended for it to simply influence you, just enough for you to be able to use what I gave you. Instead it grew. A clawed hand gently smoothed across his forehead, carding through his hair. He tried to figure out just what Goran was saying, but it felt like he was trying to think through syrup. Golden eyes gazed at him, a tenderness lurking in their depths. Their lips quirked upwards as their fingers grazed a tender spot on his head. Your horns will be coming in soon. I wonder what they'll look like. Won't they look like yours? He felt infinitely small next to the being. A massive wing wrapped around him, sheltering him from the wind. Maybe it'll depend on you. Your body is growing the way it wants. Children don't always take after their parents. I doubt you'll look like me for very long. He nodded as he fiddled with the tip of his tail. It was a lot to take in, but he thought he got the gist of it. But there was still more he had to ask, more he had to know. You called me something, what does it mean? The demon grinned savagely, a bit of vindictive glee sparking in their eyes. The shadows cackled around them, and he could almost hear them saying that word, that title. There was a certain lightness to his bones he hadn't noticed until just then, like gravity couldn't hold him down. Kara finger. He shuddered as a feeling of weightlessness and hot power suddenly surged through him. He flexed his fingers unconsciously. Is a name. And names are important. He repeated something Goran had told him months ago. Goran nodded with a soft, deep chuckle. So what does that one mean? Goran's smile was unholy in its utter glee. Waves of spite and wrathful amusement rang from them alongside a hidden sense of longing and remembrance. Lightbringer. Izuku woke up with a blaring headache and the intense feeling that something was wrong. He stared at the ceiling despondently as he lamented the death of his ordinary, non-deadly life. He'd spent his entire life with anxiety crushing him, so the weight bearing down on his heart and lungs was by no means new. It was the same feeling of impending doom he'd gotten that night when Minta tried committing suicide. The clock on his bedside table read 3 a.m. in annoyingly bold letters, and he wanted nothing more than to go back to his precious sleep and forget about whatever was going to happen because something was going to happen. He could worry about that at a reasonable time. Despite his incredible desire to go back to sleep, he spent the next 3 hours staring at his ceiling, stewing in his sense of impending doom and anxiety. By the time his alarm went off, he'd gone well past nervous and straight to paranoid. He trudged out of his room with deep bags under his eyes and an ever-decreasing will to live. He ate his all-might cereal robotically while he stared outside the kitchen window at the rising sun. His mom was asleep today, having gotten back on her regular schedule, and likely wouldn't be up until he got home. Minta was taking the rest of the week off school to go to extensive therapy and settle in with Midnight. His mom had been fuming the last couple days over not getting custody of the other boy but had begrudgingly admitted to Midnight's seniority. The extra bedroom next to his would always be open if it was needed in the meantime. It was as he was dressing that his headache decided to make a last-ditch effort at debilitating him. A sharp, persistent ache began at the front of his head, spreading to his temples and straight through his eyes. He slowly knelt down beside his desk with a soft whine, placing his forehead against the wood as he tried to breathe through the pain. The light was too bright, every noise too loud. Black dots danced across his vision. What the hell was wrong with him? He'd never been prone to headaches, and this seemed like a bit much for just a headache. His body felt light and airy and not in a good way. It felt like he'd been holding his breath for too long and now everything felt too far away and fuzzy for him to focus. There was pressure building in his head, pounding against his skull to the beat of his heart. Breathe, Izuku. You need to breathe. He whined sharply at the stab that went through his temples at the sound of Goran's voice but forced himself to obey. Somehow, breathing made the floaty feeling even worse, but Goran's repeated demands forced him to keep taking in increasingly unsteady breaths. You're fighting it. You need to stop. The hell did that mean? What was he fighting? The only thing he was fighting was the sweet call of unconsciousness. He forced himself up on trembling legs and nearly face-planted straight into his chair. His body felt numb and floaty, yet somehow like it was made of lead. His legs dragged across the floor as he lifted himself up into the chair, head falling to the desk when his neck decided it wasn't strong enough to hold it. He relaxed as best he could against the cold wood, blinking sluggishly. Between one blink and the next, a flash of white overtook his vision. There were too many and fuck, he was going to die, wasn't he? What an ironic way to die. But damn it all, at least his kids were probably alright. He really hoped they were alright. That they followed his orders and got the hell out of Dodge. He kicked another fucker in the head before zipping out of the way of a bullet. His head hurt, eyes burning already, and he'd never hated his quirk as much as he did then. He'd probably live longer if he had a stronger quirk. His kids would live longer. The longer he held these assholes off, the longer his kids had to get out. You're pretty cool, Eraserhead. A flash of blue hair and an unhinged grin. Namu, he didn't want to die. He came back to reality gasping in ragged breaths. His talons dug into and through his desk as he hacked on nothing but air, trying and failing to get his lungs to work when he'd just experienced dying. He felt the pain of a shattered spine and a fractured skull and the sheer raw intensity of human desperation. He could vaguely hear his own choking sobs before he bit into his arm. The actual physical pain shocked him out of his mind. He pulled back, shaking, staring at the teeth indents in the black skin of his forearm. He probably would have drawn blood if he'd bitten a bit higher. At least the shadowy skin hid the marks. If he had any, it would have been awkward explaining why he had bite marks. He let his head, pain-free, thunk against the tabletop. The vision ran on repeat through his mind. It was shorter than the last one but clearer. Aizawa-sensei was going to die. He swallowed down a snarl at the thought. Aizawa was good in a way that so very few people were. It wasn't that he hadn't done bad things or was some pure angel. No, he did what needed to be done. He was harsh but fair and would more than likely kill a person if they posed a threat to his class. Izuku spared a moment to marvel at the in-depth view his vision had given him of his teacher. Part of him wondered how much Goran knew about him if he could know so much about his teacher from just a few moments in his head. Aizawa was not going to die, just like Minta hadn't committed suicide. Izuku wasn't going to let him die. Was it perhaps a bit arrogant that Izuku thought himself a bit above fate and death? Maybe, but he was a goddamn demon, or at least part demon. It'd be insulting if he just laid there and let something decide his fate or the fate of the people he liked. If Izuku said Aizawa wasn't going to fucking die, then he wasn't. He wasn't allowed to die. Not today and not any day after. He jerked himself out of his chair, tugged on his blazer and shoes, and stalked out of the apartment. Aizawa-sensei was supposed to die today, and Izuku wasn't going to let it happen. So did you beat the shit out of Minta or something? Gyro asked in the most nonchalant, totally discreet way. The room went quiet, all eyes on him. Izuku sighed. The day had just started, and he was already so done with everything. He was almost tempted to pray to some higher being before remembering that he technically had a higher being living rent-free in his head, and said higher being's advice would probably include several felonies and a war crime or two. It was probably best if he didn't listen to otherworldly beings at the moment. Good morning, Gyro. I'm perfectly fine, Gyro, thanks for asking. He plopped down into his chair gracelessly. Good morning, Midoriya. You look like shit. Did you or did you not beat the shit out of Minta? He rolled his eyes and yawned. His vision hadn't done his eye bags any favors. His human skin stood out sharply against the abyssal black of his demon skin, and the gold of his eyes glimmered brighter than they usually would. Thanks, Gyro. I love being told I look like shit. Why don't you just insult my hair too? Well, if you really want my honest opinion. He groaned, loud and exaggeratedly. His classmates were still staring, and Ada looked like he wanted to say something about his lackluster appearance but thankfully held back. No, I did not beat Minta. Some stuff happened, and I had to take care of it. Heroes got involved. I got some days off school. I didn't get much sleep last night either and had a vision this morning. A vision. A deep rolling voice piped up suddenly. Takoyami sat up straight in his chair, cherry red eyes gazing at him curiously. Something like annoyance radiated from Goran. Izuku blinked, long and slow. Takoyami blinked back, just as long and slow as Izuku. Some instinctual understanding passed through them in that moment. Though Izuku couldn't tell what that understanding was, he felt an almost kinship with the boy. Something is going to happen today. Takoyami blinked again, nodded, and turned back in his seat, seemingly accepting the vague answer. Izuku turned back to Gyro, dead-eyed and just so done. His friend leaned against the desk with an unusually serious expression. So what are we going to do? If something's gonna happen, then we should do something, right? Izuku faltered, because really what was he going to do? Obviously, he was going to save Aizawa-sensei, but how? He'd have to tell him about his vision. Not that he'd been planning on keeping it a secret. The principal and teachers already knew he had visions. His quirk registry had been updated too. Would they take it seriously though? It was a new, untested ability. There was no guarantee that it would come true. All Might would believe him. He and Sir Night-Eye had worked together for years, so there was no doubt that he'd take the warning to heart. Izuku rested his head on his hands as he ran through options. Gyro waited patiently, used to Izuku getting lost in thought. I'll have to tell Aizawa-sensei. Hopefully, he'll take it seriously. If he doesn't, we'll need to be ready. He nodded decisively. not at all happy with the decision but knowing it was the only possible one on such short notice. You can tell him after class starts. I'm pretty sure we have a long heroics lesson today, one of the practical ones. If something's going to happen, it'll happen then. Alright, Hellspawn, listen up. Instantly, the class went quiet, all attention on their teacher. Izuku shifted in his seat, taking in his teacher's perpetually tired face. A faded sense of pain ran up his spine as he remembered his vision. We'll be going to one of the training facilities further away from campus for your heroics lesson. For today, rescue training. 2 other teachers will be joining the lesson, so don't embarrass me. His tail shifted uneasily behind him as the other students started getting up to change into their hero costumes. He stayed behind as the others left, nodding at Gyro as she passed and sharing a look with Takoyami. Aizawa-sensei gave him a dull look as he approached. If this is about the investigation, I can't tell you anything, Midoriya. It's not. He took a breath, trying to calm his racing heart and the anxiety that was clogging his throat. Something's going to happen today. We're going to get attacked. There was a visible change then. Suddenly Eraserhead was standing in front of him, not Aizawa-sensei. His normal hunched posture straightened into something more authoritative and intent. It was so sudden, he almost took a step back before catching himself. He stared into searching black eyes with every ounce of seriousness he could dredge up. He tried to ignore the phantom pain in his eyes as he remembered what it felt like to use Eraser. Explain. One word, stern but somehow grounding. Really, it was amazing how Eraserhead could be so intimidating and somehow comforting at the same time. It reminded him a bit of Goran back in the beginning. I had a vision this morning. The same kind I had when Mineta tried jumping. You were fighting in a crowd of villains, but you were getting tired. Someone managed to get a hit on you. They had blue hair, but the vision didn't show me anything else. He took another deep breath, eyes darting to the ground. They killed you. His teacher's eyes narrowed before he dug a phone out of his jumpsuit. He was silent as he dialed, eyes darting to a camera in the corner of the room. He glared as a quiet, squeaky voice spoke from the other end. If my students end up dead, I'm killing you, rat. Izuku shivered at the cold, detached tone from his teacher before he slid his phone back into his pocket. Cold black eyes came to rest on him. The man sighed, transitioning seamlessly back into Aizawa-sensei. Get your costume on, brat. We're proceeding as normal. Another teacher is going to join us. Izuku hesitated before reluctantly grabbing his case and leaving his teacher to stew in his own impending doom. He got dressed quickly, ignoring the excited ramblings of the other students. A few of them seemed to have heard him talking in the classroom, but only Takoyami and Todoroki seemed to take the warning to heart. He felt a bit bad for Ada, who had apparently been elected vice rep the day before. The boy was taking his position entirely too seriously. Yaoyorozu, on the other hand, seemed exasperatedly fond of the strict boy and let him have his fun. Gyro sat beside him, Uraraka on his other side. He met Aizawa-sensei's eyes from the back of the bus. The man nodded towards the seat across from him where another man sat. Izuku felt a bit of his tension drain away. Snipe was alert, head on a swivel, hands close to his belt. If they were going into a potentially deadly situation, then Izuku was glad Snipe had been the hero chosen to accompany them. Snipe was one of the very few heroes that were publicly deadly, what with his quirk and weapon of choice. He was also one of the few long-range heroes, an excellent choice to watch Eraserhead's back in battle. Midoriya, his head snapped to look at Asuitsuyu. I'm usually a blunt person, so I'll just speak my mind. Your quirk is odd. He faltered, a wing accidentally slapping Gyro. Old anxieties reared their heads, and he found himself stuttering. You said you had a vision, but you control shadows, and you have heteromorphic appendages. It's a bit weird. How many powers do you have? Well, my quirk is called Spawn. He did not choose that name. It just randomly showed up on his registry at the same time it was updated. He blamed Nezu. The being definitely seemed the mischievous type, as in demon spawn. And hadn't that given him a heart attack? I have the attributes and powers of a demon. The Western depiction, obviously. He laughed awkwardly as the girl continued to stare at him with glassy eyes. She was really creeping him out with the way she was looking at him. Takoyami seemed to be struggling to contain his laughter at his situation. But at least the attention was turned away from him as others started talking about their own quirks and their heroic hopes and dreams. Izuku couldn't help but feel like those hopes and dreams were going to get thoroughly destroyed after today. Because while his headache had lessened, the feeling of doom hadn't. They were still on a collision course with the attack. But at least now it didn't feel like someone was going to die. Well, at least no one he cared about was going to die. A few villains might be lost, but that was a price he was more than willing to pay. Hunger clawed at his stomach. The taste of licorice and cinnamon burned in his throat. Part of him hoped he'd get to fight, if only because he wanted to experience that euphoric high after consuming a soul. Izuku could say with absolute confidence that he had never regretted going to school more than he did now. Hidden in a small corner of his brain, part of him thought that maybe life would be better if he just became a vigilante or something. He found himself agreeing with that part of himself because this was absolute bullshit. Villains, seriously. He tilted his head back to gaze despondently at the skylight. Why was this his life? Why couldn't he just be satisfied with a normal job? He just had to be a hero, didn't he? He turned to the misty beings. They felt like multiple people, and Izuku didn't really know what to do with that, threatening his class. His tail twitched irritably. There was a slow burning anger growing in his chest. But the being had yet to actually hurt anyone, and the feeling that he was going to go with for now, just to be safe gave off was really messing with his head. On the surface, they were afraid and angry, but it was oddly distant. It was like a wall of fog separating the emotions from their body. It made him uncomfortable in a way he couldn't really understand. Goran, on the other hand, was absolutely pissed. Their anger rolled through him, making his heart beat faster, and the shadows writhe. The demon had locked themselves away from him the moment the villain had appeared. Izuku could only imagine how angry they must be if he could feel their anger so strongly even with them blocked from him. He could only barely understand their anger. He was smart. He knew he was, and putting the dots together wasn't hard. The being smelled sweet, like honey and white chocolate, so very different from how his father smelt. It wasn't the scent of corruption. The exact opposite, actually. But it wasn't the only soul there. He couldn't tell how many were there. But after seeing All Might, Goran had started teaching him how to differentiate between normal souls and whatever the fuck All Might had going on. Misty Dude had multiple souls, or the fragments of souls leached onto one single core soul. He didn't know how that was possible, and he really didn't want to know. Some instinctual part of him was nauseated by the concept. Souls were people. Bodies were just vessels. Souls were the culmination of every thought, every memory, every desire. They were the very essence of a person. To rip one apart was to destroy every ounce of a person. It wasn't death, it was worse. It was pure eradication. A soul that was destroyed would cease to exist. Nothing would remain of the person that soul used to be. Just gone. No rebirth or afterlife. Izuku had actually felt a bit nauseous when Goran told him that. He'd eaten a soul. He'd destroyed the very essence of a person, and he hadn't regretted it. Someone had ripped souls apart and attached them to an innocent soul like some fucked up art project. Okay, so maybe he could sympathize with Goran, cause he kind of wanted to put his hand through the chest of whoever created the monstrosity in front of him. We are the League of Villains. Please excuse the interruption. It is rather unfortunate and uncouth, but it seems I can't underestimate you, children. It seems I'll have to kill you. Oh really? Izuku stopped in place. Goran stopped stewing in their rage to turn their attention to the monstrosity. That's not going to work out very well for you. Why was he talking? The villain turned their yellow eyes on him. An air of shock flowed through his classmates as they stared at him. His lips twitched, pulling up in a cheap facsimile of a smile. He didn't really know how to deal with the villain. They weren't in control of their actions, but if they wanted to play, he'd be more than happy to oblige. He took a step forward, his smile growing as the anger in his chest burned brighter. It surged through his veins like poison. These pathetic weaklings wanted to take what was his. They wanted to kill his classmates, his teacher. He tasted blood and brimstone and evil on his tongue. His heart begged for vengeance, for the complete desolation of those that would dare attack what was his. Goran chuckled humorlessly, a deep rasping sound that sent fire down his spine and ignited something inside of him. His anger rose into something different, something inhuman, something that leached the heat from the air and had his classmates taking steps away from him. His tail suddenly twitched, vibrations running along the sensitive appendage. His head snapped to the side just a half second too late as Kirishima lunged forward with a yell. A snarl ripped its way from his throat. Get back. 13 had apparently taken the opportunity to ready their quirk as Izuku distracted the villain. And Kirishima was right in the way. Izuku's hand snapped out, shadows streaking forward. They wrapped around Kirishima's waist, throwing the boy out of the way as 13's black hole dragged the villain in. Begone. Izuku had a split second before purple and black engulfed him, accompanied by the feeling of weightlessness. He flailed in the foreign darkness before he was spat out straight into an inferno. He spun on instinct, tucking himself into a ball as he flew through a wall of fire. His wings snapped out, halting his fall above the conflagration zone. Villains wandered like ants below, just waiting to get their hands on his classmates. Any hint of amusement or indifference burned under his rage. It took only a moment for him to realize what had happened. And he was fucking enraged. This bitch had taken him from what was his, had made sure he couldn't help them, couldn't protect them. He dropped to the ground silently, teeth grinding against each other, locking eyes with the first villain in his sight. His wings flexed, rising high to cast unholy shadows upon the ground. The zone darkened despite the fire raging around them. The shadows splashed across his bare feet like water, cool and burning all at the same time. A deep grinding rumble reverberated through his chest, growing louder as stalked through the street. The flames hissed as they were drowned beneath his shadows. He had never felt a rage like this before, hadn't even known it was possible to feel like this. It was different from the rage he'd felt when he killed Minda's father. This was an inhuman anger that burned somewhere deep inside of him, fueled by his soul. It was unholy and righteous, and everything dark and light. It was pure concentrated hate and possession, and how dare you take what is mine. The fire of the zone haloed him in gold and amber, sending rays of light across the ruined street. The villain he stared down took a stumbling step back into the watery shadows that clamored for attention. Well, what the hell is this? The villain's eyes were blown wide, pupils nearly overtaking their iris. Tears gathered in their eyes as he stalked closer. He's only a kid. What the hell, what the hell? Another villain fell as it tried to run, black water splashing against its skin, clinging and dragging. Izuku smiled, a small thing of broken glass and blood-stained knives. The shadows laughed. Screams ripped through the air. The black water raft surged up, wrapping around the human's arms and dragging him down. It fought and flailed, clawing at the sludge as it sunk up to its neck. It was only as the shadows began to flow into its screaming mouth that Izuku spoke up. "You can't kill them." The shadows whined like disgruntled children. "I still have use of them." His companions grumbled but reluctantly spat the villain back out. The other villains stood stock still, desperately trying not to attract the attention of the predator in their midst. Izuku crouched lightly before the villain, dragging a fond hand through the shadows still sticking to its cheek. The villain trembled, tears falling freely down its face. Izuku graced it with a soft, kind smile, eyes still burning with hatred. "Why, you're the devil." Izuku giggled. How ironic. Goran cackled in his mind, amusement and hunger flowing through their bond. Not quite. Izuku left the conflagration with a smile that dropped from his lips the moment he stepped into the sunlight. Blood dripped from his talons, leaving a trail of droplets behind him. Only one of his classmates had been placed in the zone, so Izuku had taken the liberty dealing with the villains. Ajiro would be just fine getting out on his own. Izuku had to get to the center of the building. The villains had been very forthcoming with answering his questions. Aizawa-sensei was near the entrance holding the villains back, his wings spread wide, shaking ash from their membranes as he surged into the sky. His eyes scanned through the zones, catching sight of some of his classmates fighting, and as much as he wanted to go down and help them, he couldn't. Not yet. He had to make sure Aizawa was alive. The sight that greeted him when he got back to the entrance broke any semblance of calm he'd managed to dredge up in the conflagration zone. Even his rage was drowned out by the high-pitched ringing in his ears. His vision blurred, colors leaching, and before he could think, he was diving. The air screamed as he pelted through it, wings pulled tight around his body. His heart pounded in his chest. His body flipped, razor-sharp tail lashing out, cutting through flesh and bone. Blood splattered across his body as he landed, crouched over his teacher's body. The still, unmoving, barely breathing body of his teacher. Oh, someone was going to die. And it wasn't going to be his teacher. The creature, another abomination, screeched as its skin knitted back together like he hadn't just cut it nearly in half. He dropped to all fours, covering his teacher with his body. He bared his teeth at the creature, because whatever it was no longer human. The souls in its body were all torn and destroyed. There was no core soul like with the mist man, only decrepit fragments screaming in agony. Who the fuck are you, NPC? Izuku froze, head turning robotically. His heart stuttered as he took in the boy, only barely older than him. You're pretty cool, Eraserhead. A flash of blue hair and an unhinged grin. Namu. Shaggy blue-white hair fell to his shoulders and across a face covered by a severed human hand. Perhaps he should have felt fear. Perhaps he should have thought rationally, logically, like Aizawa-sensei was always telling them. As it was, all he could think about was the pain this son of a bitch had put his teacher through and how much Izuku wanted to make him suffer. He could taste, feel, the desperation still clinging to his teacher. He lunged with a snarl, talons outstretched and wings taking him through the air. All he could think about was wrapping his hands around the man's skinny neck and shredding it. He completely forgot about the abomination, the man's pet, until it was in front of him. He only just barely managed to get his arms crossed in front of his chest when it backhanded him. Air rushed from his lungs as he went flying, high into the skylight. Pain laced through his entire body. His lungs felt like they were being pulped. Blood choked him as he slammed back first into one of the supports holding the skylight up. His vision blanked, a dull clang ringing out across the USJ before the skylight shattered. He fell hundreds of feet to the ground, wings shattered and bloody. His body hit the concrete with a thud, and he didn't move. The clearing was silent for a long moment before loud cackling laughter rang out. Did you fucking see that, Kurajiri? These hero brats are fucking hilarious. Hey, Eraserhead. How's it feel knowing I just killed one of your students? You think All Might will show up if we kill more? He couldn't move. Did he even have a body to move? He couldn't feel anything. His thoughts were sluggish and blurry, only half-formed before they drifted away. He floated in warm darkness, cradled by a familiar presence. If this was death, then he didn't really mind it. It was warm and comfortable and undeniably safe. He felt safer here, wherever this was, than he did anywhere else. He would miss his mom and his friends, but maybe they'd come join him when they died. Maybe Goran would join him sometime, or maybe he was in Goran's stomach, waiting to disintegrate. He knew the demon said they didn't want to eat his soul, but his partner didn't seem like the type to just let their contractor die. He liked to think he'd grown on them. It certainly felt like there was at least some affection between them. The tinkling of bells caught his attention, bright and pure in the vast nothingness around him. Somewhere in the darkness in front of him, a light grew, bright blue and effervescent gold, threaded with electric green. A massive sphere, shining like a star in the darkness. His breath caught in lungs that didn't exist. It was like the sun was shaded in a million colors, floating right there, so very close. A sense of familiarity grew in him the longer he stared. He knew what this was. It was a half-forgotten memory, a fading sense of home and thoughts and emotions he couldn't understand or describe. It was everything. Something tugged in his chest, warm and new as it tugged itself free from him. Golden white ropes reached through his chest, twining together to form a circle. Kanji formed, tracing runes and symbols. Lines connected as bouncing motes of light bled from his mouth with every breath. The lines clicked into place along the circle like gears in a clock, the runes slowly revolving around the pentagram. He blinked lethargically at the construct. He knew this. Kanji wrote itself in glimmering gold in the very middle of the pentagram. Their meanings swam in his mind before they shifted. Their shapes twisted, burning brighter as they rewrote themselves into a swirling script that burned his eyes the longer he stared. I shouldn't be seeing this. The thought came suddenly with a clarity that all others lacked. A sense of truth threaded its way through the words, like no matter how much he wanted to, he couldn't lie here, in this ethereal nothingness. He reached a hand forward, a white outline, glowing just as brightly as the enchanting star. He paused. That was wrong. He looked at his hand in a daze. His hand wasn't supposed to look like that. Right. The pentagram gave a humming ring, drawing his attention. He reached forward, moving agonizingly slowly. His fingers brushed against the symbols, just barely glancing across them. The pentagram shattered into bright clouds of glimmering dust, sinking into the revolving star behind it. He startled, drawing back, worried he's somehow done something irreversible. The star continued to spin in its slow rotation. He floated closer, hesitantly. His eyes ran over the glimmering sphere, hypnotized by its beauty. Electric green weaved through an ocean of icy blue. Golden ribbons spread through the sphere like tree branches. He reached forward, unable to resist the temptation to touch the glowing sphere. His fingers just barely brushed the luminescent blue. Tendrils floated around his fingers like wisps of smoke. Emotion surged through him too fast for him to comprehend, sucking him in, consuming him. Big green eyes blinked away tears as a small boy stumbled his way down a creek. Panic warred with concern. His yellow boots splashed in the water. Why was he seeing this? He knew this memory, knew it intimately. Are you okay, Kaken? You're not hurt, are you? The little green-eyed boy reached out a hand for his friend. Bright red eyes stared up at him with astonishment that quickly turned to anger. I don't need your help, Deku. The green-eyed child flinched back as his hand was slapped away. There was a sound, a twinkling like glass hitting the floor. The sound of something cracking, shards slipping and falling away. The memory slipped away as his fingers jerked to the side, another taking its place. I'm going to be a hero, no matter what you or anybody else says. His eyes blazed bright in his anger. Identical green eyes glared back at him from across the room. A sharp stab of pain lanced through his heart. He remembered this too. It was one of the only times he'd ever fought with his mom. He couldn't even remember what had started it, just that it had echoed in his ears for months after. I've already lost your father. I'm not going to lose you too. If you keep doing this, you are going to die, Izuku. You say that like my life matters anyway. She flinched back as if he'd slapped her. Tears gathered in her eyes as she stepped closer to him slowly like he was a wild animal. But he was on a roll now. I'm quirkless, Mom. The government couldn't give less of a shit about people like me. I'm going to die before I'm 30 anyway. We've both seen the statistics. If it's not suicide, then it's a hate crime, and I don't want to die like that. If I'm going to die, then I might as well do something worthwhile. Tears ran down his face, and his chest hurt like his heart was breaking for himself. Izuku, his eyes snapped up, vivid green, as he snarled, I'm going to be a hero. If I'm going to die, then I'm going to die protecting someone. Maybe then my life will have some sort of meaning. There was another shattering sound, this one louder than the previous. He flinched away from the glowing sphere. His soul. This was his soul. He looked at the multicolored star with awe. His fingers still hovered over the blue, soft wisps of memories floating towards him. Glittering gold flowed through the expanse of blue, embers intertwining with the blue wisps. A spark blazed across his finger and he was dragged into another memory. The sounds of battle were like a symphony to their ears. They would revel in it if it weren't their brothers and sisters and siblings they were cutting down by the dozen. But really, what chance did their darling little siblings have against them? What was this? This wasn't his memory. Why was it inside his soul? They blocked another sword, locking eyes with its wielder, and balked. They clashed together, equal strength drawing the battle out as they sought to outmaneuver their sibling. Of course, they would call in one of the few that could match them in battle. Their swords clashed, crossing as they pushed against one another. Michael's eyes were bright with fury and righteousness and betrayal. "My dear foolish little brother," Michael pushed away with a sneer. If they ignored the mayhem and death, it was almost a mirror of their various spars. Not that Michael had ever won those. An impish smile curled their lips, so at odds with the steel-cold determination in their eyes. Michael faltered at their smile, and then he spoke, rage in every word. "You were meant to light their way, not throw them further into darkness. You have betrayed us, your family, for creatures that would revile you." They batted Michael's sword away. They could hear the underlying sadness, the grief, and why have you done this? Izuku could feel the pain echo through him as the siblings fought. Something in him, something instinctual and ancient, cried out at the bloodshed and betrayal. There was just something so very wrong about it all. He wasn't supposed to see this. He shouldn't be seeing this. "I would do it again over and over, little brother." He knew that voice. He'd heard it in the back of his mind for over a year. A sense of guilt rushed through him. He didn't want to see this, not if it meant invading his partner's privacy. But why? Unending pain lurked in those words. Memory and emotion warring with duty. Michael slipped. His wings stuttered, and a slash cut along his arm. Golden blood seeped from the cut. Because they deserve their freedom. They deserve possession of their own minds. "Brother, I will not stand aside as they are enslaved. I give them free will so they may make their own mistakes. Is that not what they deserve? Do they not deserve the right to truly live?" "Brother, I think that's enough now," Izuku gasped, shaking as he was dragged from the memory. Gold flashed by his eyes, blinding him. Izuku choked on helpless tears as the residue emotions from the memory crashed into him. Feathered wings wrapped around him as arms wrapped around his shoulders from behind. Goran rocked him like a child until his tears slowed. A warm hand covered his eyes as Goran hugged him. The warmth spread across his body, lighting up nerves he couldn't feel seconds ago. He could feel the soft brush of hair against his cheek and a weight settle on top of his head. "I think you need to leave now, my little light bringer. You have your own battles to fight. You're like me." Izuku managed to choke out through his lingering tears. Goran froze. But it was true. Neither of them could lie in this place. Izuku could feel just how alike they were. Goran had given up everything for the sake of others, and hadn't Izuku been prepared to do the same? Hadn't he been prepared to sell his soul just for the chance to save others? Perhaps. Izuku came awake to aching, throbbing pain. His lungs stuttered in their effort to draw breath. Orange blood, why was his blood orange? Ran down his face, dipping into his eyes. His fingers twitched, flexing as feeling gradually flowed back into them. He could only barely see through the blood in his eyes. Cracks and clicks echoed around him as his body jerked uncontrollably. Bones snapped into place with haunting pops. His fingers left bloody trails on the floor as his fists clenched. His head lolled limply on his neck as he began to rise on a broken body. Silence swept through the plaza. His wings hung limp, dragging against the ground. He moved like a puppet. A sigh rattled from his lungs as he rose his face to the sky, eyes closed. Golden sunlight fell across his face, warming his skin. His blood glinted metallic orange, shining in its unnatural color as it dripped down his fingertips. Black crawled up his arms, shadowy tendrils creeping higher. His hair rose and waved as though underwater, and there on his forehead rose two glimmering white horns. They shimmered in the light, casting bright reflections across the plaza. They grew in a slow, subtle curve, thin and almost elegant. What the hell? Golden irises slowly, leisurely shifted to meet shocked red. Izuku blinked lethargically as names and ages and impressions ran through his mind. He could feel the horror in the plaza, how it suffused the air. He knew their names and everything they'd done, and their souls were his to judge. What kind of Elden Rings bullshit is this? He would have laughed if he didn't feel so numb. His emotions felt distant and buried under this supernatural calm. The villain, Shimura Tenko, scratched at his neck frantically. Fear wafted off of him despite his apparent anger. It was an instinctual fear. The fear of something that was so out of his league he couldn't even truly understand. Izuku wasn't natural, and Tenko could feel that somewhere in his broken mind, and it scared him. Izuku hummed as he turned toward the broken man. A soft smile graced his lips, angelic and sweet. Tenko jerked back. Was it wrong of him to feel a bit amused? Perhaps it was, but the man just made it so easy. You're supposed to be dead. Namu, kill it, kill it, kill it. The abomination was there in a blink, desperate to fulfill its master's order. The ground shook, dust rising, as it swung its arm down to crush him. Izuku lifted his hand to catch the wrist of the creature leisurely. Like a parent with a toddler, the ground cracked beneath his feet from the pressure. Izuku didn't move an inch. He grasped the Namu's wrist in an almost gentle grip as he gazed at the creature with knowing otherworldly eyes. You poor creature. His free hand rose to gently caress the creature's beak-like mouth. The Namu didn't move, even as its master screamed orders and obscenities. Izuku gazed mournfully into the Namu's mangled soul, an amalgam of souls stitched together in a morbid imitation of a functioning being. They cried out to him, screaming, begging for release from their torment. Izuku weighed his options, knowledge flowing into him. His shadows whispered to him, begging him for a snack, and hadn't they been just so faithful to him? He hummed contemplatively. But no, the souls within the abomination were too pure, too innocent, to subject to his shadows. The vast majority of the souls within the creature were normal everyday people who'd been kidnapped, and the rest were small-time criminals, altogether not too badly tainted. Izuku nodded to himself, satisfied with his decision. He smiled up at the creature, looking into its blank eyes. Warmth ran through his heart, down his arms, to his fingertips, golden light shining bright between his fingers. The air grew heavy. The scent of angelic demonic power wafted through the air. Invisible bells rang. All around the building, criminals dropped to their knees. Light surrounded him, golden and white and ethereal in its being. The souls within the Nama went silent, fear and longing and relief echoing from their broken shards. Izuku's smile brightened, shining just as brightly as the angelic power that pulsed from him. I grant you absolution, for your actions were not your own, and your suffering has paid your toll for all that you have done under your own power. May you go into the afterlife pure and absolved of all your wrongs. The very air seemed to vibrate as he spoke, the word echoing in the minds of every person to hear them. The light grew brighter before sinking into the Namu's skin. There was a moment of silence before Izuku let go of the creature's arm and moved away from the now soulless husk. It stood still as stone as he walked around it, his smile fading. He looked around at the fallen criminals. They gazed at him with such blatant devotion and awe. His eyes fell to the still body of his teacher and his fluttering weak soul. A spark of hate grew in his chest at the sight. He walked, his footsteps the only sound, deeply aware and uncaring of the revenant stares that followed him. He knelt before his teacher, blood washing over his feet, his hands smoothed over bloody strands of hair, gently sweeping it out of Aizawa sensei's face. Concern warred with a growing need for vengeance. You can rest now, sensei. I'll take care of everything. He smiled softly at the glowing red eyes that glared out at him. The glow faded from his teacher's eyes before they fell shut. His shallow breathing deepened as he fell into unconsciousness. Golden light flowed over Eraserhead's body, sinking into his wounds and leaving clear, unbroken skin in its wake. No. That's not supposed, sensei, you lied. Izuku's eyes went cold and hard as he rose to his feet, his wings folding behind him. His tail lashed the ground, burrowing deep gashes into the concrete. He turned to the man. His eyes burned into the man, his rage growing evident. Shigaraki muttered curses before insanity-ridden eyes met Izuku's. He took a step forward and then another and another until he was running at full speed. Izuku watched impassively. Shimura Tenko. Izuku began, ignoring the scream of rage from the man. I see all that you are and all that you will be, and I pronounce you irredeemable. May you face your crimes and that which you have forsaken in the afterlife. The man screamed in wordless rage, hands outstretched. A shattering bang rent the air, followed by an explosion of warmth across Izuku's face. He took a startled step back as Shigaraki's body was thrown to the ground. The man's hair was dyed red with blood, a puddle steadily forming beneath his head. Warm droplets of red ran down Izuku's face. His eyes rose from the fallen form of his enemy to the man on the other side of the plaza. Snipe, missing his hat and half of his mask, stood with a bloody hand pressed to his side. His gun dropped to his side. I am so goddamn done with today. The thick American accented words nearly made Izuku laugh. Izuku woke up in a hospital room with the startling realization that he didn't remember falling asleep. Between one blink and the next, he'd gone from standing in the ruined plaza of the USJ to lying in a pristine white bed. His entire body hurt. Liquid fire spread through his veins, threading through his muscles and bones. He let out a hissing curse. He hurt in places he hadn't even known could hurt. Trying to move his head sent bright white flashing across his vision, pain stealing his breath. He lay gasping, trying desperately not to breathe too deeply. He hadn't even thought organs could hurt like this, but apparently they could. It felt like electricity was threading its way through his veins, muscles, his bones. He felt stretched, like something had hollowed him out from the inside and left him so terribly full yet empty. He squinted through aching eyelids up at the ceiling. Painted ceiling tiles stared back at him. Unconsciously, his shoulders relaxed, slumping deeper against the bed. That ceiling was familiar. A childhood of helping nurses and bringing his mom dinner had ingrained those tiles in his mind. Musutafu Hero Hospital was practically his second home. The nurses and doctors were his aunts and uncles. The children in the pediatric ward attached to the civilian hospital were his darling siblings. Sometimes he felt more at home in the clinical halls than he did at his apartment. The familiar sound of a heart monitor beeped above him. An oxygen mask was fixed to his face, surprisingly uncomfortable. Fighting through his pain, Izuku tried to raise his hand and take off the mask. Nothing moved, not even a twitch. His heart stopped in his chest. Theories rushed through his head, automatically cataloging injury after injury that could cause paralysis and hoping to every fucking deity that he hadn't become a prisoner in his own body. He went through body part after body part, starting at his toes. Nothing moved. The only body part he could move seemed to be his eyes and eyelids. Panic asserted itself at the forefront of his mind, pushing everything else to the back. His heart sped up, lungs drawing in increasingly rapid breaths. The heart monitor beeped loudly in time with his racing heart. A nurse would be by soon, no doubt, but how long would he have to wait? Where was his mom? He couldn't imagine her not being in the hospital. Maybe she was taking care of one of his classmates. Gods, he hoped nobody was hurt enough to warrant his mom's expertise. He'd tried so hard to protect them, and he'd failed. The image of his classmates being separated from him flashed through his mind. His panic spiked. How many of his classmates were dead? How many survived? How many would he mourn? Was Gyro alive? Uraraka, Aizawa-sensei. A keening whine forced itself from his throat as tears burned across his cheeks. He wanted to move, to get up, to find them. But he couldn't because his body was fucked 6 ways to hell. He tried and tried to get his limbs to respond only to get nothing. He needed to get up. He needed to find them. The liquid warmth on his cheeks made his stomach roll, nausea clawing at him as the smell-filled taste of fresh blood danced across his senses. He flinched at the sound of a gun firing, followed by the dull thud of a body hitting the ground. Izuku, it's okay. I need you to breathe for me, okay, Izuku? I need you to focus on me. A familiar voice invaded his panic as he spiraled. Warm hands fluttered around him, and he heard wheels squeak across a linoleum floor. He latched onto the voice with every ounce of self-control he had. His eyes blinked open, not sure when he'd close them. Good, you're doing so well, Izuku. I need you to breathe, okay, bud? Take a breath in. Hold. He obeyed the voice, some part of him rejoicing at someone being there to help him. That's good. Can you try to let it out slow now? There you go, bud. His lungs shuddered, and tears began to pour from his eyes again. Gentle hands removed the oxygen mask, and a soft tissue was pressed against his nose, clearing away snot. You're okay, Izuku. You're safe. Can you tell me 5 things you can see? He knew this, abstractly, had gone through this routine before. He blinked, trying to clear his tears away and focus. He latched onto the paintings above him. A messily painted blue cat stared down at him. His lips cracked open with a wheeze. CC-ka-TTT. His voice cracked horrendously. His eyes tracked across the ceiling, trying to find something else. FLF flower. He choked on snotty mucus, and more tears streamed down his skin, sticky, warm, and so much like blood. You're doing so well, Izuku. Just 3 more. Can you do that for me? Windao. He sucked in a hissing breath, eyes tracing to the door. He forced himself to ignore the warmth on his face and look at the person beside him as best he could. Soft pastel pink hair framed an equally soft face and bright green eyes. He let out a breath he hadn't even known he'd been holding. Mr. Hidemori. The nurse smiled at him, eyes glittering and comfort radiating from him. Izuku released a heavy, relieved sigh. Hidemori was a young nurse that typically worked in the pediatric ward and helped around the NICU. He was an expert at calming people down. Panic attacks were his bread and butter, and he was the one that usually oversaw Izuku whenever he was helping in the hospital. Hey there, Izuku, you back with us? He gave a shuddering laugh, the words so familiar. Granted, they were usually said whenever he got too deep in a muttering spree. Hidemori checked over the machines and adjusted the IV in his neck. Okay, kiddo. Dr. Kurosaki had to use their quirk on you to prevent your bones from getting more damaged, so that's why you can't move. You're really messed up, but everything's going to be just fine. You've got pretty extensive tearing through your muscles and several hairline fractures. We'll see about getting Recovery Girl to help things along once your blood sugar and pressure are back to normal and you've recovered enough stamina for her quirk to work. My classmates, Sensei, are they all right? He was almost afraid of the answer, but he didn't think he'd be able to handle not knowing. Hidemori's smile softened further as he gently wiped a wet cloth across his cheeks. Don't worry, kiddo. They're all alive. A few have some injuries, but nothing too bad. Izuku smiled, a small, almost broken, and besotted thing. His worry and panic calmed, but only slightly. He didn't think he'd be able to fully relax until he saw them for himself. It was shocking how quickly he'd grown to worry about them. And Sensei. It hadn't escaped his notice that Hidemori hadn't said anything about his teacher. Your mother is with him now. His heart stopped, and Hidemori was quick to reassure him. You did an amazing job protecting him, Izuku. He's got some pretty serious injuries, but your mom's the best we have. Have some faith in her. Your teacher will be just fine. The nurse stepped away from his bedside, picking up a tablet nearby. He spent a minute typing away, before placing it back. Right, then. Are you in any pain, right, Izuku? The medical exam went on for nearly half an hour with Hidemori changing doses and IV bags around. Serious medical questions were tempered by light-hearted chatting. Hidemori's quirk flowed over him, washing away the lingering panic and anxiety. By the time the nurse was done, Izuku's eyes had fallen shut. He hummed softly when Hidemori just as softly told him that a doctor would be by to check him over, and then he was alone again. If you weren't so entertaining, I'd regret making a deal with you. The sudden voice and presence of his partner should have startled him, but he only sunk deeper into his half-asleep state. Any remaining anxiety fled. It almost surprised him how comforted he was by Goran's presence. He hadn't even noticed just how tense, emotionally, because his body was still frozen. Relax, Brett. He let out a harsh huff. He wasn't trapped. He was safe, his classmates were safe, and everything was fine. He hadn't even known it was possible to feel claustrophobic in your own body, but wow, not being able to move was really getting to him. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to think. What happened after that? He tried to search for a word to describe the abomination and came up empty. Thing hit me. He had the feeling something had happened, something important. There was a faded memory of warm gold and an aurora of blues and green. He could remember Goran and someone else. A one-sided slaughter. You were foolish, is what happened. I give you a smidgen, not even a fraction, of power and you immediately try to use all of it. Izuku cringed as much as he could. There was a sense of power in his body now that he thought about it. Like a live wire feeding electricity through him, it hummed just beneath his skin, almost begging to be released. He felt like an overcharged battery, just waiting to explode. Fool boy. You will lead yourself to ruin before you accomplish your goal if this is the way you act every time a battle does not go your way. Izuku desperately wished he could block out the seething disappointment radiating from his demon. It rolled over their bond like a physical sensation. It was cold like icy water being dumped over his head. Just as the discomfort began to escalate to actual pain, it cut off. Goran snarled a dark reverberating sound that cascaded through his mind. I'm going to train you until you puke. You'll be too busy trying to breathe to complain. Maybe then you'll learn to think in the future. You are no idiot, Lightbringer. There are 1,000 other courses of action you could have taken, and you're going to go over each and every one of them. Goran, I am not done speaking. You'd be best served shutting your mouth and listening because I will not repeat myself. You will need to refrain from allowing yourself to become overly emotional from this point onward. The power you've assimilated has mutated your previous abilities, amplified them. How in the 9 hells you've managed to manifest angelic abilities is beyond me, but I am more than familiar enough with them to train you. You will obey me at every turn in regard to these abilities. They are far less forgiving than the demonic ones I gave you. Izuku mourned for his future self. Goran's previous training had been utter torment. He'd spent days in bed, body too exhausted to move, and that was apparently them being gentle. A knock at the door brought him out of his self-pity. A doctor, one of many he hadn't met yet, walked in with a carefully concentrated look as they looked over the tablet in their hand. All right, Mr. Midoriya, I'm Dr. Akatori, and I'll be going over your injuries with you. Your mother will be made aware after she gets out of surgery. They took a seat at the computer next to the bed. Let's start with your bones. You have multiple hairline fractures throughout your skeleton. Most have been healing at an accelerated rate. The ones most pressing right now are your ribs, sternum, and spine. After that, you have severe bruising across the vast majority of your organs. Given what we know of the situation, your injuries are actually relatively minor. We can get most of the bruising healed by the end of the day. Your spine will have to be looked at by a specialist due to your wings. She should be available tomorrow morning to check you over. Other than your physical injuries, there's also your Quirk situation. You've undergone another evolution. Until we know just what exactly has changed in your physiology, we can't do very much aside from pain relief until the specialist arrives. Izuku sighed as much as he could with his body paralyzed. He stayed in the hospital for 3 excruciatingly long days. By that point, he was practically begging to go to school. Gyro and Uraraka had both stopped by, letting him know all their classmates were fine, if mildly injured. No one had died. Well, no one that mattered anyway. A few of the villains died from their own injuries, quite a few from freezing and drowning apparently. He wondered how Todoroki was handling his first kills, or maybe Tsuyu. That was discounting his own casualties, though. He was, shockingly, even more fine with the murder than he'd been when he killed Minda's father. The way he saw it, those villains had forfeited their lives the moment they'd attacked his class. What was scarier was that he couldn't tell if his indifference came from the demon parts of him or not. He'd felt somewhat like this before after all. He'd felt like this every time he'd heard about Quirk traffickers getting killed by vengeful vigilantes. People like that were the worst of scum. Not even worth the bullet used to kill them. They were useless, worthless parts of society. And Izuku. Maybe Izuku wasn't any different, but Izuku was a monster. They were the cancerous, twisted bits of humanity. Why did they deserve mercy when they'd never given any to the people they'd hurt? They were an infestation. And Izuku was pesticide. He wondered where he got that ruthlessness from. As much as he wanted to blame Goran, he knew his mother was just as ruthless when need be. Inko was the same as him. She'd become a surgeon so she could save people, but he knew she had the capacity to kill. It took a special kind of person to be able to cut somebody open and put them back together again with a straight face. Was there really any kind of difference between a person like that and someone like him, someone that could kill and not feel anything? You're going to be late, he cursed, shoving his shoes on as he hopped to the door. He hoped his classmates were okay. None of them were monsters like him, after all. He didn't know what he'd do if one of them was having a hard time after killing someone. He found it a bit hard to understand why someone would have trouble, but he knew normal people were supposed to feel things about that. He sighed as he took a seat on the train. He felt more than saw as people took steps away from him. 3 stops later, and Gyro took the seat next to him, earbuds hanging from her ears and dark eye bags shadowing her face. She rested her head on his shoulder, handing over an earbud. A wing wrapped around her shoulders, his tail curled around her ankle. They stayed like that, listening to Bring Me the Horizon and not saying a word. The lonely little boy inside him reveled at having a friend. He remembered being this close to Kaken at one point. They didn't speak. They didn't need to talk to have a conversation. Uraraka joined them at one point, mirroring Gyro. Izuku relaxed for the first time in 3 days, wings wrapped around his friends. He couldn't say they were safe, but they were close to it. He wouldn't be able to rest easy until he'd seen Aizawa-sensei. But this was good enough. Goran was fucked. Everything was fucked. The world was fucked. Goran was so fucked they might as well be a cheap whore, because this situation right here, this was so far beyond anything that should have happened. Goran was just about ready to give up and let themselves die at this point. Why? Why was their life like this? The fates hated them. That was the only answer. There was no other reason they'd end up in a situation like this. This had to be some kind of payback. First, a human brat summons them over 1,000 years after their last contract. Then that human brat just has to be the weirdest fucker they'd ever met. And that was one hell of a feat. A weird-ass brat with an equally weird soul. So now they had some sort of pseudo-demonling child. Oh, but it didn't stop there. No, of course not. Why would the fates give Goran a break? They'd gotten nearly 4,000 years of relative peace, and yet in less than a year, this small, idiotically selfless child had utterly destroyed any semblance of normalcy in Goran's life. It had been fun at first. Fascinating, really. Oh, how humanity had progressed in the years they'd been gone. The vast differences in culture had captivated them. Although, the loss of the majority of history had greatly disappointed them and amused them in equal terms. So many pantheons had fallen to the thrall of history. They were honestly a bit surprised their own pantheon had survived. Goran's pantheon was young. Even now their pantheon was only a few thousand years old by linear time. Honestly, practically a baby, and they'd somehow managed to survive the fall and rise of modern society. So yes, it had been fun. And then their brat was recruited into this society's militant peacekeepers. It had been entertaining, certainly, to observe the various baby warriors and trainers. The training was familiar, if severely lacking in the weapons and physical conditioning. Where was the suffering? The do-or-die mentality. The little recruits were divided amongst themselves, and a little sadism on the part of their trainers would do good in bringing them together. The, frankly pitiful, attack would do wonders in fixing that issue. Goran would be far more appreciative of the idiotic villains if they hadn't pushed their contractor to pull on their souls. They'd felt the desperation and rage and bloodthirst in Lightbringer and had reacted completely on impulse. Goran scoffed to himself. What an excuse. They were sure they'd had the act first think later attitude beaten out of them shortly after birth. Apparently not. Or maybe Lightbringer's recklessness was contagious. Whatever the case, they'd done something monumentally stupid. The boy had seen a memory from their essence, and maybe Goran had been swept up in the nostalgia, but they'd given the boy more power. The power Lightbringer had possessed before had been in the upper tiers of the human spectrum. He would have been just fine accomplishing his dream with that. Now though, well, now the boy was just about on the same level as a particularly powerful demigod. Power-wise at least. He had a long way to go in regard to skill. It was the boy's newest abilities that concerned them. It was those abilities that made Goran absolutely convinced that the world was absolutely, completely, indubitably fucked. Goran had told the boy that he'd end up inheriting some of their abilities because of his weird-as-fuck soul, but they hadn't expected this. Goran had been a demon for the vast majority of their existence. They hadn't always been one, though. They hadn't been born a demon, unfortunately. Goran had once been one of the poor unfortunate morons that pertinaciously lorded their supposed superiority over the other races. A feathered asshole. Goran had once been an angel. Goran shuddered and gagged at the memory. Chaos. They hated remembering those days. They couldn't escape their past apparently. Lightbringer, in all his unending purity and contrasting darkness, had inherited Goran's angelic essence. This wouldn't have been so bad if it had been a blessing Goran had given the kid. But it wasn't. The brat's soul had incorporated Goran's essence instead of simply using it as fuel. And that meant that the brat had absorbed the angelic parts of that essence too. There was a term for that. A term reserved solely for one of the most powerful, chaotic, unhinged races. A race born from the union of a human and an angel. A Nephilim. Goran hissed and dropped their head into their hands. Fucked. They were so fucked. They'd gone 3,000 years without having to interact with their extended family. And now it was just a matter of time until they tried intervening. Angels were nosy busybodies that just didn't know when to let shit go. But Karen by modern standards. Back in the old days, they were just called cunts. But Goran supposed modern problems required modern language. Lightbringer was slowly but surely turning into some fucked up hybrid creature. A mix between human, demon, and angel. Goran was sure they'd puke if they had to think that word one more time. How repulsive. Of course, he wouldn't blame Izuku for the poor boy's misfortune. He couldn't control what his soul decided to incorporate. What were they going to do about this? It wasn't a bad thing that Lightbringer was getting stronger, far from it really. The world was dangerous, far more so for those with ties to the supernatural. The stronger Izuku got, the better off he'd be. He was already on a fast track to meeting the Greeks and the Japanese pantheons. The Tengu had held off interfering for now, but Goran didn't think that would last much longer. The Pomeranian in human form would absolutely be watched by its godly ancestor. Though Goran was actually a bit excited about Izuku meeting that fucker. It was their family they didn't want Izuku to meet. They would be complete bad influences on him. Goran had only just begun training the boy out of his recklessness, and they did not need their idiotic siblings ruining all the progress they'd made. At least the Greeks had more sense than to run straight into battle without any hint of a plan. Goran might be a bit biased though. In their defense, the Spartans had summoned them plenty of times, although they'd been under the impression they were one of their gods. Those were good times, simple times, when the world was still mostly forest and humans fought like animals over every little thing. Modern times were just so drab in comparison. Oh sure, the abilities humans had developed were absolutely fascinating, but where was the violence, the carnage? Where was the societal outrage and civil revolutions? Goran was a being built off of defiance and hope. Being summoned into such a peaceful era was far outside their expertise. At least they had the reassurance that Lightbringer likely wouldn't be laying idle for too long. The boy had a mountain of rage living underneath his skin. And now that angelic recklessness and demonic defiance were beginning to stew in his soul, Goran wouldn't have to wait long for the boy to start his own revolution. Humans had always been a discriminatory species, and the new era of superpowers had simply brought about new elements to that. So-called mutant hate, villain quirks, weak quirks. Humans loved to put things into neat little boxes. They had seen the looks and distrust Lightbringer had been subject to over the last few months. Izuku was used to the looks he got, but that rage in his heart grew hotter every time he was subjected to them. The boy was entirely too patient. That wouldn't last for long, however. Though, soon he'd meet his breaking point. Something was going to give, and Izuku would lead his own revolution. Goran could hardly wait. The riots, the violence, the injustices revealed. Oh, it would be glorious. Abusers, tyrants, all the corrupted souls to be consumed. The beaten, the broken, and the damned would rise with Lightbringer at the helm. The world would descend into chaos, and a new order would rise. Such was the course of history. Goran didn't know if history just liked to repeat itself or if the fates just really liked the plot they had going. Oh well, at least it was fun. Other than the upcoming family reunion, that is. Goran really wasn't looking forward to seeing their uppity siblings or, chaos forbid, father. Izuku didn't know whether to cry or scream in incoherent frustration. Goran laughed sadistically, hidden in the confines of his mind. His partner was having too much fun with the situation, as usual. Amusement pulsed across their bond, leaking into his mind like oil into a river. It stuck to his thoughts and tainted his exasperation. Uraraka and Gyro stood beside him, wearing twin frowns and sharing equally annoyed looks with each other. Anger echoed through them, a bitter, almost savory taste that splashed across his taste buds, like meat cooked just a bit too long. Charred edges and rich flavor mixing into a wholly unappetizing taste. Ahead of them milled a crowd of lecherous, greedy, and overly curious assholes, otherwise known as journalists. They swarmed around the gates of UA like hornets, ready and willing to ambush anyone that came too close, especially if they were wearing a UA uniform. It was eerily similar to the crowd that had swarmed the gates the day UA was broken, and only this time, instead of All Might, they were after the students of 1A. Hungry bastards looking to get as much information as they could on the traumatizing event that had occurred only a few days ago. They'd no doubt heard of the casualties amongst the villains and the extensive injuries of the teachers. They wanted to rip and tear at the barely scabbed over wounds the USJ attack had caused to the students of his class, and Izuku hated that. An impulse struck him, an insidious line of thought that he tried to ignore. He hated them, so why couldn't he just get rid of them? They were in the way. They were a danger to his class. A villain had hidden in the last crowd to surround UA. There could be one there right now, hiding, waiting to get a hit on one of the students. A slow boiling rage built in his chest. He took a deep, slow breath. He would not get angry, and he would not hurt anyone. A shudder worked its way up his spine. He hated that he had to remind himself not to hurt innocent people. But were they really innocent? He could smell and feel more than a few corrupted souls among the crowd. Not anything near Shimuratenko or whatever Minda's father's name was, but still not innocent. Had they caused any deaths? Had they harassed and assaulted people just to get a pay raise? Did he need to get rid of them? Would they deliberately hurt someone just to get a story? Push a student into a flashback after a fresh trauma? He really needed to stop thinking. His heart thundered in his chest, vibrating intensity rolling through his veins. It'd be easy to get rid of them. His shadows were everywhere. No human was exempt from that. All he had to do was give the command. Pins and needles ran up his hands. He clenched his hands just to feel the oddly numb sensation. A buzz in his mind had replaced Goran's mocking commentary. The shadows whispered softly, curling at his feet, tempting promises and reassurance in every eldritch sound. A warm feeling engulfed his hand, and he jumped. His eyes flicked down to a pale hand with pastel purple fingernails squeezing his. A warm, strong heartbeat pulsed through the calloused fingertips. He heard a vaguely confused sound, and it took a second to realize he'd been the one to make it. The hand squeezed. He followed the hand to an equally pale arm and finally to an inexpressive face. Gyro stared at him with a raised eyebrow, concern lurking in her eyes though she didn't ask if he was okay. Uraraka looked at him with far more obvious concern. His wings had wrapped around the two while his tail dug harsh lines into the concrete. The shadows under their feet had darkened into endless pools. Sorry, he ducked his head, cheeks burning as he shook the intrusive thoughts away. He could not kill innocent people, no matter their debatable innocence. He was going to be a hero, not a villain. How long had it been since he'd thought about becoming a hero? And he could not jeopardize his career so early. He couldn't misrepresent Yue, especially after the attack. Okay, so how should we get in? The two girls shared a long look. Izuku ignored it. There was nothing wrong with him. Nope, nothing wrong at all. Just a perfectly normal half-demon human thing attending Yue. Nothing to see here, folks, move along. He forced his wings to relax and plastered on a bright smile. Years of practice in copying All Might coming in handy. The shadows practically whined at him like children taunted with sweets. He could practically feel Goran's eyes roll. He chewed on his lip nervously, glancing over the towering walls and the milling group of piranhas. He could fly them over. Well, no, that wouldn't work. He couldn't carry both of them. He should look into building wing strength. He could carry them over one by one, but that would give the reporters time to notice them. He'd never tried carrying something with his shadows and didn't want to experiment outside a safe environment. That was just begging for something bad to happen. I could use my quirk on Gyro and me. You could carry us then, right? He froze, tail zooming straight up in the air like a startled cat. Wide green eyes snapped over to Uraraka, pupils wide discs of gold. Gyro snickered beside him. His face burned bright red as he finally worked through what she said. I said all that out loud, didn't I? Yup. Gyro smirked at him, amusement shining in her eyes. Izuku pouted at her, viscerally reminded of all the teasing he'd gotten from her about his muttering at the start of their friendship. It still surprised him how different it felt to be teased lightheartedly compared to his bully's teasing. I thought I'd gotten over that, dang it. So, about the flying us over thing. Uraraka piped up, tilting her head around Izuku so she could look at Gyro. He looked between the two girls, trying to figure out what secret language they were using. Being able to communicate without speaking would be a good skill to have, and how he could learn it. I'm down. How about you, Midoriya? He nodded absently, returning to staring at the wall and the reporters. If Uraraka negated her and Gyro's gravity, he shouldn't have a problem flying them over the wall. Would that be illegal quirk usage, though? Nope. UAS school zone extends 30 feet from the border, so we're legally covered. In Izuku's opinion, Uraraka sounded entirely too excited about breaking the law. And why did she know that? Don't ask questions you don't want the answers to, came the entirely too bubbly answer. He really needed to get a handle on his muttering, but given the circumstances. Okay, let's do this then. He nodded determinedly even as Uraraka's eyes lit up with unholy glee. She reached out, pink finger pads glowing slightly, and tapped Gyro's arm before tapping herself. Her face went pale momentarily, the happiness dimming slightly before she gave them a thumbs up. Already, both girls began to float slowly upwards, and Izuku was struck not for the first time by how useful Uraraka's quirk was. His wings expanded, and he crouched low to the ground, hands dragging the girls with him. His tail twitched, lengthening out behind him as a counterbalance. His wings gave one massive heave, and the air fought against him. The ground fell away, and Uraraka gave an utterly delighted scream while Gyro's hand tightened around his. Shouts came from below, and lights flashed as cameras tracked them. He didn't look down, focused on not going too fast with his friends floating at his sides. His wings batted the air, ruffling their uniforms. He took a second to glance at his first passengers, somewhat self-conscious. Uraraka's face was flushed red, nausea from her quirk forgotten, eyes wide with a massive smile. On the other hand, Gyro was pale-faced, her eyes tightly closed and her hand practically crushing his. You'll have to make a smooth landing if you don't want to get puke on you or accidentally break their legs. When you land, they will follow your motion. You don't want them to bounce off the ground. Go in slow at a curve and level out like a plane on a runway. Izuku let out a slow, even breath through his nose, eyes sharp as they passed the barrier. Students below shouted up at them, a couple recording with their phones. He slowly began to drop into a shallow curve as best he could. He could feel Goran subtly adjusting his flight and curling his wings. He pulled back slightly as the ground came closer, wings rising to bleed off speed. His toes just barely touched the ground, skimming the grass for another couple meters before he dropped into a loping run, slowly coming to a stop. He sighed in relief as his feet settled fully on the ground, abruptly coming out of his hyper-focused state as arms wrapped around him. He yelped as an enthusiastic voice yelled in his ear. Uraraka let him go just as abruptly, jumping and cheering. That was amazing. Gyro groaned, sprawled out on the ground. I never want to do that again. He giggled under his breath, resolving not to tell them how close they'd gotten to breaking their legs. A giddy feeling rose in his chest as he looked at the students staring dumbstruck at them. He grinned, wild and anxiety-free for once in his life, before he caught sight of one of the various clocks. Crap. Gyro, get off the ground, we're going to be late. All three took off at a sprint, Gyro practically teleporting to her feet. Aizawa-sensei might still be hospital-bound, but there was no doubt in their minds he'd find out if they were late. The halls passed in a blur as they booked it through the building. They dodged tardy students in their rush to beat the clock, barely getting into the classroom before the bell rang. Each rushed to their seats, collectively ignoring Ada's scandalized lecture on attendance and tardiness. You're on time, barely. Izuku froze as he sat down, head snapping up to look at the face of death or Aizawa-sensei as it turned out. His brain froze solid, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. His teacher stood, barely, at his podium, bandages and gauze wrapped around nearly every available centimeter of skin. Occasionally, he would list slightly to the side before righting himself with a crutch. How had he escaped? He was supposed to be in the hospital under the strict watch of Midoriya. What hell had this foolish man brought upon them? Nobody escaped his mother. Nobody. Izuku felt vicious fear for his teacher. The poor man would be missed dearly. Midoriya was not to be trifled with, either legally or medically. His teacher would likely not see the light of day for at least a week or until his mother decided he could be trusted outside a medically induced coma. Izuku bent over, reaching into his bag to grab his phone. His mom would never forgive him if he didn't call her about her patient. Izuku was a good son. Maybe a bad student for selling out his teacher, but his life was worth more than his teacher's confinement hospital stay. His thumb was just over the call button when the door was violently slammed open. Midnight, in all her scantily clad glory, walked in, followed by a nervous Minta. She smiled in a familiar, strained way as she firmly grabbed Aizawa-sensei by his shoulder. Hey, kiddos. I'll be taking over today, so why don't you be good while Mommy Midnight deals with Aizawa? She forcefully guided the obstinately protesting teacher out of the room, smiling all the way. Minta has something to say to the class anyway, so I'll be right back. The door closed with a sound not dissimilar to a crypt slamming shut. Did she just say Mommy Midnight? Is she wrong, though? Izuku ignored his classmates in favor of focusing on Minta. Minoru. He felt like they were close enough for first names at that point, but he'd have to ask the other boy. Minta stood, shaking and pale, at the front of the room. Anxiety and fear bleed off of him in waves. Izuku glanced around and, with a soft nudge, connected to his shadow. Small tendrils rose up around Minta's feet, poking him slightly. Dark purple eyes met his, and he sent the boy a smile and a wave. Minta stared at him for a moment before nodding determinedly and facing the still arguing class. Hey, I have something to say. His voice was drowned out by the rest of the class, dwindling into nothing. That anxiety from before clouding over his spontaneous courage. Izuku frowned, glancing over his classmates. Behind him, Gyro stiffened, a spark of anger drifting from her with the scent of cherries. Up front, Minta shrunk into himself a little more every time he tried to gather the courage to speak. Would all of you shut the hell up? Izuku startled as Gyro exploded behind him, hunching forward. The class went silent, staring at the usual quiet punk girl. She glared around, daring anyone to say a word. Minta has something to say. The boy gulped as she turned to him. Izuku did his best to give him a thumbs up. The class seemed to turn as one to stare the boy down. Minta took a deep breath before suddenly standing as tall as he could, facing the class. He looked out over their classmates and, in a move that shocked everyone, bowed. A deep, straight 90-degree bow, keeping his eyes on the floor. I'm sorry, silence, pure silence, as Izuku's classmates stared with eyed eyes. I've been made aware that I've made some of you uncomfortable, especially the girls in our class. I didn't mean to make any of you uncomfortable, and I'm sorry for doing so. Starting from here on out, I'll be working to fix my attitude and behavior toward others. Please let me know if I do or say anything that makes you uncomfortable so I can correct myself. He took another shuddering breath. You don't have to forgive me for anything I've done or will do. If I am forgiven, then I want to truly earn that forgiveness. He stood slowly, eyes still on the floor, and walked to his desk in silence. The class was still for a long moment. Izuku's tail whipped side to side happily as he sent Minta a wide grin, delighting in the blush and small smile he got back. Izuku faced the front as the door opened. Midnight walked in with a bright grin, eyes brimming with pride. She'd been waiting outside the door since the start of Minda's speech, her aura pulsing with a kaleidoscope of emotion. Midnight strutted to the podium with an almost vindictive smirk, leaning over the side so she could rest her hand on her palm. Okay, kiddies, it's sports festival time. There comes a point in a person's life where they have to ask themselves just what the ever-loving fuck they were supposed to do with their life. Usually, this would come before college or when they get their first real job. Izuku was pretty sure he was at that point in his life. Okay, kiddos, there's a couple things you need to know about the sports festival. With the USJ attack, UA is going to be implementing some new policies. First up, you need to decide what kind of hero you want to be. Midnight Sensei turned around, a blue dry erase marker in hand, and began writing in clean letters. The words underground, spotlight, rescue, and information were written on the board before she turned back to the class. Traditionally, the sports festival is a mandatory event for all students, with a few exceptions. She stopped and took a breath, far more solemn and serious than any of them had ever seen her. There's a good chance you'll have villains after you now. I'm sure all of you are aware of the villains that managed to escape custody. This shouldn't have happened, and I wish it hadn't, but all of you were shoved into the spotlight. She leveled the class with a slow, long look. She stood tall, shoulders pushed back, and hands clenched at her sides. Logically, Izuku had known she was a hero, but just like with Aizawa-sensei, there was some indescribable change in her that transformed her from Kayama-sensei to Midnight. Maybe it was something in her eyes or the way she stood, but looking at her, there was no trace of the bubbly, mischievous art teacher. All that stood before them was the hero, a woman trained for combat and fully capable of taking down dozens. All around the room, his classmates sat up straighter, any hint of excitement replaced with determination and residue anger. Usually, we wait until second year for you to choose your specializations, but we don't have that luxury now. Depending on what you choose, we'll work on how you'll go through the sports festival or get recruited for internships in other ways. She waited a moment, giving them time to think, before moving back to the board. All right, first underground. She tapped the word with her whip. Underground heroes are the heroes that specialize in quick, quiet takedowns. They work mostly at night, but you already know that. What you don't know is their identities and how they function. Underground heroes are exempt from the hero rankings and therefore don't have to worry about public opinion. Their pay is determined based on their takedowns and the hours they work. They're a bit like villain bounty hunters in a way. Due to the secretive way they work, their identities and abilities are harshly guarded. Uraraka's hand went up. Aizawa-sensei's an underground hero, isn't he? Midnight gave a short nod and a smile. Yep, you all saw how quickly the fight turned once the villain figured out Aizawa's quirk. That's part of why we keep information scarce. If you decide you want to be an underground hero, then you won't be participating in the sports festival. There was a minor outcry from the class at that, but Izuku stayed quiet. His mind worked through the categories, debating advantages and disadvantages. Part of him wanted to choose the underground, if only because of his partially nocturnal nature. He knew how to work at night, what areas to avoid, and how to get around without being seen. This is non-negotiable. If you decide to become an underground hero, then you'll be given a list of heroes willing to oversee and train you for the internship week. Next is Spotlight. These are the heroes you're most familiar with. Although, contrary to popular belief, Spotlight heroes often help with almost all other hero types. These heroes can work both during the day and the night. They're also always on call, meaning if something happens and they're off duty, they can be called in to deal with the situation. If you choose to become a Spotlight hero, then you'll be allowed to participate in the festival. Unlike previous festivals, those that participate will need to choose a name to go by. She smiled at them in amusement as Kaminari practically vibrated in his seat, little sparks of electricity humming from him, little golden arches zapping between his fingers. Next is Rescue. Throughout your schooling, all of you will undergo rescue training. But rescue heroes are in a league of their own. As a rescue hero, your primary objective is to get civilians to safety. These heroes work in extreme environments, such as earthquakes, tsunamis, rock slides, and winter storms. These heroes are paid depending on their hours and typically don't engage in fights. If you decide to become a rescue hero, you'll have the opportunity to participate in the festival, or you could get a list of mentors from the school. Izuku spared a glance at Uraraka, a smile tugging at him. Her eyes almost sparkled as she leaned over her desk, utterly absorbed in the mini-lecture. And finally, information. Information heroes are often the most overlooked heroes. They work alongside underground heroes and the police. They get the same protection that underground heroes get. They're professional informants. They collect information on villains and organized crime and help organize raids and takedowns. Out of all the categories, information is without a doubt the most dangerous. If you decide on this path, you'll be exempt from the festival and given a list of mentors to choose from. You have the rest of the class period to decide and come up with names. Be prepared to present your name at the end. Instantly, the classroom dissolved into loud whispers and exclamations. Kirishima and Kaminari turned to each other, not even bothering to whisper. Mina joined them a moment later in their excitement. A tap on his desk turned his attention to Gyro. She'd pulled up a chair beside his desk, lounging on it backward with an inherent laziness and disinterest. Excitement burned in her eyes even as she tapped an incessant rhythm on his desk, too keyed up to sit still. "So, whatcha got for me, Brainiac?" she asked as she leaned forward. Izuku smiled, wide and just a tad feral. It felt so good to have someone actually ask him to rant, to let all the thoughts out. He kind of felt bad that Goran had to suffer through his mental monologue. But, well, the demon had practically asked for it. And really, if the being didn't want to hear endless nonsense, then they shouldn't have made a deal with him. His tail slapped the floor excitedly as Uraraka settled on the other side of his desk. He leaned forward excitedly, thoughts running a mile a minute. Gyro would be a good all-rounder with her quirk and personality. If she could get an internship with Present Mike, she could learn a lot about how to use her quirk in new ways and how to deal with the public. She was perfectly capable of being a spotlight hero with her easygoing personality, but she'd do really well in information too, or rescue work, or really anything. She was just so versatile. So, anything. He jolted out of his thoughts to find Gyro smirking at him and Uraraka hiding her laughter behind her hand. Oh, he'd said all that out loud, hadn't he? He really needed to work on that. Well, I think you should go for Spotlight first and foremost. Midnight said Spotlight heroes work with the other types a lot, so you'd get to try stuff out and see what you like the most. But, well, no offense, but I don't think you'd be good for Underground. He flailed his hands when she frowned and hurried to explain. It's just your quirk is loud, and you're a bit too distinctive with your ears, and it'd be hard for you to go undercover. You could maybe make it work with intel gathering with your hearing, but other than that, it'd be a bit too risky. Gyro hummed in acknowledgement, twirling one of her phone jacks around a finger. Uraraka already had rescue written in big letters across her board and a name he couldn't read upside down under it. What about you, Midoriya? That was where things got difficult because he really didn't know what kind of hero he wanted to be. He wanted to help people, and he didn't care how he did it. He dreamed of being a hero for so long. And for years he hadn't actually thought he'd get this far, and now he had to come up with a name and a specialization. It was daunting. It felt like the future was coming up on him too fast to prepare for, but somehow that made it all so much more exciting too. 20 minutes later, Midnight called the first student up. Izuku barely felt like he was breathing as each went up. Somehow, this felt like a defining moment, like the world had stopped and was waiting with bated breath. Names were important, and here they were, choosing them. Choosing who they would be and who the world would see them as. The sturdy hero, Red Riot. Spotlight, said with a gleaming smile of sharp teeth and a deep determination. Stone-hard and immovable. The rainy season hero, Froppy. Spotlight, a name inspired by innocence and matched by the unwavering drive to protect. The engine hero, Overdrive. Spotlight, a name chosen to honor a legacy while making his own path, marked by pride and lurking insecurity. Izuku perked up a bit more as Minda walked up to the podium. There was a salty sweet taste that radiated from him, like salted caramel. He stopped in front of the class, shoulders pushed back and back straight. He looked out over their classmates and turned his board around. The Midnight Hero, Purple Dawn. Underground. Izuku grinned at the surge of determination, shame, protection, regret that came with the name. Izuku went next, giving Minda a high five as they passed each other. Their shadows mixed momentarily, whispers sounding in his head. They were getting clearer and clearer by the day, but he still couldn't understand them. He stood up straight, for once not needing Goran to help him as giddy excitement and a sense of tension threaded through him. He turned his board over with a smile that probably had a touch too many teeth. But hey, his classmates were used to his Izukana by now. The Hellspawn hero, Lightbringer, Rescue. After the names and specializations were done, everything moved a lot quicker. Midnight passed out packets of information for each specialization and forms they had to fill out. The underground hero to best were grouped together, going over their much larger packet together. Midnight fluttered around the room, answering questions and helping with their forms. An hour passed in peace and soft whispers before the bell rang, and homeroom was over. Maybe Izuku should have known something was going to happen after the kind of morning he'd had. Everything was going entirely too well, so of course something was going to happen. Ada was the first one out of the room, as usual, only to stop barely a foot out the door. What is the meaning of this? Izuku peeked around his much taller classmate to gaze out into a sea of disgruntled and curious students. He cursed whatever deity had it out for him and prepared himself for whatever was going to happen. He shifted Mina and Kaminari out of the way and behind him as he moved forward. You are acting inappropriately for UA students. Please remove yourselves and return to your everyday schedules. A boy with pale purple hair strode forward out of the crowd, other students parting around him like he was infectious. Resentment bled from him like blood from an open wound, tasting tangy and almost spicy on Izuku's tongue. His fingers flexed as the boy stepped entirely too close to Ada, nearly standing chest to chest with his classmate. Yaoyorozu stepped forward, her own eyes narrowing, a hand inconspicuously snaking up her uniform sleeve. Kaminari shifted behind him just enough to get a good shot off if he needed to. If there was one thing these students were about to learn, it was not to present themselves as a threat to those with PTSD. Every 1A student stiffened, shifting to cover one another. One attack was all it took to teach them how to work together, and the trauma was too fresh to stop them from reacting to every little threat. Wow, I knew hero students were arrogant, but it only took you fighting a bunch of half-rate villains to start acting all high and mighty. How heroic, the boy practically spat, glaring up into Ida's face. Ida didn't react visibly, but Izuku could taste the hurt that spiked through him at the insult. Ida took a lot of pride in how he acted and being a UA student. To him, UA students had to present themselves as role models and hero students even more so. To have that spat on, to have his trauma brought up mere days after it happened, struck deep. Ada was naturally a very self-conscious person, and Izuku knew that. That little spike of hurt would fester and grow as he focused on it, on how he should fix his image. Izuku wouldn't let that happen. He refused to let it. He stepped forward with steady, smooth strides. His classmates stepped aside for him. They'd all recognized him as one of the most powerful in the class, and that meant he had a duty to them. He reached up, placing a hand gently on Ida's shoulder, feeling the tension that lurked there relax as he stepped in between him and the boy. A soft wave of relief and gratitude swept toward him as he placed himself center stage. All talking stopped the moment he placed himself between his class and the group. There was a kind of twisted irony about the situation. He'd placed himself between the villains and his class at the USJ, and now he was doing the same in the hallways of UA. There was a moment of shock as they took him in. Prejudice ran rampant in their society, even in hero schools. Seeing someone with a visually very sinister quirk walk out of a hero classroom had to be a shock for a lot of them. Izuku was in no way a cartoon devil. His wings were ripped and tattered at the bottom, a remnant of the USJ fight, topped with wicked sharp talons on the joints. He knew he was scary, and a part of him reveled in that fear. Not that he liked thinking about that part of himself. He wasn't completely human, they could feel that in their cores. He felt he should be concerned about how afraid people were of him, but all he could think of was how to use it. He gazed at the crowd passively before meeting the shocked still eyes of the boy who had the absolute audacity to attempt to hurt his classmates, even if only emotionally. He was tall and lanky, taller than Izuku by at least half a head, with royal purple eyes and lavender hair. He tasted like coffee, butterscotch, and the tangy spice of resentment with a dash of battery acid shock. Izuku would have felt pity for him if he hadn't decided to make himself a threat. As it was, this boy was about to learn not to fuck with a predator so far out of his league they might as well not even exist in the same realm. His class shifted uneasily behind him. Yaoyorozu came closer, ready to step in if things went too far. With a sound like ripping fabric and stretching leather, his wings rose from his back, slowly opening in a not at all subtle threat display. His joint talons scraped the ceiling as his wings spread to cover the door and at least half the hallway. With a wingspan of just under 7 meters, he was very large. A prideful part of him preened as the group stepped back, and the boy went pale, though he didn't move. Admirable but stupid. If the situation were a bit different, Izuku could see himself liking the boy. A shame. Really, he was beginning to like collecting friends. It'd be in your best interests to leave, he said softly. He probably wasn't supposed to get so much amusement out of scaring people, but it was just so fun. They grow up so fast. I might just cry. Don't get him wrong. He loved having someone to talk to all the time, but really, not the time, man. They just said the most out-of-pocket things sometimes. It was a real mood killer at times. He'd hoped the boy would back down and leave. Obviously, he'd underestimated how stupidly brave the guy was. The boy rolled his shoulders back and stepped closer, shoving his fear and shock aside. I wanted to be in the hero course, but like many others here, I was forced to choose a different track. Such is life, I guess, he said, deceptively casually. For all the hate and resentment that bled from him like pus from an open wound, if we do well enough in the sports festival, we can transfer tracks. Real shame, there are only so many seats in the hero course to go around. If you're not careful, you could lose yours. Izuku's talons flexed as he stepped up, chest to chest with the taller boy, not minding at all the height difference. Let the boy get a good look at just how sharp his horns were and just how close his teeth were to his neck. He glared up through half-lidded eyes. The crowd stepped back even further as tension rose between them. I don't take kindly to threats, he whispered. Every ounce as sinister as he was at the USJ. So what if Izuku was just a tad territorial? He had a right to be protective. He could feel liquid heat on his face, and the taste of copper tainted his mouth. He blinked, long and slow, and the purple eyes glaring down at him flickered wine red. Movement behind him made him reluctantly move aside as the familiar aura of Yaoyorozu skirted around him. Goran perked up as she strode forward, seeming taller and colder than she ever had. She gazed around at the crowd with a distant, frigid air. Just like Midnight's transformation from teacher to hero, Yaoyorozu switched seamlessly from student to class president. This was the sole heir to the Yaoyorozu Corporation, trained nearly from birth to lead. She faced down the boy like he was a bug, so insignificant he didn't even warrant a glance. She commanded a presence that Izuku was absolutely certain he'd never be able to replicate. That's enough. Remove yourselves from the premises. According to the UA Code of Conduct, any and all students not in the Hero Course are hereby out of bounds and are subject to disciplinary action if caught within the Hero Course facilities. You are permitted one warning, leave. And if we are in the Hero Course, a girl stepped out of the crowd, just as serious as Yaoyorozu. Then you should know better than to act in such a manner. The two girls sized each other up silently like two big cats debating tearing one another apart. A blonde boy tried shoving his way forward, only to be grabbed and hauled back by his nervous-looking classmates. The ginger girl stepped closer with an outstretched hand. Kendo Itsuka, 1B class president. Yaoyorozu Momo, 1A class president. Yaoyorozu smiled professionally as she clasped hands with the other girl. I have faith you'll keep your class in line as the sports festival draws closer. Kendo laughed, bright and bubbly like the two hadn't just terrified an entire hallway silent. Just as long as you handle yours. I look forward to working with you, Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu smiled back, frigid air melting slightly. Izuku had absolutely no idea what had just happened, but his mind was full of Goran's maniacal laughter, and the crowd had mostly dispersed, so everything was fine. Mostly fine, anyway. The purple-eyed boy was still glaring at him as he walked past, apparently unwilling to draw the ire of the two class presidents. Izuku held his gaze until the boy disappeared around the corner, barely noticing a hand clamped down on his shoulder. He relaxed as he took in Kirishima's red hair and citrusy aura. That was so manly, dude, he said softer than he usually would. Thanks, Kirishima. You too, Yaoyorozu. Momo smiled, frosty demeanor melting as the last of the onlookers practically fled the hallway. Of course, it's my duty as both your classmate and president to handle any disputes that occur. Yeah, dude, we're classmates, we're supposed to help. So next time, don't try doing things alone, okay? Izuku suddenly felt like the conversation had taken a turn in a direction he very much did not want to deal with. Yeah, Midoriya, you're badass, but seriously don't go throwing yourself at villains, please. Kaminari suddenly spoke up from where he'd been lounging against the door frame, the rest of their class putting in their own agreements and comments. Alrighty then. Class 1 jumped in unison, turning almost sheepishly to Midnight, who'd been forgotten in the mini-crisis. Why don't you guys chill out here for lunch? I'll put a call in to have some food brought up. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.